China, by Agnes Smedley. To the soldiers of China, poor, glorious pioneers in the world struggle against fascism. Book I. Glimpses of the past. The pattern. There are tales long whispered in my family, which, if true, explain the two strains that mingled when my father and mother married. One strain, my mother's, was of a hard-working, gentle, and devout folk. The other consisted of rebels, wanderers, tellers of tall tales, singers of songs. My father eloped with my mother before she was of age. Her father, John, found them in the home of my father's sister, Mary. Aunt Mary was a widow with many children, but a woman of unusual capacity and determination. Her eyes fell approvingly on grandfather John, a frail, gentle man resembling pictures of Jesus Christ. John's wife was still alive, and, to judge by a faded tintype, very beautiful. But she died shortly after, following a long illness, and my grandfather married Aunt Mary. In the small, drab villages and isolated farmhouses of northern Missouri, little rumors often grew to gargantuan proportions. The gossips specialized most of all in the gruesome, and more than one farm woman was thereafter seen wagging her head and heard talking of the strange things that were supposed to have happened in my grandfather's house, of evil widows, and poor ailing wives, and poison. Finally, grandfather wasted away and died of tuberculosis. Mary cared for him with infinite tenderness, uttering never a harsh word at his endless exactions, warning her many children, and his, to behave as she did. There lingers in my memory a vision of this tall, strong woman, sitting or kneeling by his bedside, engaged in low conversation or silent waiting. So John had died, said the gossips, shaking their heads knowingly. What else could you expect, when, as everyone knew, he had spent his declining years walking the floor complaining that his first wife's spirit haunted him? As he lay dying, rumor ran, he wanted to cleanse his soul of the sin of poisoning his first wife, but Mary had smothered his confession by placing her hand across his mouth. Anything could be expected of that big woman, who came from God only knew where and could do anything from curing diseases with herbs to managing a big farm and rearing more than a dozen children. If Aunt Mary had lived in an earlier period, her abilities might have caused her to be burned as a witch. Instead, she was well over 90 before she laid down her corncob pipe for the last time. People said she sped around the country in a Ford until her dying day, her white hair flying, her pipe in her mouth. She was so tall that, when she died, a special coffin had to be built for her. I have not yet heard just how many men were needed to carry the coffin, but by the time I get around to investigating the story, I'm sure the number will be fabulous. I've heard it said by the gentle branch of our family that Mary is most certainly not taking any back seat in the hereafter. All my mother's people died young, which, considering their goodness, was only natural. On the other hand, all my father's people, save one uncle who turned Christian missionary, lived to a ripe old age. The two family strains, meeting in me, made my spirit a battlefield across which a civil war raged endlessly. When I was very young, my father dragged us from northern Missouri to southern Colorado, where Rockefeller's Colorado Fuel and Iron Company owned everything but the air. My father went to this region to make his fortune, but fell victim to a system the fruits of which were poverty, disease, and ignorance for the miners. We lived a primitive life in the camps, but I now understand that our intellectual poverty was far worse than our physical condition. When I try to recollect the impact of so-called cultural influences, I can recall only Scotch and English folk songs, cowboy songs, and such ballads as those in praise of Jesse James, all of them sung by my father. I do not remember hearing my mother sing. She was too unhappy. Until I was 15 years old, I knew little of the world beyond that Rockefeller domain of southern Colorado and northern New Mexico. My father did unskilled labor and drank to forget his hopes, and my mother worked intermittently as a washwoman and a keeper of boarders. We Smedley children, there were 5 of us, somehow managed to get to the poor local primary schools. But I never finished grade school and never attended a high school. Most high school graduates of today inspire no regret in me, but I have always believed that had I had some basic knowledge of science, mathematics, literature, and language, I would have been better equipped to meet life. I have long felt that the poverty and ignorance of my youth were the tribute which I, like millions of others, paid to private interests. The schools my brothers and sisters and I attended were perhaps no more boring than most. However, my thinking was not to be disciplined, and not all the king's horses and all the king's men could teach me grammar or arithmetic. Even in later years, my efforts to learn languages ended in dismal failure, although in the case of German I managed to absorb what I needed or whatever sounded beautiful or powerful. If I disliked a person, my mind closed and I could learn nothing from him. So I took from schools and from life what I found interesting, not what people thought good for me. But my mother and a red-haired woman schoolteacher in Tercio, a mining camp, must have regarded me with hope, for they kept urging me to get an education. Education seemed to consist in reading many books, but just which I did not know. For years I groped, reading anything between covers, often understanding hardly a sentence, but believing mystically that the key to knowledge lay buried in words. My reading covered everything from trashy romance to a ghastly book on school law and one called Behaviorist Psychology. The nearest I ever came to the classics was a large volume of something called poetry. Because it was printed on very thin paper, it quite naturally hung from a string in a privy. A man by the name of Shakespeare seemed to have written it, but I could make neither head nor tail of it. In later years, I often read of men who received their first noble impulses from contacts with great minds. I was in my early 20s before I learned who Shakespeare was, and in my 40s before I read his plays. In the mining camps he had made no impression whatsoever, and I returned the volume of thin paper to its nail on the privy wall. I disliked so many things in life and received so many humiliations from rich little girls that my teachers used to keep me after school and lecture me on the bourgeois virtues. It was in vain. I fought boys with Jimson weeds and rocks, and nothing could make a little lady of me. When I was 9, my mother put me out to work washing dishes and caring for squalling babies. I was later promoted to stripping tobacco leaves in a cigar store, but I dawdled so much over my work that I was fired. One employer told me that I was a bad worker because I read too many books. "Here's your wages for the week, and you needn't come back," he said. He gave me $2.50. 4 years after that, I did all kinds of unskilled labor. Religion is sometimes considered a cultural influence. What I have known of it has made me content that I was not carefully trained in its principles. The virtue of submission to injustice, of rendering unto Caesar that which Caesar did not produce himself, made no impression on me. Beyond that, the belief in immortality has always seemed cowardly to me. When very young I learned that all things die, and all that we wish of good must be won on this earth or not at all. When I was 16, my mother lay down and died from hard labor, undernourishment, and a disease which she had no money to cure. My father fell on his knees and wept dramatically, then rifled her old tin trunk. With the $45 he found hidden between the quilt patches, he went to the saloon and got drunk with the boys. My elder sister had just died in childbed, leaving a baby boy, and I was thus the eldest child, with responsibility for this baby, as well as for my younger sister and 2 brothers. Had I been more like my mother and less like my father, I would have accepted this burden as inevitable. But I resented my mother's suffering and refused to follow in her footsteps. I knew nothing of the world save the tales related by cowboys, miners, and teamsters. I knew that Columbus had sailed the seas and discovered a new continent, and that my forefathers had fought in the American Revolution. The clatter of the hoofs of the horse of Jesse James as he robbed the rich to give to the poor echoed in my ears. It seemed that men could go anywhere, do anything, discover new worlds, but that women could only trail behind or sit at home having babies. Such a fate I rejected. After making a few rudimentary arrangements for the care of my sister and baby nephew and leaving my small brothers to my father, I began a life of semi-vagabondage that was to last for years. That first period of life, which had ended with my mother's death, seemed to have little significance. I had been born and I had existed. I had no goal, nor did I know enough to have one. At the beginning of the second stage, the primary need was, as always, to earn a living. An aunt helped me learn stenography, but I could seldom hold a job for more than a few days or a week. I might have learned to spell and punctuate correctly had I not seen girls about me who did it very well. Uncomplainingly, they spent their lives taking down the thoughts of bosses, then turning away to type them out. This resentment prevented me from becoming a good stenographer, and for years I wandered from one job to another: stenographer, waitress, tobacco stripper, book agent, or just plain starveling. My mother's voice urging me to go on and get an education sent me to libraries, but I did not know what to read. Now and then I found a school where I could work as a waitress and attend lectures, and one year I managed to spend as a special student in the normal school at Tempe, Arizona. While in this school, two events occurred which affected my life. The first was my introduction to natural science, in particular to biology. The second was a friendship with a Swedish-American woman, a university graduate from New York City who had come west to be near her brother, a civil engineer working in the Arizona desert. Shortly afterwards, I married this brother, but he soon divorced me. I didn't blame him at all, and once the humiliating bonds of marriage were removed, we became good friends. This friendship has continued throughout my life, and long after he had married a second time and had several lovely children. His wife and I also became close friends. I have always detested the belief that sex is the chief bond between man and woman. Friendship is far more human. I personally have never been able to reconcile myself to the sex relationship, for it seemed to me only a trap which limited women in every way. For women, marriage is at best an economic investment, at its worst, a relic of human slavery. I have, however, heard of no society which has solved this problem. Decades later, I did not fail to tell men in the Soviet Union that I had listened to many men make speeches from the tomb of Lenin in the Red Square, but only one woman, and that one on International Women's Day. Asiatic motif. In my early 20s, I left the Southwest for New York City. Here I spent nearly 4 years, working during the day and attending lectures at night at New York University. Among the friends I made was an old exiled professor from India, Lala Lipat Rai, who began tutoring me in Indian history, preparatory to sending me to India as a teacher. Some of his younger countrymen convinced me that India could not advance until it was freed from British rule, as America had been freed by revolution. All my experiences predisposed me to believe this, and I became a kind of communication center for these men. I kept their correspondence, their codes, and foreign addresses. It was as a result of this work that I was arrested in 1918, held in solitary confinement in the tombs of New York City, and charged with a violation of our neutrality law. Although I had never met a German and believed that I was only helping a subjugated people, I found myself accused of aiding in German espionage. Years later, I learned that Indian exiles in Europe had indeed formed a government in exile and taken a loan from the German government to finance their work. They had shipped arms and ammunition from America to India, but had no more use for the Germans than the Germans had for them. Soon after the armistice, I was released from jail and the charges against me were dismissed. I had spent the months of imprisonment studying and writing. Friends had sent me books, paper, and pencils, and for the first time in my life I had been able to study without being burdened with the necessity of earning my own living. My first short stories, Cellmates, were written during that time. Coming out of prison, I learned that, months before, my younger brother had passed through New York City en route to France as a soldier. He had tried to see me repeatedly, but the prosecuting attorney had turned him away, telling him that I was a traitor. This, combined with news that my other brother had been killed while working as a day laborer, sickened me. The employer in whose service my older brother had been killed paid my father $50 for his life. My younger brother, unable to earn a living, had offered himself to death before he was 17. Both had lived like animals without protection or education. The problems of my own life had developed neurotic tendencies within me, and the fate of my brothers, combined with my imprisonment, deepened them. I came out of prison morose and miserable. I was in my early 20s, at an age when serious-minded middle-class men and women were completing their schooling and embarking on careers. They had homes, protection, and guidance. It was not that I begrudged them these good things. It was merely that I thought the advantages they had should be made universally available. I was a woman, and women were expected to marry and, if possible, marry money. If you were not interested in marriage or money, you were doomed. As I saw it, I could hope to continue only as I was, slaving by day and striving desperately at night for some kind of meager education. And what after that? A shabby hall bedroom for the rest of my days? I rejected such a life, yet I could envision no other. A world war had just ended and there was a sort of peace. The German Republic had come to life, but was held in pawn by the victors. The Russian Revolution had taken place, but the Russian people were still fighting on more than a dozen fronts against invading armies of World War victors, including one from my own country. The Russian people were learning the most brutal lesson in human history, that only by their own armed might could they have a civilization of their own choosing. A communist party was being formed in New York, but I did not join it. I knew many of its leaders and had read books or articles written by some of them. For years I listened to communists with sympathy, and in later years in China I gave them my active support, but I could never place my mind and life unquestioningly at the disposal of their leaders. I never believed that I myself was especially wise, but I could not become a mere instrument in the hands of men who believed that they held the one and only key to truth. Because of this I was often attacked from two sides. Believers in capitalism called me a communist, a red, or an anarchist. Communists called me an individualist, an idealist, or a bourgeois democrat. One American woman communist long delighted in dubbing me a Smedleyite. One day, as the year 1919 drew to a close, I took my place in a line at the office of a shipping company on the New York waterfront and made application for a job as a stewardess on an old Polish-American freighter bound for Europe. It carried deck and third-class passengers, and another girl and I were hired to care for them. I had no definite destination, no clear aims, no connections with any organization save a weak link with Indian exiles who lived in Europe and published a small newspaper from Berlin. I merely entertained the hope that I could find them, live a short time in Europe, visit the Soviet Union, and, if possible, find work on some ship sailing for India. Whatever might result from this venture, I would at least see something of the earth on which I had been born. But live the life of a cabbage I would not. European quest. In Danzig harbor I deserted the freighter and journeyed to Berlin to look for the small office maintained by Indian exiles. The first person I met there was the Indian revolutionary leader Virendranath Chattopadhyaya. In New York I had often heard of him as one who had helped form an Indian government in exile and build up a worldwide network of Indian revolutionary activity. In fact, it was because of him and his colleagues that I had been imprisoned. I found the personality and past life of Virendranath Chattopadhyaya compelling. In a very short time I had entered into a union with him. It was not a legal marriage, but I bore his name and was known as his wife. It was to last for nearly 8 years, but became so complex that it tended only to aggravate my sick state of mind. Whether or not I loved him I do not really know. Many years after I had left Viren I remember writing to an American friend that, to my astonishment and resentment, Viren remains the center of my emotional life, and if he were in danger I suppose I would walk barefoot around the world to help him. Yet I would not live with him for a day. That was long ago, and time again proved the great healer. That he loved me there is no doubt. Neither I nor others understood why, for he had little interest in women. 13 years before he met me, Viren had married an Irish Catholic girl. Because he was a pagan who rejected all her efforts to convert him, she bought a special dispensation from the Pope to marry him. After the ceremony she informed him that a condition of the marriage was that any issue was to be Catholic. They quarreled and parted, she becoming a nun in some hidden English convent and he trying for years to have the marriage annulled. He failed and we were never legally married. As a result my American citizenship was twice challenged in later years by the British Secret Service, which claimed, with no good intentions, that I was a British subject. To a shocked American consular official in China, I once explained the situation thus. My husband was married to a Catholic nun, and for this reason could not marry me. You may call me a concubine if you will, but not a British subject. The official threw up his hands in despair. Virendranath was the epitome of the secret Indian revolutionary movement, and perhaps its most brilliant protagonist abroad. He was nearly 20 years my senior, with a mind as sharp and ruthless as a saber. He was thin and dark, with a mass of black hair turning gray at the temples, and a face that had something fierce about it. He might easily have been taken for a Southern European, a Turk, or a Persian. To me he seemed something like thunder, lightning, and rain, and wherever he had sojourned in Europe or England, he had been just about that to the British. His hatred for the islanders who had subjugated his country knew no bounds. The foundation of his emotional life had been laid in the feudal Mohammedan state of Hyderabad. To this he had added a quarter of a century of intellectual training in England, Europe, and the Near East. His was a famous Brahmin family abounding in pets, singers, educators, and scientists. One of his sisters was the poetess and national leader Sarojini Naidu, and his younger brother was married to Kamala Devi, who later became a great leader. By race the family was Hindu, by culture a mixture of Hinduism, Mohammedanism, and the best of English liberalism. Viren's father had been one of the first Brahmins to defy caste laws by going to England and later to Germany to study science. An outcast, he was forced to emigrate to the Muslim state of Hyderabad, where he became a pioneer in modern university education. Viren had been educated by his father, by Muslim scholars and English tutors. He grew up speaking Hindustani, English, a smattering of German, and the court language of the Muslim world, Persian. Throughout his childhood he had heard his mother, a poetess and an advocate of the emancipation of women, referred to with contempt by Muslims, and this had generated in him emotions which he had never been able to reconcile. This was only one of the many conflicts that went on within him and made his mind and emotional life remind me of one of those Hindu temples in South India, repository of all the cultural movements of the ages. In Heidelberg and Jena Viren had pursued the study of comparative philology. He spoke English like a ruling-class Englishman and had learned French, German, Swedish, and some Italian and Spanish. He had lived in Sweden for a few years and had not only mastered the language but gone on to study Icelandic. When he and I went with an Indian delegation to the Soviet Union in 1921, shortly after my arrival in Germany, he soon assimilated Russian and in his leisure time sought out men from Lithuania or Iceland, or haunted the encampments of gypsies in order to compare their languages with ancient Sanskrit. Like Nehru and many other men of the upper classes of India, Viren had absorbed British traditions of liberty. These he had come to apply to his own country, a practice that enraged most Englishmen. He and his colleagues, some of them caste-ridden Orthodox Brahmins, were among the early nationalist terrorists of India, as they were also among India's early educators, scientists, artists, labor organizers, and later communists. They hunted British rulers of India and Egypt with pistol, bomb, and knife. Some had been shot, some hanged, others imprisoned for life. In whatever sections of the world Indians gathered they were to be found. Each summer, when groups of Indian students left England to spend their vacations on the continent, one goal of pilgrimage was always Virendranath's home. Of this they never dared speak, and some even preferred not to recall their conversations with him, for he made violent attacks on Hindu caste prejudices and Muslim superstitions. He would eat pork in the presence of Muslims and beef in front of Hindus. To Hindus he spoke of Hinduism as a cow-dung religion, and he made the adherents of both religions writhe under the sting of his tongue. He taunted them by asserting that even in poetry they learned not from India, but from England, and that they believed England was the paradise to which their souls would go after death. His contempt for Indians aspiring to official posts under the British government was boundless. He warned his students that only clerks watched time clocks or lived an orderly, respectable life. When told that one must live, he would answer in the words of Voltaire, "I don't see the necessity." He practiced what he preached. He never possessed more than one suit of clothing, which I was constantly darning, patching, and pressing, nor did he care what he ate. When he had money, he gave it to anyone in need so that we were forever in debt. Money was merely a means of working for the independence of his country. His attitude towards it had been formed by the great joint families of India, and in particular by that caste of Brahmin teachers and scholars who gave their knowledge freely. Years later, I found the same attitude among those intellectuals of China who also came from families in which the clan cared for the individual. Virendranath turned more and more to the study of Marxism as a means of gaining independence for India, and he eventually became a Communist Party member. I always wondered just what new design was added to the Hindu temple of his mind by this act. I could never imagine him being regimented by any political party or following lines of thought and action. His mind took the whole world as its province and drew nourishment from every age. When Viren and I began life together, two eras and two cultures met. I was an American working woman, the product of a distorted commercial civilization. He a high-caste Indian with a cultivated, labyrinthine Brahmin mind, and a British classical education. Though he hated everything British, he had an even deeper contempt for an American capitalism which judged all things by their money value. His mind was modern, but his emotional roots were in Hinduism and Islam. Like a storm, he existed according to his nature, absorbing, influencing everything he touched. Our way of life was of his choosing, not mine. Our home a small edition of that of a great joint family of India. Any Indian who became ill was brought to our home and nursed by me, and on one occasion I had 2 of them at once. Muslims and Hindus of every caste streamed through it as through a railway station or a hotel. Students came directly from their boats, carting all their bedding and cooking utensils. Some wore weird clothing. One student bought himself a woman's straw hat with a bunch of grapes hanging down the side. It looked somewhat like a turban, and only with difficulty could we induce him to cease wearing it. We were desperately poor, and because Viren had no possessions, I sold everything I owned in order to get money. Just as the year 1923 began, protests from the British caused the German government to order Viren to leave the country. We met the problem by moving repeatedly and changing our name. But our debts and difficulties seemed to increase by geometric progression. Whenever things seemed about to improve, new problems would turn up. At other times we visited some who were very much out of Purdah, including, for example, the Muslim leader Muhammad Ali Jinnah and his wife. Cold, sleek, cruel-faced, Jinnah was a great landlord who had married a Parsi woman, daughter of a millionaire Bombay factory owner. Certainly Mrs. Jinnah could never be accused of living in Purdah. I was harassed by domestic difficulties. Hindu and Muslim religious festivals were sometimes celebrated in our home, with dozens of men sitting in a circle on the floor. In the manner of India, no man could be turned away hungry. The cooking and preparation for dinners were therefore endless, and the very walls of our home seemed to be permeated with the odor of curry. Viren thrived on company, but I began to wilt and sink under the complexity and poverty of our life. Everyone understood and loved Viren. Few understood me. To them I was a queer creature who grew ever more strange, as indeed I did. I was with Virendranath and witnessed the power of his personality when his youngest sister, Suhasini, came from Oxford to see him for the first time. She had been born after he left India, and her mother had sung her to sleep with lullabies about her exiled brother. The British government had forced her father to leave Hyderabad and live in Calcutta under perpetual house arrest, and her childhood had been overshadowed by tragedy. British police were forever raiding their home, tearing up pillows, and disemboweling Suhasini's dolls to see if her father had hidden messages or codes from his exiled son. The old man had died a prisoner. Suhasini was a musician and singer, a woman of striking beauty and noble bearing. When she stood before her brother for the first time, neither spoke, and I saw Suhasini trembling. Viren's face was tense with inner struggle. It was the first time in a quarter of a century that one of his family had come to share his life, and Suhasini must have reminded him of the tragedy of his father, his country, and his own long years of exile. In later years Suhasini returned to India as a communist and labor organizer, earning her living as a singer. Her communism had sprung from Viren's influence. But it was years before she would bow her handsome aristocratic head and meet on a plane of equality with men of lesser station. Thus it was that member after member of Viren's family, people of the highest caste and culture, broke the Brahmin bonds of privilege and placed their trained minds at the service of their country or of the dispossessed. Perhaps my respect and admiration for such men and women robbed me of objectivity. As I saw Viren, his white-hot passion for liberty seemed never to wane. It communicated itself to every one of his countrymen who knew him. It was, in fact, the majesty of his life and intellect that bound me to him even in our most unhappy moments and long after our marriage had become a formality. The circumstances of my youth, combined with the endless difficulties of my life with Virendranath in Germany, drove me almost to the verge of insanity. Twice I left him and sought rest and recovery in the Bavarian Alps, where I planned to continue my interrupted journey to India. Friends in London tried to secure a visa for me to enter India, but they failed because of my imprisonment in America in connection with the Indian exiles, my articles in the Indian press, and my association with Virendranath. My desire to live ebbed, and I lay ill for nearly 3 years. For whole days I remained in a coma, unable to move or speak, longing only for oblivion. Nor could the best nerve specialists of Germany cure me. More than death, I feared insanity, and the terror of this possibility haunted my very dreams. Once I attempted suicide, but succeeded only in injuring myself. When all else failed, I was introduced to a woman nerve specialist, a former associate of Freud. An alienist in the Berlin courts, she was also connected with the University of Berlin. My psychoanalysis began and continued torturously for 2 years. During this infinite suffering, one image haunted my sleeping and my waking. I held a small Chinese vase in my outstretched palm and contemplated its beauty. A crack kept growing down the side. The vase broke, and the fragment rolled out of my outstretched palm. It seemed a symbol of my life. As I grew better, the image returned less often, yet seemed to hover, a menace, in the offing. As my health returned, I began teaching English to university students and took up again the study of Indian history. I became a teacher in the English seminar of the University of Berlin and, upon occasion, lectured before the seminar on Indian history. When plans were made for an English theater in Berlin, I coached actors and actresses, and in this way came into contact with the theatrical world. One of the friends I made here was Tilla Durieux, who was so often cast in psychological studies. She was one of the strangest of German actresses, but quite learned, having one of the best libraries of anyone in her profession. In a way, she became my teacher in literature, architecture, music, and the theater. We spent one summer together in Austria, where we attended the Mozart Festspiel in Salzburg, then wandered through Austria and southern Germany, visiting historic cities and old cathedrals. As a kind of counterthrust against growing communism, the Hitler movement was rising in Germany, but to most of us it seemed just another fad that would soon die. Since I had to earn my living and struggle for health, I was too burdened to study it closely. Once, when Virendranath had come to Bavaria to induce me to return to him, and we were on our way back to Berlin, we paused in Munich to attend Wagner's Ring. By chance, one evening we followed a small crowd and found ourselves in a hall where Hitler was speaking. This event made so little impression on me that I recall nothing but Hitler's frothy shouting. As my health improved, I decided to shoulder another burden: attendance at the university and study leading to the PhD degree. I did not have the academic qualifications, but by a law under the German Republic, men and women could produce research work which, if accepted, would entitle them to work for their degrees. I produced 2 works on Indian history which were published by 2 leading German historical magazines. One was the Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, official organ for the Institut für Geopolitik, of which Professor Karl Haushofer was head. He had been a general in the World War, a military observer in Japan from the time of the Russo-Japanese War onward. Then he had founded the institute. Since he had published my thesis, I made a special trip to his home in the Bavarian Alps and secured his sponsorship for my entrance to the university. It has since become clear that Haushofer was one of the men who made Adolf Hitler. His institute was even then the concealed general staff of German imperialism. It was he and his general staff that furnished Hitler with such demagogic ideas as Blut und Boden, and, though his wife was part Jewish, Haushofer was perhaps one of those who helped write Mein Kampf. Why Haushofer sponsored me, a woman, even though he and his class preached the inferiority of women, I do not know. Perhaps it was because of my Asiatic connections. I had prefaced my published thesis with the assertion that the nation that ruled India was the master of Europe. Haushofer apparently wanted to keep in touch with Asiatics, but when he once invited Virendranath and me to his place, there was nothing warm or friendly in his manner. He was wooden, a silent, suspicious man. I was admitted to Berlin University to study for my PhD, but after a short time I realized that it was hopeless. I lacked a foundation in science and mathematics, and I failed to keep pace with the 30 or 40 older men in my seminar. Most of these men were already teachers in the gymnasiums, who had returned to the university to take their final degree. I had to earn my living while studying and could find no time to master the language. After a brief struggle, I gave up my long-cherished plan. The classes which I conducted in the English seminar of the university resembled those automatic devices that pick up approaching sounds at a great distance. In them, liberals, socialists, communists, and Nazis defended their ideas with passion. Almost every class had at least one or more core students with dueling scars across their cheeks, who openly attacked the Republic, workers, communists, socialists, liberals, and Jews. One core student once proclaimed to the class that degeneracy under the Republic was demonstrated even by the fact that Germans were forced to study under a foreign woman who wore her hair short and smoked cigarettes. At this time, I joined a group of Republican, socialist, and communist physicians trying to establish the first state birth control clinic in Berlin. Margaret Sanger financed our first research branch, and soon afterwards the government took over the clinics and established branches in many cities. They continued until the Nazis came to power, after which women were ordered back to the bedroom. A German woman communist doctor and I once got into a debate with her husband, a communist physician in the public health service, because he argued that if men could be conscripted to fight, women could be conscripted to breed. His attitude was no different from that of my Nazi students who sent a grievance committee to the head of the English seminar of the university because my class had debated the question of birth control. The bitter fruits of defeat in war were eaten hourly by the German people and nourished only hatred for their conquerors. Month by month, I saw people die of slow hunger and watched funeral processions enter and leave the little church on my street. One day in December 1923, I found a man, a shoemaker from the French-occupied Ruhr district, dying of hunger in the street near our house. He carried a dirty, ragged baby in his arms. A group of women gathered, each undertaking to do something for him, while I cared for the baby until the city welfare bureau could take it. In the corner grocery, I often observed gaunt workers pay out their week's wages, billions of paper marks, for a couple of loaves of bread, some potatoes and margarine. Meat and fruit were beyond their reach. There was no sugar, only saccharin, and even this they could not afford. Families sought foreign borders in order to get foreign currency, and decent foreigners were filled with shame. During this period, I met American bankers and industrialists, among them a representative of General Motors, who regarded German poverty and helplessness as a gold mine for foreign investments. They could command very high rates of interest. What political guarantees they demanded against revolution I never knew, but they most certainly were demanded. The Nazis later came to power on such guarantees and with their help. The Nazi movement was growing, loudly voicing revolutionary social ideas stolen from the socialists and communists, and utilizing the despair of the people and the Versailles Treaty with a masterly hand. With their coffers filled from mysterious sources, they were challenging socialists and communists and making a tremendous bid for power. But because they were still relatively weak, they revived a murder fraternity of the Middle Ages, the Femimord. Members of this group moved about at night, murdering trade union leaders, socialists and communists, Jews, and professors who had enough integrity to defend the Republic. From the foreign bankers, I heard no protests at such outrages. They talked only of communist violence. Despite all their fierce talk, the Germans were still an orderly and disciplined people. Too disciplined, in fact. It was a Russian communist who said that the German workers would revolt only if the Reichstag passed a law giving them permission. When the mounted police once charged a workers' demonstration in the Lustgarten in Berlin, the people who fled along the walks did not even step on the grass. As an illustration of the servility of German womanhood, I recall the case of a woman from whom Viren and I rented rooms. She made a living for herself, her husband, and their son, but her husband beat her regularly, and once injured her so seriously that she nearly died. Viren and I took the case to police headquarters, but were informed that the police could not interfere in family affairs unless the wife was killed. In that case, they could arrest the husband for murder. It was the political confusion and inertia of the German people that left ajar the gates of the state and allowed the Nazis to move in. This attitude spread most rapidly during that era of heart-destroying insecurity. It grew out of hunger, despair, and political abuse until millions were willing to put their minds to sleep and follow anyone who promised them food, shelter, and peace. Of course, along with food, shelter, and temporary peace, the Nazis assumed the right to feed the minds of the people. When the German people accepted this, they surrendered the one thing that separates man from beast, the responsibility of thinking for himself. When I visited Germany a number of years later, I heard people say with pride, "Hitler thinks for me." Far horizons. Although I had looked on Europe as but a halting place, 8 years had passed. Sometimes I thought half of these years were thrown to the wind, and they the best years of my life, but at other times I knew I had gained as well as lost. I had learned to know myself, and I had won back my health. I had broadened my knowledge, learned something of the German people, and a great deal about India and Indians. My alliance with Virendranath terminated early in 1928. To me, he was not just an individual but a political principle. For me, he embodied the tragedy of a whole race. Had he been born English or American, I thought, his ability would have placed him among the great leaders of his age. Despite all this, I could not take up life with him again. I was not to see Viren again until 1933. Much time and what seemed centuries of events had flowed past. Hitler was threatening, and Viren had left Germany for the Soviet Union, where he was connected with the Academy of Sciences in Leningrad. Upon my arrival in Moscow, he came to see me. He was at last growing old, his body thin and frail, his hair rapidly turning white. The desire to return to India obsessed him, but the British would trust him only if he were dust on a funeral pyre. What happened to him after that I do not know. In an effort to free myself from him totally, I had spent a number of months of 1927 in Denmark and Czechoslovakia, where I wrote my first book, Daughter of Earth. This book was a desperate attempt to reorient my life. I returned to Berlin in 1928 to teach at the university, but as soon as vacation time came I left for France, where I completed plans to go first to China and then to India. For 2 years previous to this, I had been studying Chinese history. The Chinese Great Revolution of 1922 to 27 had broken on the rocks of class warfare when the Kuomintang had split the National Front and begun war on the Communists. Many middle-class Chinese revolutionaries had fled to Europe and the Soviet Union. I had made friends with a few of them and had edited a book by one. Virendranath had tried to unite all subjected Asiatic people behind the Chinese Revolution, and I had become involved. To the turmoil of German life was now added a new element, the Chinese Revolution, and at this time I attended Berlin meetings in which Chinese and Germans of different factions actually fought one another physically. The League Against Imperialism had been organized by the Communists, with Virendranath as one of its founders. The Indian delegation to its first Congress included Jawaharlal Nehru, and after the Congress in Brussels, Nehru came to Berlin, where I met him. He was a quiet, unspectacular man, totally unlike most Indian leaders. He was so modest and reserved that it was difficult to think of him as a political leader at all. Yet he wielded tremendous influence over Indian youth. The Chinese Revolution had made a deep impression on him. Unlike China, India was unarmed. This major difference was a subject of constant conflict between the followers of Gandhi and the advocates of armed revolutionary struggle. Virendranath was an unrelenting advocate of armed struggle. Returning to Germany from France in 1928, I halted in Frankfurt am Main, where I met the editors of the Frankfurter Zeitung and signed a contract to act as their special correspondent in China. I was to hold this position until shortly before Hitler came to power, after which that old liberal daily was taken over by the Nazis. In leaving Germany, I was venturing into the unknown, entering a responsible profession in which I had but little experience. Sometimes the thought of this new task frightened me. With conflicting emotions of relief and desolation, I waved farewell to friends as my train pulled out of Berlin en route to China through the Soviet Union. As I saw it in late 1928, Moscow was very different from the city I had visited for 6 months in 1921 as a member of the Indian delegation. In 1928, I stayed less than 2 months. On both occasions, however, I visited schools, hospitals, factories, the opera, theaters, and the homes of the Bezprizorny or homeless waifs. In 1928, I also visited some of the collective farms in the neighborhood of Moscow. On my first visit in 1921, the Azure City period of the Russian Revolution was coming to a close and the cold gray dawn of undramatic hard labor was beginning. At that time, grim red soldiers, clad in captured British clothing and carrying captured British and French guns, were pouring into Moscow from the southern front, where they had driven out the white armies financed by England and France. The Volga famine was beginning, and I saw thousands of refugees sleeping in railway stations and empty churches. Typhus was decimating the Volga region. Herbert Hoover's relief organization was being organized and the Russians were suspicious. American intervention in the Soviet Union and Hoover's black record in Hungary led Russians to believe that, as in Hungary, Hoover would try to do with food what interventionist armies had failed to do by armed force. In 1921, everyone was ragged, but filled with hope and enthusiasm. Men with holes in the seats of their pants would say, "Anyway, we're free." Once some friends of mine left Moscow for Germany, but the engine steamed away towards the east, and it was hours before anyone realized that the passenger cars were still standing in the railway station. Almost no telephone worked, no lock locked, and no train ran on time. In all, I visited the Soviet Union during 3 different periods. Through all these years, I maintained an interest in the fate of the Besprzorny. In 1921, the government had issued a manifesto concerning the rescue of these homeless children, and committees were formed to round them up, examine and sort them, and place them in homes. The fate of these children affected me deeply because of my own childhood. The Soviet government regarded all children as its wards. Years have now passed, and I remember but faintly the individual dramas that were played out before the Besprzorny committees. A plainly clad motherly woman of middle age, with ample hips and bosom, would often hold out her hands to a ragged, filthy little boy. The child would shrink back in fear. Carefully, deviously, the woman would talk and laugh with him, caress him, and slowly win him to her. I went to a number of churches, cathedrals, and monasteries which had been fitted out as dormitories and schoolrooms for the children. Some buildings were being equipped with machinery and tools in order that the boys might be drawn into constructive and disciplined work. Any form of manhandling was forbidden, and the boys had their own self-government and tried any offending comrade. In 1933-4, when I visited the Soviet Union for the 3rd time, I was too ill to do much more than inquire about the fate of the Besprzorny. I learned that there were no longer any homeless children, and those who had once been waifs were men and women. Some were skilled workers or technicians, some university students, some officers or soldiers in the Red Army. Once, in a sanatorium in the Caucasus, I met a young agrarian economist, a graduate of Moscow University, who had been one of the 1921 waifs. In one of the Red Army rest homes, I met 2 former Besprzorny who had become commanders. In the truest sense of the phrase, these men could say, "The Soviet Union is my motherland." Many of the foreign travelers were filled with a vitriolic hatred of the Soviet Union and would stare through the windows, calling attention to the poorly dressed people on the railway platforms. Though these foreigners had merely changed trains in Moscow, they felt that they had become authorities on Russian atrocities and tyranny. Certainly there had been many sad and tragic events during and after the Russian Revolution. But I never heard well-placed foreigners object to atrocities perpetrated by the White Guard armies against the Russian people, nor did they see anything wrong with the invasion of the Soviet Union by foreign armies during the Revolution. For years there has remained deeply etched in my memory the scene that confronted me as I entered the Soviet Union in 1928. My train had passed through Poland, and at railway stations I had watched fashionably dressed Polish ladies, painted and elegant, bid farewell to Polish officers in smart uniforms gaudy with gold braid. On a late wintry October day, our train drew up at the Soviet-Polish frontier and I approached the customs station of the first socialist country. This building was rough-hewn out of great logs, and in the waning light it seemed to tower far into the sky and lose itself in the gloom. Before the entrance stood a tall Red Army soldier, his gray greatcoat reaching to the earth, his tall peaked cap with its red star shadowing his face. One end of his rifle rested on the earth and the fixed bayonet reached above his shoulder. He stood as immovable as the powerful, rough-hewn building behind him. Beyond the scene stretched the gray, impenetrable darkness. Somewhere in that darkness I knew that people were struggling with the rudest forces of nature to build a new world of their own choosing, struggling alone and unaided. But always before the frontier station stood a guard, silent and watchful, facing the Western world. In such a position, I thought, had once stood the men who had founded my own country. Book 2. China, Past and Present. 1928 to 1931. Into the Middle Ages. At the Soviet-Chinese frontier at Manchuria, Soviet porters helped us with our luggage. Silently they carried it into the customs station, where one of their representatives sat at a table and charged us a small sum for each piece. There was no asking for or accepting tips, no bowing and scraping. The system protected us and guarded the self-respect of the porters. Our luggage stamped, we turned to face the Middle Ages. Through the years, I have never forgotten the frozen expression on the face of the dark-eyed Soviet railwayman who stood watching the Chinese coolies take our luggage in charge. A horde of these men, clothed in rags, scrambling and shouting, threw themselves on our bags and began fighting over each piece. 5 or 6 fell upon my 4 suitcases and 2 struggled for my small typewriter. And their action seemed all the more debased because they were as tall and strong as the tallest Americans. Finally, 2 of them carried off my typewriter, and before I could recover from shock, all of them began running with the luggage to the waiting train. Inside, 6 men crowded about me, holding out their hands and scouting for money. For a moment I was paralyzed, then began to pay them generously to get rid of them. A woman passenger kept warning me that if I overpaid they would demand more. I disregarded her. Then the coolies were about me, shouting, shaking their fists, threatening. A Chinese trainman came through the car, saw the scene, and with a shout began literally to kick the coolies down the aisle and off the train. Grasping their money, they ran like dogs. I stood frozen. My face must have resembled that of the black-eyed Soviet worker who had watched the scene at the customs house. Perhaps his feeling had been what mine was now. Here was humanity abandoned. The victims of every whim of misfortune, these men had grown to manhood like animals, without the slightest sense of responsibility towards each other or of human fellowship. When an opportunity for gain came, they battled one another like beasts, and the losers offered no protest. Here was rugged individualism and the survival of the fittest in its most primal form. This scene became for me symptomatic of the social system of China, however disguised and decked out it might be. I saw it repeated in many other settings, often more polite, but always essentially the same, a life and death struggle in which the timid and weak went down before the ruthless and strong. Seeing it, I was forever saying to myself, "There, but for the grace of God go I." I could protect myself from the flood of abandoned humanity by building around myself a protective wall of coldness and indifference, even of hostility. I could learn to curse and strike out at those who molested me. Or I could stand in the middle of the stream of life and let it strike me full force, risking robbery, disease, even death. For a long time I chose the latter way. Then experience taught me to vary it by protecting myself to a certain extent. In my last years in China, I again changed and took the stream full force. Some people called me an idealist, others a fool. Some called me both. Within my heart was some vague conviction that love and understanding begot love and understanding. For a long time I did not understand that most Chinese believe that all foreigners are rich. Nor did I realize how well-dressed and well-fed I seemed to the Chinese poor. To them I was nothing but a source of money. Once, when I fell while crossing a ditch in Peiping and lay unconscious, a crowd of Chinese, including a policeman, gathered around me, staring curiously, perhaps watching to see how a foreigner died. Not one offered to help until by chance a student came by. He directed a rickshaw coolie to take me to a hospital. Never had I felt so alone and deserted. From that time on I began to seek out men and women who were socially aware, to wait in patience until they learned to trust me. Live apart from the Chinese people I would not. The road to an understanding of them and their country led only into their ranks. Nor did there seem any other way for me to justify my own existence among them. When I entered Manchuria in late December 1928, those 3 northeastern provinces of China were under the absolutist rule of Marshal Chang Suliang. He was called Marshal, not because of experience or ability, but because his father had been Marshal Chang Tsolin, a bandit chieftain who had ruled Manchuria until the Japanese found him untrustworthy. They had killed the older man 2 years before. After that, the struggle for the body and soul of his debauched young son began. On one side were the Japanese with their powerful grip on Manchuria. On the other, the Kuomintang, the ruling nationalist party, striving to consolidate its hold on the entire land. The Kuomintang had been formed by the father of the Chinese Republic, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, and as long as he lived it was a revolutionary party, based on a program of nationalism and independence, democracy, and the improvement of the condition of the people. In 1924, Dr. Sun had invited many Soviet advisors to Canton to help build a government and army that could overthrow the militarists. Under their guidance, army officers were trained, and the Kuomintang organized into a structure which resembled the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Communists were admitted to it, and for the first time in Chinese history peasants and workers were recognized as having equal rights with the middle and upper classes. Yet everyone saw the handwriting on the wall. Millions of peasants and workers regarded the revised Kuomintang as the charter of their emancipation. The conservatives and moderates saw only that the masses were many and they few, and this they feared. Early in 1925, the great father of the Republic died. 1 year later, a young military officer led his first abortive putsch against the revolutionary Canton government. His name was Chiang Kai-shek, and he had been one of Sun Yat-sen's followers. Dr. Sun had thought well enough of him to send him to Moscow to study, and for a time the Soviet advisors in China regarded him as the leading military man in the nationalist camp. But when Sun Yat-sen died, the cement that held the nationalist camp together began to crumble. Old class lines began to harden again, and there was a fierce rivalry for the mantle that had fallen from the shoulders of the dead revolutionary leader. The three chief rivals were the leftist Wang Qingwei, the extreme right reactionary Hu Hanmin, and Chiang Kai-shek, the only military leader of the three and, by virtue of this fact, destined to become the most powerful. The canker of personal ambition for power seemed equal in each of them, and at one time or another all three had either lived or studied in Japan. Chiang Kai-shek seemed to have a deep-rooted hatred of Soviet advisors. Just how much of this was real nationalism, how much was rivalry with Wang, who was then more closely linked with the communists, and how much was the usual contempt for the masses, it seems impossible to say. Certainly Chiang's hatred seemed to concentrate on Michael Borodin, the chief Soviet advisor, who at that time exercised great power. Despite the abortive 1926 putsch led by Chiang Kai-shek, the breach in nationalist ranks was temporarily healed and General Chiang was appointed commander of the Southern Revolutionary Army in the Northern Expedition of 1926-7 against the warlords. 1 year later, in April 1927, Shanghai Chinese bankers and factory owners, aided by foreign bankers, offered General Chiang an initial loan of $25 million if he would disarm and dissolve the trade unions and peasant leagues, purge the Kuomintang of communists, and establish a new government in Nanking as rival to the one in Hankow, the city to which the revolutionary Canton government had been moved. Some said that Chiang Kai-shek walked the floor throughout the night before he made his final decision. Before him lay two roads. One was a revolution which would certainly be successful but would end in power for the people. The other pointed towards power for the owning classes, with himself as dictator. He chose the latter road, and the terror began on the night of April 11, 1927. Thousands of factory workers and hundreds of intellectuals in Shanghai and other cities were slaughtered. There were no trials. In the interior, military governors, army commanders, and landlords began killing peasants. Rivers of blood divided the earth of China. Foreign powers called it good and recognized the government at Nanking as the only government of China. Wang Qingwei wavered, deserted Hankow, and fled to Europe, as did many other middle-class leaders. Madame Sun Yat-sen went abroad, refusing to lend her name to the Kuomintang. Historical parallels are not always apt, yet it is significant that the German working class and intellectuals later went down like houses of cards before the Nazis, while the untrained, unarmed, unlettered Chinese workers and peasants resisted. Without outside help they began to fight, as they had fought to overthrow dynasty after dynasty. Armed units of the Kuomintang army, some of whose commanders were communists or communist sympathizers, arose in July 1927 at Nanchang. After weeks of fighting in Jiangxi and Guangdong provinces, they were all but wiped out. The workers and soldiers of Canton arose on December 11th, but soon other armies, aided by foreign gunboats, defeated them and slaughtered thousands in the city. Under Chu Te, a Kuomintang commander who had become a communist, remnants fought their way back into the mountains of Jiangxi, and soon a peasant worker army led by Chu Te and Mao Zedong, an intellectual of peasant origin, began to take form. With infinite suffering at colossal sacrifice, this new revolutionary army began to organize and train the people into the first Chinese Red Army of workers and peasants. For almost 10 years it continued to grow and fight. In late 1934 it began its epic Long March to the far northwest, where in 1936-7 it helped weld together another united front, this time against the Japanese. After the Nanking government had been recognized by the foreign powers, the purged Kuomintang revised the Three People's Principles, of the dead but still influential Sun Yat-sen. Nothing but nationalism now remained. The Chinese owning classes rejoiced at this, but the foreigners with special privileges did not. Much as in Germany, the common people wanted more than nationalism. One answer was some form of socialism. Landlordism held the peasants in virtual serfdom, and they could not advance until their bonds were broken. They needed the democratic rights of citizenship advocated by Sun Yat-sen. But Sun Yat-sen was dead and his body was claimed by the new Nanking government. Many men who had been his mortal enemies now joined the Kuomintang and helped rule the country. Such was the background of China as I saw it. It was this Kuomintang that negotiated with Marshal Chang Suliang to bring Manchuria under the control of or into alliance with the Nanking government. Marshal Chang was a warlord, a supreme dictator, an opium smoker and owner of concubines. But what Kuomintang member dared throw stones? The young marshal knew his Kuomintang. He agreed to raise the new national flag over Manchuria and place all foreign affairs in the hands of the Nanking government. In return, he received presents and was recognized as supreme ruler of Manchuria. In his domain, he alone could appoint members of the Kuomintang. He was a proud young warlord, but conscious of his race. Unlike such warlords as Chang Chungchang and Shantung, he never received American consular officials while in bed with a concubine or with one perched on his knee. He could, however, halt his car on seeing a pretty woman, take her to his palace, and later return her to her family with a check in payment for use. Some families were proud of the royal touch. I arrived in Harbin on New Year's Day, 1929, just in time to witness the hoisting of the national flag over Manchuria. The national flag, incidentally, was produced by Chinese factories which had forced their workers to labor for 24 hours and then sold the flags at a handsome profit. The atmosphere was charged, for when the flag went up, the Japanese, having suffered a political defeat, became sullen and hostile. No one knew just when they would strike. Men talked in whispers, asking just how long it would take the Japanese to move troops into various parts of Manchuria. They were said to be in conference with Marshal Chang in Mukden, protesting and threatening, but he had replied that all foreign affairs were now in the hands of Nanking. Would the Chinese fight? Some said they would, many said no. Most officials and military officers had bought their positions from the government at Mukden, then used them to become rich. Some wanted only money, and they were in the pay of the Japanese. Others pined for such extra cash, but the Japanese found them useless. The chief of police of Harbin was a Japanese agent and, a few days before I arrived in that city, had opened fire on a public demonstration of students demanding the union of Manchuria with China proper. Many students had been wounded and a number killed. Manchuria reeked with corruption and treason. Officials from 2 foreign consulates told me that the Japanese had lists of every Chinese official and officer, high and low, and knew just who could be bought and who not. One of the first beggar cries that I heard in China was at Harbin. Give, give, may you become rich. May you become an official. Sometimes the cry varied. May you become rich. May you become a general. In Fujiatien, the old Chinese section of Harbin, crowds of begging immigrant peasant women from Shantung and Hopi provinces south of the Great Wall followed me through the streets. They had tucked their babies inside the front of their dirty padded jackets, and they threw themselves to their knees on the icy pavement before me, crying, Give! May you become rich. When I passed on, they followed, crying, while a flock of children ran before me, falling on their knees and beating their heads on the ice, begging. I passed by. They followed and repeated their self-humiliation. To clear my path, I would give again and again, only to find new crowds appearing from nowhere. I would take a rickshaw, but they would cling to it, crying, and the puller would halt and wait for me to give. Only when my student guide drove them off with curses was I free of them. I spent nearly 3 months in Manchuria, living in Chinese homes to which students took me. From foreign consular officials, Chinese railway officials, from students, publications, and every possible source, I sought to learn the extent of Japanese economic control and political power over railways, government machinery, investments in factories and land. Their tentacles reached into every cranny, and they regarded every Chinese improvement as a menace. They operated through Chinese officials and army officers, white Russian émigrés, and foreigners of every other nationality, including Americans. My first series of articles were on Japan's mailed fist in Manchuria. The Frankfurter Zeitung doubted their accuracy and did not publish them until Japan began the unheralded invasion of Manchuria on September 18, 1931. The debasement and oppression of millions of the common people under feudal absolutism explain in part Japan's success in the final occupation of Manchuria. True, there was another side to this medal. There were Chinese patriots, among them officials, military men, and students, but they were few, and the students, regarded as dangerous elements, were driven into secrecy. There was indeed a gracious side to China. The life of those families which lived in spacious, sprawling homes, surrounded by high cement walls topped with broken glass. White Russians stood on armed guard before the gates and in the watchtowers on the walls. These great homes sucked in wealth from the men who cultivated their estates, from timber workers in the great forests, from miners whose daily wage was less than 20 Chinese cents, and, in some cases, from the opium traffic. The men and women who lived behind the walls of these great family homes regarded the poverty and suffering about them as only natural. It had always been so and would always be. Even students, more sensitive than others, took public scenes of brutality for granted, just as they took poverty and death. They would notice some cruel street scene only when I called attention to it. In this unawareness and indifference I saw how old and how deep was China's subjection. One day a Chinese coolie delivering laundry passed me. From the ends of his shoulder pole hung 2 baskets filled with newly washed clothing. The icy Siberian weather had coated his bushy eyebrows and the rag around his head with a frosty white sheen. Half blinded by the cold, he slipped and fell, and his baskets flew out, scattering the clothing and striking a pedestrian. The pedestrian spewed curses at him, then passed on. Not one person paused, except a policeman. When the coolie saw him, he fell to his knees, threw up his arms over his head, and waited. The policeman did not beat him. Instead, he began to kick him, and with each kick the coolie was sent sprawling. He would rise to his knees time and again and with clasped hands plead for mercy. Crowds of people passed. They either did not see or merely gave an indifferent glance. A number of times I exclaimed to my student interpreter, "This is the Middle Ages!" The student beamed, perhaps proud that China should excel in anything. On another occasion I heard the tramp of feet and the rumble of a cart. I looked back to see 2 lines of soldiers walking with the lithe grace of panthers, their breath rising about them in small clouds. Between the 2 columns rumbled a cart drawn by a shaggy Mongolian pony, and on it sat 2 prisoners with their hands bound behind them. They were filthy and their hair had grown long and matted. Behind each was a narrow board on which was written the name of the captive and the crime for which he was to be executed. A curious crowd of men and boys ran after them. Outside Fujatian was an open space where prisoners were publicly beheaded before gawking mobs. The severed heads were often placed in baskets and hung up as a warning to others. Passers-by shrugged their shoulders. The victims were unlucky, they said. They had not succeeded in something or other. After the cart had passed, my student guide, with the air of a man of the world, imparted a bit of information. Over in Kirin, when bandits are beheaded, the relatives of men they have killed sometimes cut out their hearts and eat them. Like the proverbial fool who walks in where angels fear to tread, I blundered in and out of offices and institutions, met all kinds of people openly or secretly, and asked such direct questions that those to whom I spoke were often struck dumb. Now and then a man would be so astonished that he would answer truthfully, then hastily backtrack. It was some time before I realized that China is a land of political secrecy and cunning and that few men asked or answered direct questions. They trusted no one. One of my interviews with the president of the Chamber of Commerce was ironically amusing. I had learned that this man, like most of his colleagues, dealt in opium, and I had just visited an opium village in which there were long barracks filled with little opium smoking cells. So I walked into the Chamber of Commerce and asked its president just how much opium was smoked in that village in, say, 1 week. Dressed in his long blue fur-lined silk gown, he sat on the edge of his chair, his hands braced on his knees, and stared at me as a snake watches a bird. Recovering his composure, he graciously announced that it was an honor to meet a foreign lady who took an interest in Chinese affairs. My life must be bitter, and I surely found the cold weather distressing. No, I replied, I liked the cold weather but was interested in the opium traffic of which I had so often read. Did I enjoy good health? And did I like China? He asked. My health was excellent, I assured him. Had I seen the very old pagoda near the city? I had seen it but was not interested in it as much as in opium. He smiled pleasantly and assured me that it had been an honor to make my acquaintance, and he hoped I would call again, although he felt certain my important work would make that impossible. He rose and with elaborate courtesy bowed me out of the building, down the walk, and out of the gate. After a few such interviews, I began to learn Chinese tactics. Personal friendships, banquets, and endless hours of chatter might build up confidence and loosen men's tongues. But a direct question was met with blank stares followed by polite questions about my health. Incidentally, people who were asked such questions might well think of their health. One day my student guide introduced me to a new aspect of this ancient world. I told him of an article which I had read in the Japanese-owned Manchurian Daily News. It had reported that 20 Japanese communists, accused of organizing Chinese and Japanese railway workers and miners, had been arrested and taken to Dairen. But after that, the subject had never been mentioned again. The student informed me that such arrests were quite common and that Manchurian prisons were filled with hundreds of Chinese and Korean nationalists accused of being communists. Japanese prisoners were removed to Japan. Some prisoners died of sickness or torture and others were beheaded or shot, he said. But he refused to go with me to the governor to ask for a permit to visit the prisons. If I did such a dangerous thing, he said, not only would I be suspected of being a communist, but his own life would be in danger. One day, he took me to see some of the students who had been wounded in a demonstration. I found one convalescing in a small barren room in a barn-like apartment house. This building swarmed like a rabbit warren with poor people. Across the hall from the student was a little room occupied by Sano, a Japanese printer who spoke English. Shelves filled with books and pamphlets aroused my suspicion that he was a Japanese spy posing as a communist. I had been in dozens of homes in North Manchuria, but no student kept any books besides texts in his room. One student had once showed me 2 copies of Gorky's novels bound as Confucian classics, but even these he kept hidden. I sat down near Sano's bookshelves and casually lifted out some of the volumes. A few concerned the Japanese peasant movement, and their paper covers actually bore the sign of the hammer and sickle. I asked Sano about the 20 Japanese labor organizers who had been arrested and taken to Dairen. He turned an amiable but perfectly blank face towards me and, instead of answering, asked about the German communist movement. I replied that I knew little about it beyond what I read in the press. Had I met any Japanese communists in Moscow? He asked. I had met a Japanese playwright, but I told the printer I had met no one. This futile sparring went on for some time, and finally Sano and I bowed politely to each other and parted. A week later, however, my student guide told me that Sano had run away. He had really been a labor organizer. Japanese secret police had made inquiries about him at the newspaper on which he worked, and he had immediately slipped out of the back door and disappeared. The conversation of men around me was often punctuated by this cryptic phrase. He has run away. Chinese students, railway officials, clerks in foreign consulates, teachers and professors, and even members of the Kuomintang from Nanking, all had friends or relatives who were members of a great international brotherhood that seemed to be on the run. Once in Harbin, I secretly met a representative of the Kuomintang from Nanking. He was a newspaper man, but even he was living in hiding and seemed to be poised, ready to run. He was anti-communist and a nationalist, but only Marshal Chang's official Kuomintang could exist in Manchuria. It is very difficult, he kept telling me. Soon I myself was drawn into this great international brotherhood of people who ran away. A Chinese inspector on the Chinese Eastern Railway invited me to dinner one evening and began to tell a strange story. He had a friend, chief clerk in the American consulate, he said, who had seen a confidential document from the British Secret Service informing the consulate that I was not an American citizen, but a British subject, married to an Indian seditionist. My passport was false, the report had charged. I was to be summoned to the American consulate and my passport taken from me. The clerk wanted to warn me to run away. I said the report was false and that I would go to the consulate and tell them so. If you do that, the alarmed inspector cried, the consul general will suspect where you got the report and my friend will lose his job. He may even be suspected of being a communist. You had better run away. I talked about my civil rights, but the inspector insisted that nobody in Manchuria had ever heard of such things. Though the charge against me was untrue, and though I was a correspondent, I decided to wait until I reached the American embassy or some American consulate in China proper before I began to talk about civil rights. That same night, the inspector and a student, my guide and interpreter, took my luggage to the railway station, checked it, and bought 2 tickets. Early next morning, I left money on a table in my room and walked out. The student interpreter, who spoke both English and Japanese, was waiting for me. We slipped away. When dining with the devil, use a long spoon, says an old Indian proverb. A few days later, as we drove through the Japanese and foreign settlements into the walled city of Mukden, where the Chinese population lived, our droshky driver leaned back and shouted the latest news. Marshal Chang Suliang had just shot a general, and everyone was petrified with fear. Marshal Chang, it seemed, had invited some high officers to a banquet, beckoned General Yang Yuting, his chief military rival, into a side room and shot him. He sent the body home to the general's family with a handsome check and a letter declaring that the corpse had been his best friend and that he had wept tears over it. As a rule, the huge steel-studded gates of Mukden were closed at midnight and opened at daybreak. After the latest shooting, however, they had been closed at 8 each night and guards patrolled the wall and streets. Within a few days, the city returned to normal, though people still talked in whispers. We found refuge in a Chinese home within the shadow of the high walls surrounding Marshal Chang's palace. Life in Mukden was medieval. Watchmen with brass gongs told the hours of the silent night. Their voices, high and mournful, were swallowed up by the harsh cold, and no sound lingered. The world was wrapped in snow and, except for the 2 main thoroughfares, the city lay in white silence. Houses were encased in high walls which rose on either side of narrow streets. An occasional tree from some garden leaned over the streets, and sometimes a full moon, flowing through barren branches, left a delicate tracery on the earth. From inside our walls, we often heard the high voices of beggar women, peasant immigrants from famine-stricken regions within China, crying, "Give! May you be rich! May you be an official!" Then the night would strangle the cry. In the evenings, we would hire rickshaws and drive to restaurants or the homes of friends. The soft-shod feet of the tall rickshaw pullers made not a sound. From afar came the beggars' cries and the bells or gongs of street vendors. Once we came out upon the main street just as a foot-bound woman, leading a child by the hand, slipped and fell. Her basket of meager provisions scattered about her. A crowd gathered and laughed uproariously. She sat perfectly still, looked about her, then began to curse the street. She cursed the spirit of their mother's mother and their mother's mother's mother. She related tales of their incest and worse. She worked them over and up and down until they lowered their heads and hurried away. At last she rose painfully on her lily feet, gathered up her provisions and hobbled away. I visited Chinese people at night, and during the day went to factories, schools, the New Mukden Arsenal, and other institutions. From Harbin, I had written a Japanese woman friend in Tokyo for an introduction to Japanese in Manchuria. When the introduction came, a new world was open to me. As guest in the homes of Japanese, I learned of the deep contempt which the Japanese entertained for all Chinese and for all women. They talked of Chinese dirt, corruption, and cunning, and of their concubines. Many Japanese women marry Chinese men, I reminded one professor. Yes, he answered bitterly, because our women are obedient. Not all, I replied. I was introduced to you by a modern Japanese woman. His voice was withering. We Japanese have no respect for such women. His wife gave me a timid look, then lowered her head. Through these Japanese, I visited Japanese factories, their Fushun mines, and their schools for Chinese. They objected to my Chinese interpreter, but I insisted that I did not like to travel alone. I instructed my interpreter not to indicate that he knew the Japanese language. If I left him in any factory while I went on, he was to talk, if possible, with the Chinese workers. Almost all Chinese in Japanese mines or factories were forced to live in enclosed barracks or dormitories and were not permitted to leave them without a special pass. Few Chinese were interested enough in the lot of the workers to inquire about their living conditions. Even students, generally suspected of being potential or actual communists, had no contact with workers and thought of them as unimportant. Like the factories, the great Fushun collieries maintained the contract labor system, a disguised form of serfdom. This system operated in all Japanese factories in Manchuria and China, in many foreign and Chinese factories in China proper, in all mines and all along the waterfronts. A labor contractor, working independently or for some rich man, would supply workers at perhaps 20 cents a day for a 10-, 12-, or 14-hour workday over a period of years. He would give the workers miserable food and shelter and perhaps 5 or 10 cents a day. If it were a silk or cotton factory, he would contract for hundreds of village girls, paying their families $30 to $50 for a period of years and the girls a few coppers a month. If workers fell ill from tuberculosis or heart ailments, the contractor dismissed them summarily. A contractor's only obligation was, if they died while on the job, to buy some sort of crude coffin and ship the bodies home. If workers ran away, the police hunted them down and returned them to their owner. In later years, I knew of cases in which the British police of the international settlement in Shanghai arrested runaway girl laborers and returned them to their masters. When I went through the Fushun mines and their barak dormitories, I could not help exclaiming at the emaciated bodies of the miners. It was deep winter, yet their clothing was of thin cotton and so badly torn that the bare flesh was exposed. The Japanese glibly explained, "The miners squander their money in drinking, gambling, and prostitution. Most of them have syphilis. Our company maintains a medical clinic, but few go there." The Japanese did indeed provide medical care, and the Fushun mines even had a bathhouse for workers. But medical care was not free except to men injured in mine disasters. A Japanese engineer was disconcerted when I told him that I knew the miners worked not 8 hours, as he said, but 10, and that their pay was 5 cents a day, paid by the contractor. Miners were fined for indifference, lateness, slowness, absence from work for any reason, damage, or insubordination. At the end of each fortnight, all were in debt to Chinese usurers. The mine always kept the first fortnight's wage as guarantee, and only if workers remained until the end of their contract and did not agitate, try to form trade unions, or strike did they get the money which had been withheld. The contract system is merely an old Chinese custom, the Japanese told me. The Mukden home in which I lived was torn by conflict between the old and the new. The family consisted of a father, his wife, and 2 sons, and 2 young grandchildren whose parents had died in the plague a few months before. We celebrated the Chinese New Year in this home, or rather we mourned it. Because of debt, the father and 2 sons had to leave the house and live with friends until New Year's Day. If debts were not paid before New Year's Eve, the creditors could not again demand payment until another year had passed. Often I heard the loud, angry voices of the sons and their father. The old mother, who had borne many children but had lost all except the 2 sons, had grown ugly and hollow-breasted. She would sometimes turn her head away lest I see her eyes red with weeping. One quarrel developed because the father wanted to ask me for money to pay his debts. At the same time, he was also planning to buy a concubine, a girl of 16, for $700. His rebellious sons threatened to leave home and join the army. The most ancient of Chinese teachings, filial piety, was crumbling before the onslaught of modern thought, and, in this case, of Christianity. Both sons were in high school, spoke English, and read modern books. The elder was a Christian and a nationalist, the younger a Christian and a communist. They also quarreled with each other. The communist son referred to Marshal Chang Suliang as a feudal warlord who shot down anyone who displeased him. The elder son argued that the young marshal had succeeded in raising the national flag, was defying the Japanese by building railways and industries, enlarging the Mukden arsenal, and opening a modern military school to train young officers. When asked who could take the young marshal's place, the young communist could not reply. The workers were not organized even to fight the Japanese, and all students or Korean nationalists who worked against the Japanese were hunted down. The peasants were being cheated with worthless paper money and robbed by landlords, usurers, and officials. At many a banquet table surrounded by officials, I advocated trade unions as a method of opposing the Japanese. But Chinese, Japanese, and all foreigners were afraid of trade unions. Organized workers would demand high wages and shorter hours and turn into communist bandits, they said. When I left Mukden for Dairen and China proper, my student interpreter refused to go with me. Dairen was under the dictatorship of the Japanese, and every Chinese was watched. A student or two whom he had formerly known there had run away. When I arrived at Dairen, 2 Japanese, each bowing politely and sucking in his breath, stepped forward to receive me and lead me to a car. Friends in Mukden had asked them to take me to the big Japanese hotel of the South Manchurian Railway. I went, registered, and surrendered my passport. When I set out to find several Japanese professors, the 2 Japanese were again waiting to escort me. Throughout my stay in Dairen, they popped up everywhere and at all hours. I tried to be as polite to them as they were to me, but never succeeded. I could not suck in my breath as they did, nor could I belch to show my appreciation of a good meal. Neither could I bow very low, because my notes and copies of my articles prevented me from doing so. I was impolite enough to carry these next to my skin instead of leaving them in my hotel for my escorts to read. Despite their polite protests, I took a British coastal steamer from Dairen to Tientsin, instead of free passage on a Japanese vessel. When I told the Irish captain some of my Dairen experiences, he laughed and recalled an incident when he had made his first trip to Dairen. A Japanese quarantine officer had boarded his vessel, bowed very low, sucked in his breath, and announced, "I am the plague." And right he was, laughed the Irish sea captain. Patricians and proletarians. The Chinese patricians liked to discuss the Chinese attitude towards death. Chinese philosophy, they said, had taught the people to accept death serenely. A German in Tientsin even told me that Chinese did not mind having their heads chopped off. They are used to it, he said. I myself had seen a man dying in the street and a crowd gather, curious to see just how he died. Some sighed, their eyes sorrowful, but none tried to help. When I offered to call an ambulance, a friend of mine objected. If you do that, you must pay for the ambulance and cover the hospital bill and the burial expenses. If he recovers, you must support him. If you do not, he will die somewhere else. In Tientsin, I visited the outposts of death. A taxi took me to Nankai University to meet a group of professors. Leaving the well-paved streets of the foreign concessions, our car bounded along the rutted dirt road which the rains had turned into a quagmire. On the drab mud flats crouched many small mud and thatch villages. Here men made their last stand against death. Ragged, dirty children with small baskets picked at garbage heaps. In the fields and along the road were many grave mounds from which the earth had fallen away, exposing the decaying coffins level with the earth. Frightened by the roar of our engine, curs leaped from the crumbling bones which they had been gnawing, and fled snarling into the fields. The Nankai University patricians deplored this and hoped reforms would one day change such conditions. They were publishing a monthly magazine of agrarian and industrial research, and were later to publish a thick quarterly. They planned to take over a district or two somewhere in North China and introduce modern accounting, cooperative marketing, mass education, and medical clinics. Peiping doctors and professors were helping. They hoped these model districts would show how suffering could be alleviated if illegal or excessive taxes could be abolished and if the people were somehow, aided in buying back the land they had lost to landlords and officials. The patricians of Peiping were a group of men and a few women who had inherited the finest elements of Chinese culture and gleaned the best from the universities of America and England. Few were rich, most of them springing from landed gentry of moderate means. They were gracious, charming, and keen-witted. I saw the colleges and universities in which they taught, the scientific institutions they were trying to build, and that ancient city whose color, sound, and leisurely way of life they all loved. In other days, it had been the center of the intellectual renaissance in which they had played so important a role. The city, like their minds, echoed the best in China's past. Though some had been influenced by Christian philosophy, few were Christians and all rejected the Christian idea that man is born evil. They spoke of science and education as the best means towards good ends. They resembled the patricians of ancient Greece. And, like ancient Greece, their society rested on the backs of men not far removed from slavery. In China, as in classic Greece, family women never associated with men as friends or comrades. Only a few girl students dared become actresses, though many were learning to walk openly in the streets with men friends. In China, as in Greece, no man of education did physical labor. Theirs was the realm of intellect, and they lost face by physical work. In feminine fashion, I challenged the Peiping patricians on the score of the backwardness of the wives of respectable men, on the concubine system, and on courtesans. Some asserted that courtesans were at least better than the prostitute system of the West. Worse, I insisted, for the West recognized prostitution as an evil. In China, men's desires were absolute. A Chinese woman who dared take a lover could be set aside by her husband and family. The man never. They spoke of the old family system in which the possession of concubines gave a man face. The concubines were bought and could be sold or given away to subordinates. A poet who became my friend even asserted that concubines were the only opportunity for love that a man had. Ridiculous, I protested. The concubine does not choose love. She is bought. This poet had broken with the family system. Like many other men, he had refused the wife chosen by his family, although she had been taken into his father's home as daughter-in-law. He himself had followed the modern way and married an actress. His family had not recognized the marriage and had refused to receive the new wife. Once he told me that he could love no woman over 20 who was not beautiful, did not have a willowy waist, or weighed more than 100 pounds. Often when he and I sat in the tea-houses, the restaurants, or the old Peiping theater, I would ask him to select from the women around us those he considered beautiful. "You choose empty, baby-faced women," I told him. He was always sorry that I was a woman and that he could not smuggle me into an evening party at the home of some wealthy hetera, mistress of one of his patrician friends. He himself had no courtesan mistress, but now and then let his gaze fall upon the wife of some other man. Some modern men married educated women, but soon the family system devoured the wives. The wife ceased to keep abreast of her husband intellectually. While he sought love outside the home, she became merely the mother of his children. When I asked such a wife what she read, she answered, "Oh, you see, I graduated 10 years ago and shortly afterwards married." A few strong-minded modern women kept pace intellectually with their husbands. They were feminists of will and decision. Woe to the husband of such a woman if he tried to take a concubine or crept to a courtesan. When I listened to these women, I wondered if the old custom of foot-binding had not been simply a clever device to cripple women and keep them submissive. For a time I was a companion of the patricians, and with a few I remained good friends. To them I was not man, woman, concubine, or courtesan. I was a foreigner who was no longer young, was not beautiful, earned her own living, and associated with men as an equal. Neither wifehood nor love was my profession. Most of the patricians were humanists. Some, influenced by John Dewey, were pragmatists. Many, too, had been affected by Bertrand Russell's superlatively keen analyses of society and his crystal-clear atheism. They agreed with him, as I did, that if there had been no fear of death, there would have been no belief in immortality. But they opposed his book on China because it praised China's evils and made the young people arrogant. In their pragmatism, these patricians tended to distrust any movements that had not proved practicable. They approved American democracy, but questioned Russian communism. I argued that the Soviet Union, no less than America, had had to chart a new course in history and, like revolutionary America, was fighting for it against European opposition. But they asserted that Marxism was still only an experiment in the Soviet Union and had not proved itself. Many Chinese students believed in it, and some peasants and workers in southern China were fighting for it, but they themselves opposed it. Some insisted that there were no classes in China and that this idea had merely been invented by Marxists. One told me he thought the Chinese communists should be given a province in which to experiment. If it proved practicable, other provinces might copy it. Science and education were the way to progress, they said. Look what science had done in the West. I argued, of course, that communists also used science and education. One patrician, an interesting and thoughtful man, was an anthropologist who spent much time excavating ancient Chinese settlements in the Valley of China's Sorrow, the Yellow River. Buildings, utensils, works of art, oracle bones, and even cowrie shells, a form of money fashioned like the female genital organ, perhaps a relic of some ancient matriarchal system, were unearthed. This was valuable and precious, I admitted, but what about the present? The region in which they worked was the scene of wars, Yellow River floods, and famine. Millions of peasants had repeatedly been driven from their homes. For a bowl of noodles or rice, they had sold their land to warlords, landowners, or officials. Even their most essential possessions, primitive agricultural implements, had to be bartered in the market. Their sons poured into the armies to earn their rice. Their wives and children were sold as servants, and their daughters as prostitutes or concubines. Driven by hunger, these peasants had stripped the land of all shrubs and trees, selling them as fuel in order that they themselves might eat. When the rains came, no plant was left to hold the water in the soil. China's sorrow overflowed and desolated the land. Then had come the windstorms. The topsoil had been whirled away in great clouds, and the desert had crept ever nearer. In some Chinese cities one could walk on sand dunes that rose to the top of the city walls. Soon, I said, they too would become buried cities of the past. Why unearth dead cities now? I asked. Excavate them 50 years hence when the conditions that make more dead cities have been wiped out. Of course, that meant taking part in politics, and of course politics was corrupt and dangerous. Even if the patricians entered politics, they would merely be swallowed up, I was told. They must wait for better days, they said. But I wondered who could afford to wait. In Peiping, I visited a match factory. All but the foreman and a few men manning the engine were little children who had been bought from the peasants. Long lines of them, some hardly more than babies, stood 12 hours a day before trays filled with matches, their small hands working like lightning as they filled matchboxes. A foreman carrying a short stick walked back and forth along the aisles. Each day the children were fed 2 meals of millet gruel and salt. Sometimes there were a few bits of greens and sometimes a little lard. To keep warm they slept crowded close together on long cajongs, earthen platforms extending the length of barack-like rooms and weakly heated by a coiling flue beneath. I asked about one child, covered by a thin quilt, lying on a cajong. He had been sick for 3 days. No one knew why, and there was no medical care. He would either live or die. In China, death moved about as bold as a lord. It found a home in the grisly poverty of peasant huts. It came in the form of tuberculosis or heart failure to miners and factory workers. It haunted the dreams of the rich, who armed themselves with foreign machine guns to meet the threat of peasant rebellions such as had overthrown dynasty after dynasty. Foreigners living luxuriously in the port cities feared it in every advance made by China, whether through the nationalist Kuomintang or through a peasant revolution led by communists. Death walked arm in arm with poor students, but they braved it and thought only in terms of the social revolution. So I said to the patricians, "Your philosophy of death is false. The students do not accept it. Else why are they rebellious, searching the whole world for the way to a better life?" In these degenerate days, argued the patricians, students were undisciplined and irresponsible, using school and university dormitories merely as centers of propaganda. How true this was I do not know. Certainly some students had become revolutionaries overnight. Was this not because they had no way of putting into practice what they learned? Forbidden by tradition to do physical labor, they were frail, delicate, almost a race apart. Despite this, many students, studying intensely, became critical and bitter, challenging death and intimidated neither by prowling spies nor by policemen's clubs. Some patricians gave me a dinner one night, and I began to understand why many foreigners loved Peiping, cultivated Chinese friends, and studied the language. We started for a restaurant that had in other days entertained nobility. Leaving the compound of the old Chinese house where I lived, I pulled the red-lacquered door behind me just as a coolie was passing. My fur coat seemed to awaken some childhood memory in him. With his face turned towards the wintry sky, he broke into a lullaby about a tiger with a fierce fur skin but a tender heart beneath. until he reached the corner he sang to a cold snowy world. Then, surely, as did the whole leisure-loving Peiping populace, he halted in a crowd to laugh at a clown or juggler, a dancing bear, or perhaps some big swordsman from Shantung performing in the streets. My friends joined me. As we entered the old Chinese restaurant, waiters bawled until the open rafters trembled. 8 guests arrived. Sing-song girls were wailing, apparently running scales, and taking in all the flats as they passed, to the accompaniment of a screeching Chinese violin. The songs were from some Peiping opera. The singing mingled with the raised voices of men playing the finger-drinking game, in which the loser must each time drain his cup dry. Their voices mingled with those of waiters bawling announcements of new guests. The noise must have warmed the heart of the restaurant owner, for he kept smiling and bowing. Several waiters brought open charcoal braziers to our room, and others appeared with many small cups of various wines, one of them the cool, white, treacherous Begar. After my hosts had sampled the liquors, they gave their orders, and soon small pitchers of cold Begar and hot wine were brought in, along with platters of xiaochur, literally small eats. Then came the manager, ever bowing and smiling, and behind him a column of waiters with the famous Peiping ducks, ready plucked, which we had seen hanging from the rafters as we entered. Our hosts felt the various ducks like connoisseurs, selected the best, and sent them away to be braised. Meanwhile, we sat about drinking from our ever-full wine cups, eating, laying down our chopsticks politely, and conversing. One short, fat guest lifted his cup and cried, "Bottoms up!" That reminded him of a friend who had not quite mastered English, but wished to show off before some foreign guests. He had lifted his wine cup and solemnly announced, "We will now show our bottoms." Once, after a gale of laughter had subsided, one of my hosts exclaimed, "I repeat, there are no classes in China." Classes? Marxians invented the idea. My rickshaw coolie and I can laugh and talk like old friends as he pulls me through the streets. Would you be his friend if you had to pull him through the street? I interrupted. Or if he revolted? You are friends only so long as he accepts his inferior position. I also am a proletarian. I work for my living, replied my table companion complacently. One of my hosts lifted a heap of fried chicken livers on his chopsticks and placed them on my small plate. The poet who later on became my friend called for paper, brush, and ink and began to create a Chinese name for me. I objected to such a name as Beautiful Plum Blossom or Lotus Bud or Perfumed Brook. Finally, he gave me the old Chinese family name of Shi and added the 2 syllables Mei Ling. When I rejected the latter, he merely Latinised the name to Shi Mei Dili, which had no meaning at all. But because it had 4 syllables, he called me a Mongol. My christening called for more wine and for a poem about the waves of the sea. I seemed to have responded with a song. It must have been The Streets of Laredo, for that is the one song I really know. It was hailed as a work of classical art. Then the duck. First we all sat and looked at it admiringly, assuring each other that it was a thing to see, then die. Our hosts shook their heads deprecatingly, calling it most inferior. With a slight clatter, we leveled our chopsticks on the table. Then all plunged in together, lifting bits of the thin-sliced skin and flesh onto the fine pieces of unleavened pancake before us. We tapped them elegantly with a mixture of sauces, laid a baby onion on top, rolled the pancake up and took a bite. We closed our eyes prayerfully for a second, then looked at our hosts gratefully, like beggars. The dams of sound split wide open after that. We drank and ate, pausing only to argue amiably about Chinese women and patricians and proletarians. The courses kept coming and the wine flowed. When at last we rose to depart, a waiter went into the courtyard and bawled out the size of our tip, and as we went down the courtyard another waiter took up the cry. A third echoed it as we passed out. We were like an army of generals parading between columns of saluting privates. This gave us tremendous face and encouraged other guests to give generously. What a difference it makes if a waiter bawls out a tip of $2 rather than 10 cents. We rode home in rickshaws through the cold white streets, and someone behind me began to run scales in high falsetto about a prisoner who refused to be rescued because the prison was the prison of love. I took an oath that I would never leave Peiping, but would become a patrician myself, even if it took all my life. This oath became mixed up with thoughts about my rickshaw coolie silently running like a tired horse before me, his heaving breath interrupted by a rotten cough. Suddenly his broad shoulders began to remind me of my father's. I was a dog, and the whole lot of us were dogs. "Listen, you!" I screamed at my hosts in most unpatrician tones. "Get out and pull your rickshaw coolie home. Let's all get out and pull our rickshaw coolies home. Let's prove there are no classes in China. Fields of life and death." As my train roared southwards from Peiping, I sat with my face pressed against the window of my compartment, staring at the great plains of the north. The whistle wailed inhumanly as we plunged onward into the hard white night.
Graves, graves, graves. Countless ancestral graves in countless ancestral fields.
Always the presence of death. A few naked trees along the railway embankment. Now and then the dark crenellated walls of some ancient city. My heart filled with loneliness. I recalled the old Japanese wanderer's song. The night is bitter cold. Our hearts are lonely. Like birds of passage we travel. Even through wind and snow, still we must travel the long road. Then Nanking, the Chinese capital, a few modern Chinese government buildings, the beautiful structures of several mission universities, fine new villas under construction, and, beyond, the new Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, where the body of the founder of the Republic would soon be laid in uneasy rest. The blue and white mass of the tomb arose on the side of Purple Mountain like a glorified Standard Oil station, its garishness cast in high relief by the simple majesty of the nearby tomb of the founder of the Ming dynasty. The young Kuomintang official who had been sent to guide me seemed to embody all the bastard fusions of the Chinese Revolution. In a foreign business suit, he stood on the flat roof of the ancient Ming tomb and sang, "The Spanish Cavalier." As he and I left the inn where I was staying, an automobile whirled by, crushing a dog under its wheels. When I gasped and halted, the young man exclaimed, "I'm surprised. I thought you a woman of the world." We halted to hire rickshaws, and the young fellow, whose name was Mo, chose two old men who were dressed in rags and looked like scarecrows. He then gave me some friendly advice concerning the selection of rickshaw coolies. Always take the older and poorer ones. They cannot afford to bargain very long and will always take less than the young coolies. After visiting the tombs, we went to the foot of the hill where we met Colonel J.L. Huang, a huge bulky man, head of the New Officers' Moral Endeavor Association, who was to show me through the Central Military Academy and his association. Before leaving, Colonel Huang took me through a small cottage still under construction. "This house," he explained, "is being built for Madame Sun Yat-sen, the widow of the late Dr. Sun. She will live here near the tomb." "Do you think Madame Sun will live here?" I asked. "Oh, certainly. She is a member of the Central Committee of the party." "I thought she was in exile." His manner and voice became offensively sarcastic. He asked if she was in Moscow, and where was Borodin. Through my mind flashed the thought, so this is the way they fight. I answered that Madame Sun was in Germany, or so I had heard. But what remained with me always was the unscrupulousness of the remark. Colonel Huang was one of the most trusted retainers of General and Madame Chiang Kai-shek. In fact, foreign journalists called him the Grand Eunuch. My resentment had nothing to do with Madame Sun's personality, for I had never regarded her as sacred. Her ability and knowledge were said to be limited, but she was a woman of integrity and unblemished character. She had even gone into exile rather than permit her name to be misused by the Kuomintang. Both Chinese and Japanese of feudal outlook, I found, often used personal attacks to discredit either women or political movements. Despite this episode and countless others like it, I sincerely sympathized with the government's hope of freeing itself from the shackles of those unfair treaties into which China had once entered. I interviewed high officials, particularly those of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and tried to be scrupulously fair in my articles. At the same time, I told officials over many a dinner table that I would not wish to see extraterritoriality abolished if it meant that I and other Americans might be subjected to their medieval laws and perhaps be thrown into their barbarous prisons. When I first arrived in Nanking, the Kuomintang Congress was in session. No journalist, Chinese or foreign, was permitted to attend. After it was finished, The party handed out propaganda which it naively expected correspondents to cable abroad. There were some progressive nationalists in the Kuomintang, one of them Dr. tse-tung, the Minister of Finance, but they had little power. Somewhere in the heaps of propaganda literature I had read that the Kuomintang had 39,000 members. I asked an official if this referred to the whole country or only Nanking. He looked uneasy and answered evasively. The fact was that the Kuomintang had only 39,000 members out of a population of 450 million people, that it had become, in other words, a small closed corporation of government officials and their subordinates. Even some of these despised its practices, yet remained members because they would not get positions otherwise. On this, my first trip to Nanking, I still believed that the Kuomintang represented at least China's national interests. Its representatives talked of labor unions, but seemed to expect me to take their word that such unions existed. Tasked to visit the unions, the young official given me as guide and interpreter first took me to a factory. The British manager refused to allow me to enter and merely instructed his comprador, a very oily and prosperous-looking Chinese, to talk to me. The Chinese simply asked me to take his word for factory conditions. After this travesty of a visit, we went to a nearby building where we found a solitary man asleep with his head on the table. Apart from the table and 2 chairs, the only other things in the room were a teapot and 2 cups in front of the sleeper. This was the union office. When we awakened the man, he stood up sleepily and I saw a typical student who, judging by his evasive talk, seemed to have been sent to wait for me. He was utterly unable to answer any question, even as to the number of members of the union. When I asked how the weekly dues, deducted from the workers' wages, were spent, he made no attempt to answer. I learned later that the trade union fees were merely a tribute imposed on the workers by the Kuomintang. Its function was to collect money and prevent any workers' activity. Together with the factory owners and compradors, it ferreted out discontented workers and branded them as communists. My guide seemed anxious to become friendly with me, and I wondered why. I had once told him of my articles on the Japanese control of Manchuria, and he had asked to take them home to read. Shortly after, a university professor congratulated him, in my presence, on the series of articles on Manchuria which he was publishing. After the wife of the professor read one to me, I asked Mr. Mo why he published my articles as his own. Completely unperturbed, he explained that he had no high family connections or friends in the government, and consequently held so subordinate a position and received so low a salary that he could not marry. To be promoted, he must prove himself an authority on such a subject as Manchuria. Also, he explained, high officials, including the head of his department, entertained great respect for men with foreign connections. If I would help him, he pointed out he could help me. Would I, for example, consider acting as an advisor to the Department of Labor? I said that I could not because as a foreign correspondent I had to keep free of official entanglements. He assured me that my name would never be mentioned and no one would know of the salary. A number of other foreigners are listed as advisors, he explained, some to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They all draw salaries from the government. When I still refused, he sadly observed that I was an idealist. As he talked, I recalled how he selected only rickshaw coolies who could be easily underpaid and how callously he had reacted to the mangling of the dog. And then there was that remarkable episode on Confucian Street, where the prostitutes were kept. In an open space, he and I had come upon a large tent roof under which about 100 coolies and workers were squatting in total silence, listening to an old storyteller. I had halted, but Mr. Mo had objected nervously, saying that no respectable person associated with such low characters. Only when I insisted did he consent to remain. Soon I induced him to translate for me. The storyteller was perhaps 50 years old and clad in a long dark gown and a small round skullcap. He was telling an ancient tale of heroism and patriotism, and when his hero spoke philosophically, the storyteller sang. He held a pair of bamboo clapsticks and clicked them softly together to maintain the rhythm of his tale. I was enthralled by the sheer beauty of his voice and the artistry of his delivery. Sometimes he laid aside the bamboo, took up 2 other sticks, and beat a rhythm on a small drum. Sometimes his voice and the drumming would rise to a crescendo. Then they would drop again and he would resume his recital. At last, Mr. Mo's protests prevailed and we left. He began to lecture me on the proper way to act in China, the people to avoid and those to cultivate. I asked him who the storyteller was. Probably some useless creature, he answered, who had failed in the state examinations under the Manchu dynasty and was compelled to earn his living by telling tales of the past. When I questioned him about his own amusements, he mentioned a number of trashy American movies. I was learning a great deal from Mr. Mo. Soon afterwards we sat in the tea room of an old Buddhist temple overlooking Lotus Lake, and he confided to me the secrets of his past. He had formerly been much attracted to communism, but after 1927, when such beliefs had become a crime, he had changed his line. Only low characters remained communists. Down in Gyeongsi province, the communists were organizing and arming peasants who could not even read and write, and they were killing respectable people. Some workers and students also remained communists, but the government was weeding them out and killing them. Killing? I asked. Right here in the capital? Of course, he replied indifferently. If you want to see for yourself, I can take you. I could only stare wonderingly into his bland eyes and smooth, weak face. A few months later, in Shanghai, I again met Mr. Mo. He looked sleek and prosperous. He had become chief factory inspector in the Chinese section of Shanghai and found the owners and managers most cooperative. At last he was going to be married. I think I have done as well as I could, he remarked thoughtfully. The girl is a graduate of a missionary school, speaks English, and has good foreign connections. Her family is quite rich. It is a Christian family, I considered for a long time, but it seems the best I can do. Through my mind ran the lines of an old Chinese poem written by tse-tung. Families, when a child is born, wish it to be intelligent. I, through intelligence, having wrecked my whole life, only hope the child will prove ignorant and stupid, then he will crown a glorious career by becoming a cabinet minister. In search of what a Kuomintang official had referred to as important agrarian reforms, I went with 2 professors of Central University to an experimental station several hours walking distance from Nanking. The professors had induced a landlord to allow them to experiment on his estate with some good American seeds, chemical fertilizer, and modern plows for deep plowing. Some 20 boys of primary school age studied in the school connected with the experiment. They were all children of the landlord's family or of his friends. A crowd of ragged village children followed us curiously. None were in school. Their families were too poor to buy decent clothing. That was the agrarian reform. On our return trip to Nanking, we halted in a village tea house to rest. A number of shabby villagers congregated, and I asked one of the professors to act as interpreter for me. I found that about half a dozen of them owned 1 or 2 mao of land. A mao is 1/6 of an acre, but that the others were tenants or land laborers. Tenants paid 50% of the crop as rent, and if the landlord's wife had another son, or if there was a funeral or a marriage, and at New Year's time they had to make additional presents. All peasants were in debt to the landlord, paying interest of 3 or more % a month if they could offer land, a draft animal, or agricultural implements as security. If they did not have these, they could get no loans. The villages were made up of disorderly mud huts fronted by open sewers. Almost every villager seemed to have a skin disease, and the children had scabby heads and boils. On one side of the village pond, women washed vegetables or dipped up water to be boiled for drinking. On the other side, they scrubbed out their wooden night soil buckets. The night soil itself was used as fertilizer for the fields. On hot days, the children swam in the pond. Everywhere in the fields lay the ancestral graves. A few weeks later, an agrarian research scholar who had come to Nanking to get official permission to make a survey of a certain district between Nanking and Shanghai invited me to accompany him. About a year before, there had been an uprising in the district and 40 peasants had been killed on the estate of the most powerful landlord. We waited until the autumn harvest, then boarded a steam launch on the Grand Canal at Wuxi and chugged northward. As luck would have it, the powerful landlord, Chu, was on board the launch. He was an unusually tall and formidable-looking man, wearing a long gray silk gown. He had an armed bodyguard wearing a khaki uniform. Mr. Chu invited us to be his guests, and we accepted. My scholar friend, a frail man with a cautious manner, remarked that if we refused we might as well not go to the region at all. Gossiping freely, Mr. Chu told us he had left his elder son in Wuxi to bring up some new American rifles and a machine gun which he had just purchased in Shanghai. His younger son, a lad of 18, was a student in the Central University at Nanking, but was now home and had just been married to the daughter of a respectable Wuxi silk merchant. He himself was the chief government official in his district, head of a Kuomintang branch, and commander of an armed force which he called the Volunteer Corps. He was therefore the political, military, and legal head of his territory, judge, jury, and executioner. We reached his ancestral village, Chu Chali, and found a crowd of ragged villagers gathered along the bank. From the ranks of these came more armed guards, who threw a protecting ring around us as we stepped ashore and moved down the narrow cobblestone village street. The crowd followed in silence. As we left the village and moved into the countryside, my scholar friend and I dropped behind to talk to one of the guards. They were northern soldiers, the man said, brought here because they could not speak the local dialect and had no relatives among the local peasants. 2 days before, they told us, the Chu family had arrested 2 peasants. We approached a sprawling building of great size, 3 sides walled like a fortress, and the 4th moated by a pond. The building and pond were surrounded by a barricade of tangled barbed wire, inside of which were trenches. The doors of the building were pierced with loopholes for rifles. Passing into the main building, we found ourselves in a huge hall with a stone floor and with great red-lacquered pillars which supported heavy beams and a tiled roof. When servants lit the tall red candles, we saw that the entire hall was hung with rich crimson banners embroidered in gold. These were decorations for the younger son's wedding. They expressed wishes for long life, prosperity, happiness, and many sons. The whole Chu joint family began to gather together with the armed guards who lived within the building itself. We sat down to tea and cakes, served with great formality by the head of the Chu clan. Meaningless conventional phrases were exchanged until I felt as though I were in the castle of some lord of the Middle Ages. Tea time gradually melted into supper. My friend instructed me to conform to custom and asked to see the bride. The bridegroom was already with us, and soon the bride, a pretty young woman, older than her husband, obeyed our summons. We all rose and bowed, and she sat down primly. I asked her about her educational work. Complacently she answered that all Chinese were inferior to foreigners and Chinese education was most inferior indeed. I could only stare at her in amazement. My scholar friend instructed me to follow custom by toasting the bride and groom. We all rose, lifting our wine cups, and I wished them long life and many sons. Just then I heard the clanking of chains from a dark corner of the great hall somewhere behind the crowd of people and soldiers. My friend had heard the sound, but his face was blank. No one turned to look. The supper finished, we accompanied the married couple to their bedroom in an interior courtyard. The room was jammed with rich, brass-studded mahogany furniture. The young couple sat on the edge of the bed and served us tea and sliced pears while we congratulated them on their wedding presents. My friend told them that I had exclaimed at the remarkable beauty of the bride. I asked him afterwards not to lie any more than was necessary. With relief we at last wandered out into the great hall. It was now empty save for a group of soldiers in a corner, and one of the Chu brothers, a tall, strong man in a long gown. Around his waist was a cartridge belt from which hung a Mauser automatic. My friend's assistant engaged this gentleman in conversation and finally maneuvered him out into the open, leaving my scholar friend and me to talk to the soldiers. Utterly unlike the educated and ruling classes, the common people of China usually speak with the greatest frankness. The soldiers told us that the clanking we had heard while at supper had been caused by 2 more peasants who had been brought in as prisoners. Without hesitation they took us into a small room where the 2 men were held. They lay on rice straw with their hands and legs chained and the chains attached to an iron clamp in the wall. One peasant was of middle age, dark, thin, and sensitive looking. The other a youth of about 20 with a bloated, unusually stupid face. They would answer none of our questions, and only staged up at us in silence. We left them, and the soldiers stood by with downcast faces. Outside it was night and the moon was full. The flat countryside lay silent, brooding. I felt that it somehow reflected my dark fears. That night I was assigned to sleep in a room crowded with dark, heavy furniture. There were 2 other beds in the room, one occupied by 2 girls of the Chu family, the other by a married couple. I got behind the curtains of my bed and removed only my coat, then lay down to a night of sleeplessness, my ears straining for every sound from the great hall. Sometimes I dozed off, my mind swarming with fantasies in which I moved stealthily to the great hall to unleash the prisoners. No, the soldiers were there. I tried again and was on the roof removing tiles so that the prisoners could reach my hands. I lay flat to lift them up. They crept carefully along the tiled roof, dropped down the straight walls of the bastion, and crept through the brooding fields. With a jerk I sat up in bed, fully awake, then lay down again. The fantasies returned and again I awoke. And always fear was with me, fear of China, fear of human beings. With the first faint streaks of dawn through the small square window high up in the prison-like wall of my room, I rose and made my way into the great hall. My friends and the armed Chu brother were there. Soldiers were leading the stupid peasant youth out of the little room into an adjoining courtyard. In the gray dawn, I saw that the thin face of my scholar friend was drawn and pale. Neither he nor his assistant had slept. On orders from the Chu brother, soldiers clapped steel handcuffs on the wrists of the peasant youth, then tucked his hands up into his sleeves. A group of the guards and one of the Chu family, all now dressed in civilian clothing, their pistols hidden beneath their long gowns, drove the peasant before them. He stumbled as he walked. "He will betray others," I exclaimed to my friend, but he muttered, "They will find no one. Every peasant knows of the arrests. They know everything. What will they do to that youth?" I cried desperately. "Where is the older man? Can you do nothing?" "It is dangerous to try," was his answer. "We must do nothing to interfere with our survey. Make no sign. Today we are going to the villages." During the day, one of the Chu men led us from village to village. Armed soldiers walked before us and behind us. All villages were named after the Chu family. All land, all peasants belonged to it. The villages were groups of filthy hovels with earthen floors and walls. The beds were boards on which shoddy coverings lay piled in disarray. A few primitive agricultural implements were stacked in corners and a few broken clay cooking vessels lay on the floor. As we approached, unkempt women and girls hid in the dark huts. To them we were government officials, guests of their lord. One old peasant brought a sheaf of rice and laid it on the earth before the Chu brother. Half crouching, he pleaded for mercy because rust had ruined half his crop. In a hard voice, the Chu lord told us that these peasants were so dishonest that he had to station guards in the fields to superintend the harvests. If given a chance, they stole rice. A number of peasant men listened, standing upright, their arms crossed on their breasts. My friend tried to talk with them, but they stared silently at him, their level, unfathomable black eyes filled with hatred. He glanced meaningfully at me. As soon as we were alone, I exclaimed, "An army ought to march in, imprison the Chu family, and free the peasants." "Which army?" my friend asked. I met the scholar in Shanghai a week later and said, "Last night I dined with some German businessmen and told them of the Chu family and the peasants. They criticized my attitude furiously. To hear them talk, you would think such an attitude as mine was their funeral." "It is," my friend answered dryly. He and his kind were revolutionary Democrats I had stumbled upon, men who, like the patricians, had inherited the finest features of Chinese culture and added to it a gleaning of the best of the Western world. But unlike other patricians, they had placed their minds at the service of the people. Terror in Shanghai. The face of the young YMCA librarian took on a pained expression when I said, "I wonder how many Chinese are rice Christians, men who convert only to eat." "There is no way of knowing," he replied. "Our secretaries seem to leap right into government positions. Yesterday our secretary tiptoed around and gave us orders to go to the assembly to pray because General Chiang Kai-shek had joined the Southern Methodist Church. He seemed scared." "Many Chinese Christians scare me," I exclaimed, "whether Southern Methodist or not. When a Chinese businessman adds Christianity to his equipment, it's a formidable combination. Piety, smiles, and handshakes combined with a business head are. Two young men entered and asked about books. The librarian closed the booklet which I had brought to him for translation. Its title was The Gospel According to St. John. But after a few pages of the Gospel, it tapered off into the Great Chinese Revolution. When the young men left, the librarian opened the booklet again and continued to translate chapter titles to me. It was a forbidden book, perhaps published by the communists, but bearing the name of a non-existent Christian publication society. The young librarian already had many such volumes, all with Christian or Confucian titles. The librarian was a fountain of information. He gathered suppressed news from functionaries of the Y, official friends, newspapermen, and from gossip in restaurants and tea-houses. He was not a communist, but merely a young man concerned about the welfare of his people. If the government offered anything of value, he read it, and if the communists published anything beneficial to the people, he read that too. One day the young librarian turned to me and asked, "Would you like to go down into the Yangtze factory district to see workers' tenements? I could take you tomorrow. Many tenements are owned by the Catholic Church." I consented eagerly, and late the next afternoon I went to meet him at his home. He lived in one of the countless semi-foreign houses that disfigure Shanghai. These were long rows of connected buildings on lanes and alleyways off the main streets. The ground floor always had one square living room with a small, dark kitchen and a totally dark, unventilated toilet. If a clerk reared in a missionary school lived there, there might be a worn volume of American popular home songs, a hymnal, a moving picture magazine, colored prints of the Grand Central Terminal in New York, or of a lady sitting on the edge of a fountain listening to a lover in knee breeches while a cupid with an arrow floated above. Here in Shanghai was none of the spacious, leisurely charm of ancient Peiping, none of those beautiful, spreading buildings and colored tile roofs. For most Chinese, Shanghai was a shabby, barren city. As I knocked at the librarian's door that afternoon, I was startled by a long drawn-out "ch" from the window above and, glancing up, saw the face of the librarian. A few seconds later, he opened the door and cautiously admitted me. Without a word, he motioned me up the stairs to the floor above. From a back window overlooking another row of small semi-foreign houses, I looked down on a group of Chinese and foreign detectives hammering on a door. Faces appeared at all the windows up and down the lane, then withdrew into shadow again. The door across from us was opened by a tall, thin man in a long gown. Two detectives lunged at him, and others followed them into the room. A woman's voice screamed in terror, and we saw her, followed by the detectives, in the upper room directly across from us. She ran about wildly, then threw her arm against the wall and buried her head against it. The detectives ripped open the mattress and pillows and then searched the rest of the house. There was little to look for in that poor home, and within a few minutes they had finished. The street door of the house opened again and several of the detectives emerged with a tall, thin man and the woman, both handcuffed. The woman's face was gray and the man's mouth was smeared with blood. Their thin bodies were outlined by their cotton gowns as they walked away. Downstairs in the barren living room, the sister-in-law of the librarian exclaimed excitedly, "Some of the detectives have remained in the house to wait for friends of that couple. A girl friend of mine often goes there. I dare not go to warn her not to come. I might be arrested." "I'll go," I offered. "They can't arrest an American for calling on a girl." The woman sighed with relief, and I memorized the name and address she gave me. "She speaks good English," she cautioned. "So if detectives open the door, say you are looking for an English teacher. Wait until I see if our lane is clear." She ran upstairs, and after a time whispered down that I should leave. Once out on the main street, I meandered along, window shopping until certain that no one was following. I then hailed a taxi and drove away, dismissed it at the center of the city, walked a block, took another, and dismissed it a short distance from my destination. As I walked through another lane of small semi-foreign houses, I wondered if detectives would open the door of the girl's house. My heart hammered as I knocked briskly. No answer. Then right above me a window opened cautiously. Glancing up, I saw the face of a beautiful girl with large black eyes and shingled hair. "Come quickly," I whispered. There was the sound of running feet, and the door opened. I stepped inside and told her of the raid. Her gleaming eyes grew larger and she glanced at her bookcase. The mildest social novel might lead to imprisonment. Countless such young people were spending their entire youth behind prison walls. "Give me anything you wish," I urged. "You can reach me through the friend who sent me." Quickly she went to the bookcase and began to pull out books, among them a copy of Gorky's Mother. She ran upstairs and returned with some magazines wrapped in a package. I walked back through the streets of this jungle city where detectives and gangsters hunted all men and women who entertained any thoughts other than the official ones. Within half an hour, the girl would have moved her dwelling and would be warning all her friends. For however strong the bond of family, friend, or comrade, torture might break it down. Those to whom the revolution had been only a romantic adventure, or those Communist Party officials who had grown mercenary, sometimes betrayed their comrades, even without torture. A few important communist betrayers had even entered the Kuomintang Secret Service, afterwards known as the Blue Shirts, and agents traveled in trains and buses, prowled through tea houses and cheap restaurants, or went through prisons pointing out their former comrades. Others bought their lives by publishing repentances. If any of these returned to their old haunts, suspicion hung over them, and often years could not dispel the shadow. To a communist I once remarked, "It seems you trust only the dead." "If we make betrayal easy, China is lost," he answered. "Your suspicion can also create betrayers. If you close your door, perhaps they will eventually enter the doors of the Blue Shirts. We have ways of knowing if a man has really escaped or not." Staring past me into space, he added, "The Kuomintang trust no man who has once been a communist, for if he has betrayed us, he can betray them. They also know that our ideas, once implanted in a man's mind, are never entirely eradicated. An unwilling tribute, isn't it? Yes, there are a number of men in the government who were once communists. Some of them will always help us, and not because they believe, but because they know the future belongs to us, and they want a kind of life insurance. But the Secret Service has killed many who have gone over to them. They suck all information from them and then dispose of them like squeezed-out oranges." A young Chinese, Feng De, acted as my secretary and translator. He read and clipped from the Chinese press, translated news into English, and built up my files. My files on the Chinese Red Army alone filled many cases, but most of these were official reports. At the end of one 6-month period, I compiled official statistics and found that 500,000 Red soldiers had been reported slain. Yet official releases still claimed that the Red Army consisted only of bandit remnants fleeing from their pursuers. Chu Tai, commander-in-chief of the Red Army, and Mao Zedong, secretary-general of the Communist Party, had been reported killed a dozen times. A month following their deaths, new rewards would be placed on their heads. I made a similar study of the execution of communists or alleged communists in various cities. Until 1932, the Chinese press published details and often pictures of mass executions of the victims. One report from Chongqing burned itself into my memory. The provincial governor had offered a reward of $50 for any communist captured or killed. Immediately, the schools and universities were raided by soldiers, and students were shot down in the streets. Then the murderers claimed their rewards. I once laid a summary of such reports before Eugene Chen, who had been foreign minister of the Chinese government until the middle of 1927. He was a harsh critic of the government, and he assured me that if he ever came to power again, he would try to stop the terror. When he rose to office in Canton in 1931, I went to him with a request that 12 sailors, arrested in Canton as trade union organizers, should not be executed. He replied that the men had known what would happen to them if they engaged in such illegal activities and that he could do nothing. Similarly, in the spring of 1931, I went to the American Secretary of the Foreign YMCA and asked him to help prevent the extradition to the Chinese police of 2 foreign trade union officials arrested in Shanghai. He refused, saying that I had never come to him on behalf of any Chinese. He asserted that his concern was the Chinese, and that the rights of the poorest coolie were as sacred to him as those of any foreigner. I accepted the rebuke and a few months later went to him on behalf of 5 Chinese, 3 of them trade union organizers, who had been arrested and would perhaps be killed. He replied, "These men knew the law before they engaged in illegal activities. I can do nothing. Like other foreign correspondents, I had to build up my own news sources, and consequently maintained friendship with as many different types of Chinese and foreigners as I could. I liked the intellectual qualities of the scholar patricians and the outlook of a few newspaper men. But I particularly admired and respected the revolutionary Democrats who came later to be known as the National Salvationists, and the Communists who, it seemed to me, embodied convictions and courage such as had characterized men of the French, American, and Russian revolutions. For the rest, there was a barrier between most foreigners and myself, and I rarely met men of my own profession. Of these, however, John B. Powell, American editor of the China Weekly Review, struck me as a man of much integrity. Since he disliked the communists and believed in the Kuomintang, we often disagreed, but he was one American Democrat who always defended my right to think and write as I wished. We shared a fear and hatred of British and Japanese policies in the Far East, and after the Japanese invasion, which threw us together on a common front, he published everything I sent him. Years later, when the Japanese began assassinating Chinese newspaper men, Mr. Powell organized his colleagues to bury them decently and with honor. Only after the Japanese occupied Shanghai in December 1941 did he cease his fearless defense of China. He had been on the Japanese blacklist for years, and they soon arrested him along with another American correspondent, Victor Keene. Among my other acquaintances was a German pilot in the Eurasian Aviation Corporation. He was a neurotic man, inclined to mysticism, and I remained in touch with him only because he was a valuable source of news. Returning from trips to various inland cities, he would give me photographs he had taken and much information. Again and again he declared that he saw no purpose in life. One afternoon, after a flight to Hankow, he entered my apartment and slumped into a chair. His face was pale and his lips were twitching. I poured him a glass of cognac and waited for some new outburst about the futility of existence. He tossed a package of films and prints into my lap. A few of the prints showed various stages in the beheading of a dozen Chinese communists, that is, alleged communists, on the square in front of the customs house in Hankow. A few showed the bodies of beheaded workers lying in the streets. One was of a very chic Chinese army officer with a pistol in his hand. Behind him towered the walls of a foreign factory, and at its base lay the bodies of a number of workers whom he had apparently just shot. I took all of these pictures with the exception of the one of the army officer with the pistol, Kurt said. The English factory owner gave me that. I took the pictures of the mass beheadings from the windows of the customs house. The 12 men were naked to the waist and their hands were tied behind them. There were ropes around their necks and blood ran from the mouths of some of them. The police and soldiers were eager for the killing. They kicked the prisoners to their knees and pulled their heads forward by means of the ropes, while a fat executioner with a big sword chopped off their heads. The blood spurted out and some of it splashed on crowds of gaping Chinese, who stood with arms hanging limply at their sides. "Did you protest?" He continued without heeding. One of the prisoners tumbled over and died before he was beheaded. A few were singing in high, shrill voices. They sang the Internationale. When all were dead, the police dipped faggot brooms in their blood and whirled them over the gawking crowd. The watchers ran like rabbits. He retched, rose, and went to the bathroom. When he returned, his face was very white. "Look at this modern city, Kurt," I began excitedly. "Suppose you or I should tell people what we had seen, show those pictures to missionaries, businessmen, journalists, YMCA secretaries. This city, look at it, with its paved streets, electric lights, great buildings. For my part, I don't intend to get lynched for a pack of Chinese. I'm leaving this bloody country and going to Australia. Chinese are a species of animal to you, aren't they?" Later that evening, he told me that he had brought back some more pictures which had been taken from the air. This was forbidden by the government, but he took them nevertheless. "I've earned enough money on them to live in Australia like a human being until I find work," he explained. I stared at him suspiciously, then asked, "Why do your bosses want pictures of Chinese territory?" "I don't know or care. You're being used as a spy against China." "China? How can you have any feeling for China? Just think of those pictures I brought you. Nevertheless, this country belongs to the Chinese people. You are helping their enemies. You're an illusionist, he replied, and sat staring dejectedly into space. Lu Xun. One hot afternoon in the middle of 1930, two teachers, man and wife, called on me and made two requests. One, to contribute articles on India and money to a new magazine, Tse-tung, The Great Way, which was to be devoted to a study of subjected Asiatic peoples. The other, to rent a small foreign restaurant where a reception and dinner could be given to celebrate the 50th birthday of Lu Xun. Lu Xun was the great writer whom some Chinese called the Gorky of China, but who, to my mind, was really its Voltaire. The first request I granted readily, but the second was fraught with danger, because the 100 men and women who were to be invited represented the world of dangerous thoughts. My friends assured me, however, that all guests would be invited by word of mouth only and sworn to silence, and that sentries would be posted at street intersections leading to the restaurant. On the afternoon of the birthday celebration, I stood with my two friends at the garden gate of a small Dutch restaurant in the French concession. From our position, we had a clear view of the long street by which the guests would come. At the street intersection before me, I could see a Chinese in a long gown apparently waiting for a bus, while another sat on a nearby doorstep. Lu Xun, accompanied by his wife and small son, arrived early, and I met, for the first time, the man who became one of the most influential factors in my life during all my years in China. He was short and frail, and wore a cream-colored silk gown and soft Chinese shoes. He was bareheaded, and his close-cropped hair stood up like a brush. In structure, his face was like that of an average Chinese, yet it remains in my memory as the most eloquent face I have ever seen. A kind of living intelligence and awareness streamed from it. He spoke no English but considerable German, and in that language we conversed. His manner, his speech, and his every gesture radiated the indefinable harmony and charm of a perfectly integrated personality. I suddenly felt as awkward and ungracious as a clod. Almost immediately came the stream of guests, and Lu Xun moved back into the garden. Repeatedly I turned to watch him, attracted by his thin hand raised in some gesture. As the guests went by, my two friends explained that they included writers, artists, professors, students, actors, reporters, research scholars, and even two patricians. This last pair came not because they shared Lu Xun's convictions, but to honor his integrity, courage, and scholarship. It was a motley and exciting gathering, pioneers in an intellectual revolution. One group, poorly dressed and apparently half-starved, was pointed out as representing a new modern aesthetic theater trying to edge in social dramas between Wilde Salome and Lady Windermere's Fan. A more prosperous-looking group proved to be Futon University students led by Professor Hung Sheng. They had produced some of Ibsen's plays and one or two written by their professor, who was also a director of one of the first Chinese motion picture companies. A third dramatic group was made up of young leftist actors, writers, and translators who had produced plays by Romain Rolland, Upton Sinclair, Gorky, and Remarque. Much later they produced Carmen, were raided by police after the third performance, arrested, and closed down. Detectives in the audience had not liked the last scene, in which Don Jose stabbed Carmen to death. As Carmen hurled her ring at her cast-off lover, she uttered words that reminded them of the split between the Communists and the Kuomintang. From my place at the gate, I now saw a number of people approaching. One tall, thin young man walked rapidly and kept glancing behind him. He was clearly a student, and as he passed, my friends whispered that he was editor of the Shanghai Pao, underground communist paper which conducted a kind of journalistic guerrilla warfare in the city. Shortly after came one whose foreign suit was wrinkled and whose hair was wild and disheveled. He had just come from months in prison. He had been suspected of representing the Chinese Red Aid. The charge had been true, but money had proved stronger. His family had spent a fortune bribing his captors. The garden was filled and no more guests came, but my friends and I still stood guard. When darkness began to fall, half of the guests left. Others took our place as sentries, and we went inside the restaurant with the other guests. After the dinner, speeches began and one of my friends translated for me. The Dutch restaurant owner understood no Chinese, so he did not worry us, but the Chinese waiters stood listening intently. When the man with the wild hair made a report on prison conditions, We watched every move of the servants. After him came the editor of the Shanghai Pao, giving the first factual report I had so far heard on the rise of the Red Army and on the harvest uprisings of peasants who had fought the landlords and then poured into the Red Army like rivulets into an ever-broadening river. A short, heavy-set young woman with bobbed hair began to tell of the need for developing proletarian literature. She ended her address by appealing to Lu Xun to become the protector and master of the new League of Left Writers and League of Left Artists, the initial groups which later became the Chinese Cultural Federation. Throughout, Lu Xun listened carefully, promptly turning his attention to new speakers, his forefinger all the while tracing the edge of his teacup. When all had finished, he rose and began to talk quietly, telling a story of the half-century of intellectual turmoil which had been his life, the story of China uprooted. Born under the Manchu dynasty into a poor scholarly village family, he had grown up in a feudal setting into which the first modern ideas preceding the 1911 revolution had seeped very slowly. Too poor to study in Western countries, he had gone to Japan, then sympathetic to the Chinese nationalist movement. He had studied modern medicine, but also read the first Japanese translations of the works of Tolstoy. Tolstoy had introduced him to social thought and to the power of modern literature. He had returned to China to practice modern medicine, but, like many medical men of the Occident, soon realized that most sickness and disease are rooted in poverty and in the ignorance that goes with poverty. Only the rich could afford medical treatment. Influenced by classical Russian writers, he turned to literature as a weapon to combat feudal thought, began to write short stories in the style of the Russian classics, and gradually abandoned medicine altogether. During the Chinese intellectual renaissance, he had been a professor of literature in Peking, the birthplace of the New Thought. In later years, he had studied German and Russian and translated a number of Russian novels and essays. His purpose, he said, was to lay before Chinese youth the best of modern social literature. He had also begun to collect Western classical and modern paintings and specimens of the graphic arts, and had published a number of volumes for young artists. He was now asked, he said, to lead a movement of proletarian literature, and some of his young friends were urging him to become a proletarian writer. It would be childish to pretend that he was a proletarian writer. His roots were in the village, in peasant and scholarly life. Nor did he believe that Chinese intellectual youth, with no experience of the life, hopes, and sufferings of workers and peasants, could, as yet, produce proletarian literature. Creative writing must spring from experience, not theory. Despite this, he would continue to place the best of Western literature and art before Chinese youth. He was willing to help and guide youth, or, as they requested, to be their master. But protect them? Who could do that under a regime which called even the mildest social literature criminal? As master, he urged educated youth to share the life of the workers and peasants, and draw their material from life, but study Western social literature and art for form. As the meeting came to a close, one young man bent towards me and shook his head sadly. Disappointing, wasn't it? I mean, Lu Xun's attitude towards proletarian literature. It discourages youth. My lifelong hostility to professional intellectuals sprang to life. Chinese intellectuals had never done physical labor, and their writing was a profession divorced from experience. To them, even the word youth meant students only, and towards workers and peasants they maintained a superior though sympathetic attitude. Much of the proletarian literature, which they had created up to that time, had been artificial, a weak imitation of the Russian. To the young critic I replied that I agreed entirely with Lu Xun. My life became interlocked with that of Lu Xun and with his closest colleague, Mao Tun, one of the better-known Chinese novelists. Together the three of us collected and published a volume of the etchings of Cathy Kollwitz, the German folk artist, and together we wrote, for the press of Occidental countries, most of the appeals against political reaction affecting Chinese intellectuals. Often Mao Tun and I would meet on some street corner and, after a careful scrutiny of the street on which Lu Xun lived, enter his house and spend an evening with him. We would order dinner from a restaurant and spend hours in conversation. None of us was a communist, but we all considered it an honor to aid and support men who were fighting and dying for the liberation of the poor. Lu Xun occupied the ancient position of honor, that of teacher or master to the young intellectuals of China. There were many cliques among them, and each strove to win him to their side and their line. He towered above them, refusing to be used by one or the other in their shifting alignments. He listened to all, discussed their problems, criticized their writing, encouraged them. And his name stood first in the magazines they published. He often spoke to me of his plans for a historical novel based on his life, but the social reaction in which his country wallowed seemed to leave no time for this. So deep was his hatred of the slaughter of the innocents and the violation of men's rights that after a while he was using his pen only as a weapon. A veritable dagger it was of political criticism. Of all Chinese writers, he seemed the most intricately linked with Chinese history, literature, and culture. It was almost impossible to translate into English some of his political criticisms, because, unable to attack reaction openly, his writings were a mosaic of allusions to personalities, events, and ideas of the darkest periods of China's past. Every educated Chinese knew that he was comparing present tyranny with that of the past. Through these political criticisms ran rich streams of both Chinese and Western culture, couched in a style as fine as an etching. He introduced literary magazine after literary magazine to the public, only to see each suppressed. These introductions, compact and chaste, were flown like proud banners. To him, freedom of thought and expression was the essence of human achievement. So distinctive was his style that pseudonyms failed to shield him, and censors began to mutilate his articles until they often appeared senseless. Writers, editors, and artists associated with him began to disappear without trace. Only his age and eminence protected him from arrest. For a number of years, only the left intellectuals of Japan were able to publish his unexpurgated writings. To Japanese intellectuals, he was the best-known and most respected Chinese writer. The disappearance or death of his followers acted like corrosive poison on Lu Xun's body and mind, and he began to sicken. He sometimes grew so ill that he could not rise. He felt that his heart was failing and agreed to receive the best foreign doctor in Shanghai. After the examination, the doctor took me aside and said that he was dying of tuberculosis and that only a prolonged rest in a cool, dry climate could halt the disease. The doctor added, "But of course he won't follow my advice. These old-fashioned, ignorant Chinese do not believe in modern medicine." Lu Xun did not listen to the advice, but hardly because he was old-fashioned or ignorant. "You ask me to lie on my back for a year while others are fighting and dying?" he asked us accusingly. When we answered such objections, he reminded us of his poverty, but when we offered to collect the money needed, he still refused. Maxim Gorky invited him to the Soviet Union as his guest for a year, but he would not go. He said the Kuomintang would shriek to all China that he was receiving Moscow gold. "They say that anyway," I argued. "They dare not," he cried. "Everyone knows they lie. Anyway, China needs me. I cannot go." We pleaded with him in vain. "Everyone cannot run away," he said. "Someone must stand and fight." Late in 1930, I went to the Philippines for a few weeks of rest. The night before I sailed, Lu Xun and 3 young men writers called to spend the evening. One was a former teacher, Zhu Shi, perhaps the most capable and beloved of Lu Xun's pupils and friends. When I returned to Shanghai in March 1931, my secretary, Feng De, met me with the news that 24 young writers, actors, and artists had been arrested and killed. On the night of February 21st, they had been taken from prison, forced to dig their own graves, and shot. Some had been buried alive. One was Zhu Shi. I hurried to Lu Xun's home and found him in his study, with his face dark and unshaven, his hair disheveled, cheeks sunken, and eyes gleaming with fever. His voice was filled with a terrible hatred. "Here is an article I wrote that night," he said, giving me a manuscript penned in his etching-like script. "I call it Written in Deep Night. Have it translated into English and published abroad." After he had explained its purport, I warned him that he would be killed if it was published. "Does it matter?" he answered hotly. "Someone must speak." Before I went away, he and I prepared a manifesto to the intellectuals of the Western world on the slaughter of the writers and artists. I carried it to Mao Tun, and he revised it and helped me translate it into English. As a result of it came the first foreign protest, from over 50 leading American writers, against the killing of Chinese writers. The Kuomintang was astounded to learn that the Western world disapproved. Lu Xun's article, written in deep night, was never published even abroad, and I have it with me still. Of all that I had read in China, it made the deepest impression on me. It was a passionate cry, written in one of the blackest nights in Chinese history. It began, "One may pass a heap of paper ashes on the wild earth, or many carvings on a ruined wall, and never see them. Yet each is eloquent with love, mourning, or with wrath stronger than the human voice can express." By the heap of ashes on the wild earth, he referred to the Chinese funeral custom of burning paper for the souls of the dead. He then wrote of the woodcut sacrifice by Kathy Kulvitz, which shows a gaunt mother holding out a dying baby, an offering of the common people to death, seeing in the babe a symbol of the 24. His article continued, "In China in the past, a prisoner condemned to death was usually led through the busy thoroughfare, where he was permitted to shout Yuan Wang, to protest his innocence, abuse the judge, relate his own brave deeds, and show he had no fear of death. At the moment of execution, bystanders would applaud, and the news of his courage would spread. In my youth, I thought this practice barbarous and cruel. Now it seems to me that rulers of past ages were courageous and confident of their power when they permitted this. The practice even seemed to contain some kindness, some benevolence, to the condemned man." He then turned his daggers against the complacent Chu-Tang, who, in an article in Yuchofang, a magazine published by Dr. Lin Yutang, had had the temerity to observe that praise or sympathy for a condemned man might be a high ideal but was not good for society because it meant failure to recognize the victor. Lu Xun answered him with bitter irony and then, speaking of the cruelty of the murder, wrote, "Today, when I am told of the death of a friend or a student, and learn that no one knows the details of how he died, I find that I grieve more deeply than when I learn all details of the killing. I can imagine the awful loneliness that overtakes one who is killed by butchers in a small dark room. When I first read the Inferno of Dante's Divine Comedy, I was amazed at its imagined cruelty. Now, with more experience, I see how moderate Dante's imagination was. It failed to reach the depth of the secret cruelty which is common today. At the end, he appended a letter which might have been lifted from the Inferno. It came from an 18-year-old prisoner who, with 2 other students, had been dragged from a Shanghai college and accused of communism because they belonged to a group founded by Lu Xun for the study of woodcuts. The evidence against them consisted of a woodcut of Lunacharsky. By a fantastic kind of reasoning, woodcuts were branded as communistic. Fearing to arrest Lu Xun, the government had arrested his pupils. The boy's letter from prison began with "Dear Master," and related the tale of his Gethsemane from the day of his arrest until the night he had bribed a guard to deliver the letter to Lu Xun. It told in particular of the torture of a peasant who had been accused of being a Red Army commander. He had had nails driven under his fingernails and had knelt in silence, his face like clay, with blood dripping from each finger. "My dear master, when I think of him, ice grips my heart," cried the letter. As Mao Tun and I translated this, he paused and said in a low voice, "It is indeed written in deep night." "It is deep night," I said. "Southern episodes." Just as I arrived in Canton in the hot summer months of 1930, another general was killed by his bodyguard for the sake of the 50 Chinese dollars offered by a rival general. Such events had begun to strike me as sardonic. The Guangdong provincial government was semi-independent, but in the hands of generals who took by violence what they considered their share in the loot of the South. They whirled around the city in bulletproof cars with armed bodyguards standing on the running boards. Such was the spirit of the generals and of the officials whom they brought to power with them. I interviewed them all and put no stock in what they said. They treated me magnificently, for foreign journalists seldom or never went south in the hot summer months. So I had a government launch to myself with an official guide to show me factories, paved roads, new waterworks, and the Sun Yat-sen Memorial Hall. For truth, I depended on Chinese university professors, an occasional newspaper reporter or editor, teachers and writers, the German consul in Canton, and on my own eyes and ears. The real reason I went south in the hottest part of the year was to study the lot of the millions of silk peasants in a silk industry which was rapidly losing its American markets to Japanese magnates. But I did not wish to see the silk regions as a guest of the powerful Canton Silk Guild. for the guild, after all, was like a big laughing Buddha, naked to the waist, his fat belly hanging over his pajama belt. At last I found a group of Lingnan Christian University professors who were engaged in research in the industry. One young expert was leaving for the Shuntek Silk region for a 6 weeks inspection tour. I went with him to the Canton Silk Guild, where he argued with a suspicious guild official until given permission to travel on guild river steamers and enter the region in which millions of peasants toiled. There the millionaires of the South Seas had erected many large filatures. The spinners were all young women. Next day the young expert and I boarded a river steamer. Some 20 or 30 guild merchants were the only other passengers. The steamers had armor plating and machine guns to protect the merchants from bandits. The bandits, I learned, were peasants who took to the highway for a part of each year in order to earn a living. I once calculated that if these bandits had attacked and captured our steamer, they would have secured enough food to feed a whole village for months. At mealtimes the merchants hunched over the tables, eating gargantuan meals and dropping the chicken bones on the floor. They talked of silk, money, markets, and of how much their firms were losing. The silk industry was indeed fighting for its life, but if there were losses, they clearly did not come out of the hides of these men. I pined a little for Jesse James. My young escort was awed by these men, but when he spoke of the silk peasants or the girl filature workers, hostility and contempt crept into his voice. His particular hatred seemed to be the thousands of women spinners, and only with difficulty could I learn why. He told me that the women were notorious throughout China as lesbians. They refused to marry, and if their families forced them, they merely bribed their husbands with a part of their wages and induced them to take concubines. The most such a married girl would do was bear one son. Then she would return to the factory, refusing to live with her husband any longer. The government had just issued a decree forbidding women to escape from marriage by bribery, but the women ignored it. They're too rich. That's the root of the trouble, my young escort explained. They earn as much as $11 a month and become proud and contemptuous. He added that on this money they also supported parents, brothers and sisters and grandparents. They squander their money, he cried. I have never gone to a picture theater without seeing groups of them sitting together, holding hands. Until 1927, when they were forbidden, there had been communist cells and trade unions in the filatures, he charged, and now these despicable girls evaded the law by forming secret sister societies. They had even dared strike for shorter hours and higher wages. Now and then 2 or 3 girls would commit suicide together because their families were forcing them to marry. For weeks my escort and I went by foot or small boat from village to village, from market town to market town. The fierce sun beat down upon us until our clothing clung to our bodies like a surgeon's glove and the perspiration wilted our hatbands and our shoes. At night we took rooms in village inns or pitched our camp beds under mosquito nets in family temples. All the roads and paths were lined with half-naked peasants bending low under huge baskets of cocoons swung from the ends of bamboo poles. Market towns reeked with the cocoons and hanks of raw silk piled up to the rafters in the warehouses. Every village was a mass of trays on which the silkworms fed, tended night and day by gaunt careworn peasants who went about naked to the waist. At first curiously, then with interest, my escort began to translate for me as I questioned the peasants on their life and work. Their homes were bare huts with earthen floors, and the bed was a board covered by an old mat and surrounded by a cotton cloth, once white, which served as a mosquito net. There was usually a small clay stove with a cooking utensil or two, a narrow bench, and sometimes an ancient, scarred table. For millions this was home. A few owned mulberry trees, for wealth was reckoned in trees. But almost all had sold their cocoon crops in advance in order to get money or food. If the crop failed, they were the losers. Wherever we traveled the story was the same. The silk peasants were held in pawn by the merchants and were never free from debt. Only as we neared big market towns, in which silk filatures belched forth the stench of cocoons, did we come upon better homes and fewer careworn faces. The daughters of such families were spinners. It was then that I began to see what industrialism, bad as it had seemed elsewhere, meant to the working girls. These were the only places in the whole country where the birth of a baby girl was an occasion for joy, for here girls were the main support of their families. Consciousness of their worth was reflected in their dignified, independent bearing. I began to understand the charges that they were lesbians. They could not but compare the dignity of their positions with the low position of married women. Their independence seemed a personal affront to officialdom. The hatred of my escort for these girls became more marked when we visited the villagers. Long lines of them, clad in glossy black jackets and trousers, sat before boiling vats of cocoons, their parboiled fingers twinkling among the spinning filaments. Sometimes a remark passed along their lines set a whole mill laughing. The face of my escort would grow vivid. "They call me a running dog of the capitalists, and you a foreign devil of an imperialist. They are laughing at your clothing and your hair and eyes," he explained. One evening the two of us sat at the entrance of an old family temple in the empty stone halls of which we had pitched our netted camp cots. On the other side of the canal rose the high walls of a filature, which soon began pouring forth black-clad girl workers, each with her tin dinner pail. All wore wooden sandals which were fastened by a single leather strap across the toes and which clattered as they walked. Their glossy black hair was combed back and hung in a heavy braid to the waist. At the nape of the neck the braid was caught in red yarn, making a band 2 or 3 inches wide, a lovely splash of color. As they streamed in long lines over the bridge arching the canal and past the temple entrance, I felt I had never seen more handsome women. I urged my young escort to interpret for me, but he refused, saying he did not understand their dialect. He was so irritated that he rose and walked towards the town. When he was gone, I went down the steps. A group of girls gathered about me and stared. I offered them some of my malt candy. There was a flash of white teeth and exclamations in a sharp staccato dialect. They took the candy, began chewing, then examined my clothing and stared at my hair and eyes. I did the same with them, and soon we were laughing at each other. 2 of them linked their arms in mine and began pulling me down the flagstone street. Others followed, chattering happily. We entered the home of one girl and were welcomed by her father and mother and 2 big-eyed little brothers. Behind them the small room was already filled with other girls and curious neighbors. A candle burned in the center of a square table surrounded by crowded benches. I was seated in the place of honor and served the conventional cup of tea. Then a strange conversation began. Even had I known the most perfect Mandarin, I could not have understood these girls, for their speech was different from that spoken in any other part of the country. I had studied Chinese spasmodically, in Manchuria, in Peiping, in Shanghai, but each time, before I had more than begun, I had had to move on to new fields, and all that I had previously learned became almost useless. Shanghai had its own dialect, and what I had learned there aroused laughter in Peiping and was utterly useless in the South. Only missionaries and consular officials could afford to spend a year in the Peking language school. Journalists had to be here, there, and everywhere. I therefore talked with the villager girls in signs and gestures. Did I have any children, they asked, pointing to the children. No? Not married either? They seemed interested and surprised. In explanation I unclamped my fountain pen, took a notebook from my pocket, tried to make a show of thinking, looked them over critically, and began to write. There was great excitement. A man standing near the door asked me something in Mandarin, and I was able to understand him. I was an American, a reporter, he told the crowded room. Yes, I was an intellectual, but was once a worker. When he interpreted this, they seemed to find it very hard to believe. Girls crowded the benches and others stood banked behind them. Using my few words of Mandarin and many gestures, I learned that some of them earned $8 or $9 a month, a few 11. They worked 10 hours a day, not 8, as my escort had said. Once they had worked 14. My language broke down, so I supplemented it with crude pictures in my notebook. How did they win the 10-hour day? I drew a sketch of a villager with a big fat man standing on top laughing, then a second picture of the same with the fat man weeping because a row of girls stood holding hands all around the mill. They chattered over these drawings. Then a girl shouted 2 words and all of them began to demonstrate a strike. They crossed their arms as though refusing to work, while some rested their elbows on the table and lowered their heads, as though refusing to move. They laughed, began to link hands, and drew me into this circle. We all stood holding hands in an unbroken line, laughing. Yes, that was how they got the 10-hour day. As we stood there, one girl suddenly began to sing in a high, sweet voice. Just as suddenly she halted. The whole room chanted an answer. Again and again she sang a question and they replied, while I stood, excited, made desperate by the fact that I could not understand. The strange song ended and they began to demand something of me. They wanted a song. The Marseillaise came to mind, and I sang it. They shouted for more and I tried the Internationale, watching carefully for any reaction. They did not recognize it at all. So, I thought, it isn't true that these girls had communist cells. A slight commotion spread through the room, and I saw that a man stood in the doorway holding a flute in his hand. He put it to his lips and it began to murmur softly. Then the sound soared and the high, sweet voice of the girl singer followed. She paused. The flute soared higher and a man's voice joined it. He was telling some tale, and when he paused, the girl's voice answered. It was surely some ballad, some ancient song of the people, for it had in it the universal quality of folk music. In this way I spent an evening with people whose tongue I could not speak, and when I returned to my temple, many went with me, one lighting our way with a swinging lantern. I passed through the silent stone courtyards to my room and my bed, and throughout the night the village watchman beat his brass gong, crying the hours. His gong sounded first from a distance, passed the temple wall, and receded again, saying to the world that all was well. I lay thinking of ancient things, of the common humanity, the goodness and unity of the common people of all lands. Shanghai guerrilla warfare. One late spring afternoon in 1931 I opened the Shanghai Evening Post and Mercury, an American daily, and found a double-column center-of-the-page attack against me by a Mr. Woodhead, president of the British Residents Association and one of the most reactionary British writers in the Far East. The article was interesting, not because it concerned me, but because it was a perfect example of the Shanghai mind. Even in a city and country where ruthless reaction rode roughshod over every man or woman who even mentioned such insidious ideas as the rights of man, it was a masterpiece of gutter journalism, attacking both my political and my personal life. I might have ignored it had not my position already been made difficult by inquiries and attacks from official sources. A few months earlier I had been arrested by the Chinese police of Canton, acting upon a secret official document sent them by the British police of Shanghai. The document had charged that I was a Russian Bolshevik traveling on a false American passport. The police addressed me in Russian, which I did not understand, and then pocketed my passport. When the German consul general intervened, the chief of police showed him the document from Shanghai. The American consul general also saw it, but equivocated when I asked about it. While waiting for a reply from Washington concerning my citizenship, my consul general asked me to give him the names of every Chinese I knew. When I replied that this was journalistically unethical and that I also considered it unethical for a consular official to act as an agent of the police, he was infuriated. For weeks I lived under house arrest, with armed gendarmes wandering in and out of my apartment at will. If I went out, they followed, with murmuring crowds trailing behind me, apparently anticipating a Roman holiday. By the time Washington had verified my citizenship, I had fallen ill. My Irish sea captain friend rescued me and took me back to Shanghai. I had to spend 3 months resting in the Philippines before I was in fighting trim again. This Canton incident was really the setting of Woodhead's attack on me. In a succeeding article he brought up the case of a Chinese family of 12 which, he alleged, had been murdered by communists and buried in a courtyard. The killing was said to have been an act of revenge against the head of the family, a leading communist who had gone over to the blue shirts and betrayed dozens of his comrades. The story had no meaning for me. Murder was an order of the day in China. Anyone could get an enemy killed by paying a sum to thugs. Tu Yusang, leader of the Green Gang of Shanghai, had accumulated a fortune from such work, not to mention the opium traffic and the protection tribute paid by every Chinese business house. Mr. Tu was the opium king of Shanghai and was referred to as the Tsar of the French Concession. He and 2 other great gang leaders allied with him were called the Big Three. The Green Gang often kidnapped recalcitrant wealthy Chinese and held them for ransom, and the chief Chinese detective of the international settlement, who was connected with the gang, had grown very rich. At one time, the gang poisoned a number of French officials at a banquet. When some of them died, the press called it smallpox. Nor could I be impressed by the attack upon my personal life. 4 years a British official lived with the mistress of an upper-class brothel to which only white men able to pay $50 a shot were admitted. This brothel mistress once had her picture taken with the Britisher. Incidentally, one such brothel mistress had a daughter studying in an exclusive finishing school in California. I also recalled that when Mrs. Margaret Sanger once visited Shanghai, her crown of auburn hair had caused an elegantly dressed woman to approach her in a tea room and ask her if she wished to earn a handsome sum of money, a fur coat, and other fine clothes. Margaret pretended interest. The elegant woman explained that the British fleet was coming in and Margaret was just the type for the admiral. Great as my sins might have been, I was not a member of the Green Gang or of the Shanghai police force, or at the disposal of the fleet. I refused to answer personal questions from any but my peers, and used my political reply to Woodhead's attack to expound unpopular views. Another vitriolic attack on me forced an American Marine officer to protest to the editors, and the paper declared the controversy closed. A few days after this attack, Feng De, my secretary, came with a mysterious warning to the effect that a Baltic German by the name of Karl Strauss, connected with the French and British police and the White Russians, was going to call on me. Strauss was referring to himself as the appointed representative of the International Red Aid, a communist labor defense organization with headquarters in Berlin. He was said to be carrying 2 letters from Willy Munzenberg, head of the Red Aid. I was not even a member, not to mention a functionary of the Red Aid, and I doubted the story of the letters. Karl Strauss was known to many people as an international spy, and such methods as these sounded too naive. Yet Strauss actually called a few days later. He was a short, thin man in his middle 30s. He had sandy hair and blue-gray eyes as hard as those of a snake. He presented letters which purported to put him in charge of the collection of Red Aid money, ostensibly for flood relief, which was childish. I said at once that I had nothing to do with the Red Aid or with Munzenberg. Strauss replied, "I want you to introduce me to your intellectual friends. I hear you know many who can help our movement." Back of Strauss stood my leather walking stick, leaded at one end, a weapon I now carried in self-protection. I went towards it. He turned and saw it, and without a word whirled and fled. I raced after him, shouting wildly. He disappeared in a small cloud of flying leaves and dust. That night I noticed that the big street light before my house was dark, and that a man, clearly a foreigner, stood behind it. I also saw that a new art shop had been opened in a building directly adjoining my motor driveway. White Russian men idled behind a few piles of paper, paint, and brushes. Then I saw 2 Chinese pass my house repeatedly. Experience enabled me to recognize these as members of the Green Gang. Notwithstanding the popular notion that all Chinese and babies look alike, Chinese types are of course as distinct as those in any national group, and the Chinese thug is a very distinct type. Then one morning my servant ran in from the kitchen, crying, "Missy!" One-piece Chinese policeman in kitchen. "He want your letters. He say he take us to jail." I stalked into the kitchen, which was jointly used by 3 families, and found all the Chinese servants standing about. A Chinese in foreign clothing stopped talking as I entered. I ordered him out. His hard, cold face did not change expression, but he turned and went out. My servant gave notice and left at once. For 2 weeks 2 men friends took turns sleeping in my apartment, and I never went out without one or both as escort. The gangsters padded after us, never looking in our direction. When it became plain that the gangsters and the White Russians were there to stay, I went to the American court and told the special district attorney, Dr. George Sellett, the story. He rocked with laughter about Karl Strauss. He informed me that the Shanghai police had made 3 futile attempts to have me arrested. Since I lived in the French concession, he advised me to write a letter to the French consul general about the gangsters and the detectives. I wrote a stinging letter. The next morning, a lovely creature in white, with a blonde waxed mustache and a dainty walking stick, called on me. In a high, singing voice, he introduced himself as representing the political department of the French police. This fairy-like creature draped himself across a chair and sang out, "Madam, I have called to tell you that the men you call spies and gangsters are unknown to us. I have come to offer you a good French detective to accompany you wherever you go. We desire only your comfort and safety. I need none of your detectives to protect me from your spies and thugs." I exploded. "Please turn on the street light in front of my house and call off your dogs. If you don't, I'll create an international scandal that will make the French concession stink even more than it already does. Madam, these are not our men. Nor does the French concession stink. Monsieur, those are your men, and the French concession smells to high heaven of gangsters and opium and prostitution and white Russian thugs and whores." The fantastic creature rose on its hind legs, bowed, and cried, "Adieu, madam, adieu." He walked off swaying elegantly, one hand on his hip. To my amazement, the street light was turned on that night and the art shop folded up and vanished. The gangsters never reappeared. Once more I realized that as an American I had some protection. But the Chinese still had none. Some time after this, the Japanese Nichi Nichi of Shanghai published an article about me. It was a truly amazing piece. According to it, I had been born in Michigan and educated at Ann Arbor. I spoke many languages perfectly, including Japanese, Chinese, and Russian. I was a member of the GPU and made a specialty of sleeping with military men to worm their secrets out of them. This was easy, it declared, for I was young and beautiful and was a singer and dancer. I had been in Singapore spying on the British, in Java spying on the Dutch, in the Philippines spying on the Americans, and now I was in Shanghai spying on everyone. Within a few days, the China Tribune, Wang Qingwei's English propaganda organ, published an article declaring that I had been a liar since childhood. As proof, they quoted from my autobiography a story of how, when I was 5 years old, my mother whipped me because I told her that the wind carried stories on its back and that the red bird in our cherry tree also told me tales. Before the ink on these stories was dry, a little German spy, Bernhard, apparently found himself in need of money. So he sat himself down and manufactured a diary of an alleged trip he had made into the Soviet regions of Jiangxi province to attend a Soviet Congress. A foreign newspaper in Tientsin began to publish it. One diary entry revealed that I had gone to the Soviet Congress with a group of Chinese students, taken a case of whiskey with me, lived with students in the Soviet capital, and caroused drunkenly every night. When the Congress opened, it blithely continued, I had appeared stark naked on the platform, wearing only a red cap, and had sung the Internationale. Such things as this may sound incredible to people living in an ordered society. They were commonplace in China. The constituted authorities, both Chinese and foreign, accepted them. Some Chinese newspapers supported themselves by keeping a record of the secret lives of high officials, then threatening to publish the facts unless the victims paid up. As a rule, they paid. Chinese law read well on paper, but it was worth no more than its weight in bribes. For a penniless Chinese, there was no justice at all, and Shanghai was filled with Chinese who sought protection under foreign law, although this, too, protected only a few. For a considerable period it protected the freedom of the press, but after the Blue Shirts established a censorship bureau in the international settlement, even that protection disappeared. Many upper-class intellectual Chinese campaigned ceaselessly for a reign of law within China. Among these were Dr. Lin Yutang and Dr. Hu Shi. Though Dr. Hu and I were often in disagreement, I have always recognized that he was one of the first Chinese leaders to urge the introduction into China of the rights of man. Book 3. Imperialism and the Revolution. 1931 to 1936. March of Death. Japan's first step in the conquest of Eastern Asia began in Mukden, Manchuria, on the night of September 18, 1931, when, without a declaration of war, Japanese troops blew up a stretch of railway and accused the Chinese of the crime. Before the night was finished, Mukden had been captured and Japanese troops had begun pouring into Manchuria from dozens of points. Henry Puyi, last degenerate scion of the Manchu dynasty, which had ruled China from the downfall of the Mings to the foundation of the Republic in 1911, was kidnapped in Tientsin and spirited away to Manchuria, placed on a shabby throne, given a Japanese woman as wife, and told that he was emperor of the new empire of Manchukuo. Ready-made Chinese traders, the older and more unprincipled, the better were placed in his cabinet, and Japanese advisors told them just when to talk and just when to keep their mouths shut. One of the few younger men who acquiesced was General Ma Chanshan, and he was made Minister of War. The young Marshal, Chang Suliang, was at a theater in Peiping when he was notified of the incident. He did not leave. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was playing billiards and cultivating friendly relations with foreigners in the Nanking International Club. He was a pleasant, foolish man who had been put in his position, like many other officials, because of his ability to say yes. 1 million soldiers of the central government were busily engaged in trying to exterminate the Red Army in South China. A little thing like the occupation of China's 3 northeastern provinces was too unimportant for even one of them to be withdrawn for the defense of the nation. The League of Nations would put Japan in its place, said the central government. People need not get excited and start shouting for war. China was unprepared for war, said Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, and continued to make war on the Red Army. Soon the Chinese representative was weeping before the League of Nations in Geneva, while the Japanese representative watched him contemptuously, a big black cigar stuck in his face. The Chinese Red Army and the Communist Party, which commanded it, appealed to the nation for the end of civil war and the formation of a united front to meet the danger of foreign invasion. Soon afterwards, it issued a declaration of war against Japan. Its statements were suppressed but managed to spread throughout the country, and the Japanese issued warnings to the central government that if the Red Army was not exterminated, the Japanese would themselves do that job. Other foreigners in China agreed with those Chinese officials who declared that the Japanese are only a skin disease, but the communists are a disease of the heart. The Japanese, the foreigners said, would always respect private property, whereas the communists threatened it. Furthermore, Japan needed room for its surplus population. Given Manchuria, its demands for living space would be satisfied. This had the further advantage of securing China against the infiltration of communist ideas from the Soviet Union. Manchuria under the Japanese would be a bulwark against the Soviets. When the League of Nations sent the Lytton Commission to China to investigate the Manchurian incident, the Americans and British could not agree on any policy, and the Commission spent as much time studying British and American investments in China and the Red Menace as they spent in Manchuria. I never understood why such a commission was sent. Its presence seemed to indicate that news dispatches reporting the Japanese invasion were just Chinese fabrications. Japan's blueprint of world conquest, the Tanaka Memorial, which the Chinese had exposed, was branded by many foreigners as a Chinese fabrication, despite the fact that the occupation of Manchuria and then that of Mongolia were listed by that document as the first steps towards the occupation of all East Asia, the ousting of America from the Pacific, and finally world domination. The plan seemed fantastic. The white nations had ruled the world so long that they could not even imagine their power being challenged. Furthermore, the Japanese were men of color. They were runts. Much of what the people of America knew of them came from the romantic writings of Lafcadio Hearn or from the Mikado. Typical is Madame Butterfly, in which a Japanese woman is abandoned by her white lover and kills herself. It was sad but natural. The Chinese people were not so foolish. They recognized the menace, and a boycott of everything Japanese spread through the country. The upsurge of hatred turned upon the policy of the government, which tried to suppress every anti-Japanese organization while at the same time directing the wrath of the people against Marshal Chang Suliang, who was held responsible for the loss of Manchuria. The young marshal had received orders from the central government not to fight. In addition, he had declared his faith in the League of Nations. Fierce satires and cartoons were published about him. One declared that he was so annoyed with the Japanese that he had shaved off his mustache. He had followed up this desperate action by retiring to a mountain resort at Kulling, taking an ice cream freezer with him, prepared to stick it out if it took months. But up in Manchuria, the bulk of the army of Marshal Chang Suliang disobeyed government orders and fought. They were defeated and slowly driven southwards through the Great Wall into China proper. General Ma Chanshan, whom the Japanese had made Minister of War of their puppet Manchu Kuo, used the period of his supposed treason to mobilize the troops of northern Manchuria. He then took the field as their leader, and in the famous Battle of Nani River lit a flame that swept all China. Because he received no support from the central government, he was soon driven across the border into the Soviet Union. But while he fought, the Chinese people regained their pride. The streets of Shanghai swarmed with students collecting money for him, and the names of Manchurian army officers began to be honored by every Chinese, though their names could not be mentioned in the press. The Manchurian volunteers and the Korean nationalists had also taken the field, and their number was increasing. During a brief period, a group of southern politicians, including Wang Qingwei, used the Manchurian crisis to gain powerful posts in the central government. Like that of all Chinese politicians, their power was judged by the number of armed men they controlled. These southern politicians controlled in part the famous 19th Route Army, and it was soon withdrawn from the Kiangsi Front, where it had been fighting the Red Army, to take up positions around Shanghai. The 19th Route Army was a southern army known for its national consciousness and courage. While fighting the Red Army, it had learned not only the methods of guerrilla warfare, but much of that army's social consciousness and anti-imperialist convictions. When the Japanese around Shanghai began to provoke their usual series of incidents, they were arrested or shot down by the 19th Route Army, and war flared up again, this time around Shanghai. And again, there was no declaration of war. I heard from officers of the 19th Route Army that Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek telephoned General tse-tung, field commander of their army, not to fight the Japanese, but General Tsai refused to obey him. When some of the best Chinese divisions, trained by German military advisors, were dispatched to Shanghai, it was said that they had orders to disarm the 19th Route Army. Instead, they joined it. Once involved, the government had no alternative but to support the struggle. Later, those Nanking divisions, and not the 19th Route Army, were given credit for the defense of Shanghai, which was carried on with unparalleled heroism for 3 months. In that campaign, the patriotism of the people was established beyond doubt. Homes and schools were turned into hospitals. Doctors, nurses, and students volunteered, and workers joined to fight or carry stretchers. 700 workers took part with soldiers in the defense of the Wuzhong forts and held out for weeks against a combined land, sea, and air attack by the Japanese. They retreated only when outflanked, surrounded, and reduced to a few survivors. This war gave me my first opportunity to learn at first hand something about Chinese soldiers, whom most foreigners regarded as mercenaries incapable of serious warfare. With a Cantonese interpreter, I went through the hospitals and sat for hours talking with wounded soldiers about their lives and attitudes. Many of them were little more than boys, but most were seasoned fighters. Save for their speech, they might have been American farmers. Like the common people of China, they knew little of dissimulation and spoke their thoughts freely. They hated the Japanese, were anti-imperialist, and saw no sense to civil war. Though it was a crime to defend the Red Army, they spoke quite openly of the reforms which communists had introduced among the peasant population of Kiangsi province. They criticized their own officers and politicians, charging them with pocketing the wages of the soldiers. For the 19th Route Army had not been paid in 4 months. Right in the middle of the Shanghai fighting, wounded soldier committees from the hospitals had demanded their back pay. Many of them had been arrested and taken from the hospitals to prison. The Chinese people and soldiers were poor, they said, but not the generals and politicians. That China was poor no man would deny, but that both Chinese and foreign businessmen were making huge profits on arms and ammunition was just as undeniable. Chinese officials in charge of war supplies would not sign contracts with foreign firms until they had been paid high commissions. It was the foreign businessmen who exposed this, and such practices were eventually exposed in the American Congress. The names of the Chinese responsible for them were totally missing in the Chinese press. I got a few sidelights on such matters from my many Chinese friends. One afternoon, a Chinese woman friend called on me on her way to a tea party given by Mrs. Kuo Tai-chi, wife of one of the highest Chinese officials. My friend was soliciting donations and recruiting volunteers for a hospital managed by Madame Sun Yat-sen, which cared for 1,000 wounded soldiers. I signed her list and gave a small donation. When she returned from the tea party, she told me what she had seen. The guests were all wives and daughters of high officials and army officers. One of these ladies appeared in a beautiful new gown, richly embroidered, wearing a new ring which the owner deprecated as paltry because it cost only $700. The women gamble at mahjong, losing or winning hundreds of dollars at each table. In the midst of their games, my friend presented her appeal for donations. When the women saw that the first name on the list was my own and that I had given $20, they each gave $20, no more, no less. When my friend appealed for volunteers to work in the hospital, the women reminded her that they and their daughters were ladies, who could not be subjected to the rough talk of soldiers. Not one volunteer came forth, but a few days later some of the ladies had their photographs taken as they went through the hospital distributing small bags of oranges and cigarettes. The soldiers had shouted at them, "Go rape yourselves with your oranges. Pay us our back wages and we will buy our own oranges." After 3 months of heroic fighting, which left the Chapei section of Shanghai in total ruin, Chinese and Japanese officials gathered in the British consulate and signed an agreement. No one knew exactly what the secret clauses were, but that they existed every man suspected. In any case, Shanghai and the surrounding region were demilitarized and the Chinese agreed to suppress the anti-Japanese movement and to remove the 19th Route Army. Even the Chinese police force, which had turned its guns against the Japanese, was disbanded, and a special police force from Peiping, known to be more feudal and therefore more acceptable to the Japanese, was brought to Shanghai. During the Shanghai War, foreigners prevailed upon the Japanese in China to call a truce for 1 day to permit the evacuation from Chapei of Chinese civilians, those who had survived the Japanese sword. Foreigners with special Japanese military passes were permitted to go into the battle zone to bring out people. I could not get a military pass, but the editor of the Shanghai Evening Post and Mercury, an American daily, agreed to take me if I cared to risk arrest. I decided to take the chance in an effort to find my friend the writer Lu Xun. With a press sign on his car, and waving his military pass out of the window with one hand, my courageous editor friend swept at breakneck speed towards the Japanese barricades. While I sat breathless, we sped along the deserted road flanked by Japanese troops and were gone before they could lift a hand to inspect our passes. We reached the home of my friend and found it partially destroyed. I hammered on the doors and shouted in English and German, but no one answered. Marooned in their homes, many Chinese refused to respond to anyone, and some of them died of hunger rather than open their doors. Failing in our mission, we again sped through the Japanese lines back into the international settlement. Only when the war was over did I learn that Lu Xun and his family had been rescued and hidden by Japanese friends. During the fighting, a number of my friends were murdered by the Japanese. I knew a returned student from America whose brother hid in a clothes basket when Japanese soldiers entered their home. After they had departed, my friend entered his brother's room. But the youth was gone and the room was splattered with blood. I asked 2 friendly Japanese newspaper men to find the brother. They went through all the concentration camps in which the Japanese army held Chinese civilians. Late one night, since no Japanese dared venture into the international settlement by day, the newspaper men came to me. I had had one of my periodic heart attacks and was lying ill. One of my most unforgettable memories is of these 2 Japanese, collars turned up, hats pulled low over their eyes, clothes dirty and disheveled, and eyes bloodshot from days and nights of looking on horror, squatting by my bedside in total silence. When I asked the unnecessary question about my friend, one of them shook his head, but neither spoke. They must have sat in silence for half an hour. When they rose to go, one of them staggered from weariness. I proposed that they go into my living room and sleep for a few hours on the couch. Without a word and without removing their overcoats, they dropped on the couch and were asleep almost before their heads touched it. I spent a sleepless night, and at 4 in the morning awakened them. Before they left, one of them said, "It was horrible, horrible, but try to trust us. We will do all we can." They went out and I never saw them again. After the Shanghai Truce was signed, the 19th Route Army asked to be transferred to North China, where the Japanese were preparing to invade the province of Jihol. Instead, it was transferred to Fujian province to the south under orders to continue the war on the Red Army. Within a few months, revolt flared within its ranks, and for a few weeks its officers maintained a semi-independent government which made a non-aggression pact with the Chinese Red Army. The government moved soldiers against it, and when they began bombing Fujian cities, it surrendered. Some of its troops went over to the Red Army, and the rest were split up and scattered. Years later, in northwestern China, I met some of its officers, who had by then become staff officers of the Red Army. They had made the epic long march with that army. The Chinese people writhed under the humiliation of defeat and impotence. Students who had demonstrated against the Japanese and demanded war were beaten in the streets and imprisoned. A 19th Route Army officer tried to kill Wang Qingwei and other officials in Nanking. Wang Qingwei went to Germany to recover and, after Hitler came to power, joined the Axis forces. When, later, Italy copied Japanese technique and occupied Abyssinia, the resistance of the Abyssinians lit new fires of patriotism in the Chinese people. If little Abyssinia could fight a powerful invader so courageously, so could China, argued all Chinese patriots. During the Abyssinian campaign, I made another trip to North China and saw the confusion and despair that gripped the people. Students became hysterical and screamed as they talked, accusing their government of selling out to the Japanese. Each weekend, men and women students gathered by the hundreds in the Western Hills on what they called picnics. I heard anti-Chinese foreigners accuse them of sexual debauchery. What they were really doing was practicing mountain climbing and guerrilla warfare. Sticks were their weapons, and stones were their hand grenades. When I told officials that I could not understand why China could not fight as well as Abyssinia, one of them replied, "Oh, the Abyssinians are savages. If you step on a savage, he will always fight. But we Chinese have an old culture and we love peace." On the train from Peiping to Tientsin, I witnessed the bitter fruits of appeasement, another aspect of the fearful distortion of the Chinese Revolution. The Chinese government forbade anyone to ship silver money out of the country, but the Japanese sent armed men into North China to buy Chinese silver dollars with worthless paper currency and transport it to Mukden. Our train halted to allow hordes of these Japanese and Koreans to lug in heavy suitcases and sacks of silver dollars. They swarmed into every compartment, and a gang of 15 or 20 shoved me out of my seat. As I stood in the corridor, I watched a Chinese conductor come through the car, slide back the doors of each compartment, bow politely, and ask the gangsters whether they were comfortable. He dared not ask them for their tickets, for Japanese would not lower themselves by paying on Chinese trains. When I told this story to a foreign friend who was very pro-Chinese, he answered, "How can we expect individual Chinese to be braver than their government? The conductor would have been killed had he tried to collect fares." Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek was said to be anti-Japanese and preparing for war. I could see no signs of such preparation. What I could see was China's manpower, war materials, and national wealth being depleted in fratricidal fighting. Friends in Germany had written me that the IG. Farben industry had bought up most of the shares in the Frankfurter Zeitung, the paper for which I was correspondent. I knew what to expect from my new employers, because on 3 separate occasions the Chinese government had requested the German government to have me discharged. This paper, the oldest and most eminent liberal daily on the European continent, had weathered many reactionary movements in Germany, but the Nazi tide threatened not only its freedom of press but the lives of its owners. For, in addition to the crime of being erudite and liberal Democrats, the publishers were Jewish. After mutual expressions of regret, they gave me 6 months' notice, paid my salary for that period, and allowed our contract to lapse. A German, later one of Hitler's chief propagandists, was mentioned as my successor. The rights of man. Sometimes leading Chinese intellectuals and I talked about the desperate necessity of introducing into China at least the fundamental liberties. Much we could not expect to achieve, but if we could gain some freedom of speech and press or a public trial for political prisoners, or if we could halt the torture and secret slaughter of men or improve prison conditions, the gain would be precious. Every leading Chinese scholar worthy of the name dwelt on these needs. It presented sober and reasoned arguments for a government of law which would respect the rights of man. Another liberal scholar, more volatile and critical, was Dr. Lin Yutang of Shanghai. He lectured and wrote on behalf of a system of law designed to take the place of the prevailing crass lawlessness. Unable, without endangering his life, to come out in the open in the fight for reform, Dr. Lin became a vitriolic satirist of officialdom, especially in The Little Critic, a column which he conducted in a Chinese magazine published in English. Once I told him that he reminded me of Boccaccio, who, unable to make direct attacks on the power of the popes during the Italian Renaissance, satirized the immorality of individual priests and monks. In the scholastic hierarchy, Dr. Lin Yutang occupied a place about halfway between Dr. Hu Shi and the revolutionary Lu Xun. Lu Xun charged that Dr. Lin's approach exercised a bad influence on youth because it led them to make humor out of political problems rather than face them. Lacking Dr. Lin's satirical genius, they wrote anemic, mediocre essays, jesting at frightful and bloody oppression. Although more of an organizer and administrator and politician than a scholar, Mr. Yang Qian was also one of this group. Unlike the others, and despite his liberalism, he was a member of the Kuomintang. He was Secretary General of the Academia Sinica, which numbered Dr. Hu, Dr. Lin, and scores of other scholars among its members. The president of the academia was Dr. Tse-tung, an old scholar, a humanitarian, and perhaps the most eminent of Chinese educators. In the middle of 1932, these scholars helped organize the first League of Civil Rights in China. Though members of the Kuomintang, Dr. Tse-tung became president and Mr. Yang Qian secretary. Madam Sun Yat-sen was made chairman. Dr. Lin Yutang and Lu Xun were on its executive committee. The only foreigners involved were Mr. Harold Isaacs, a young American newspaperman, and myself. Dr. Lin, Mr. Isaacs, and I were responsible for all publications and correspondence in the English language. Our league took part in 3 campaigns for civil rights. The first was on behalf of a Chinese newspaperman arrested and secretly tortured to death in Xinjiang, near Shanghai. General Ku Chu-tung, governor, lived in Xinjiang. This newspaperman had exposed the opium traffic and other corrupt practices with which General Ku was said to be connected. His murder aroused the Chinese press of Shanghai, and it, together with our league, put up a valiant fight. We demanded a public investigation and the removal from office of General Ku. General Ku issued a statement that the dead man had been a communist. As proof, he charged that 5 years before, in 1927, the man had tried to organize the rickshaw coolies of Xinjiang. No Chinese newspaper outside the foreign concessions dared even mention the case, but the Shanghai Chinese press and our league pressed it vigorously. General Ku invited our president and secretary to a dinner to talk things over. And when they refused, the Blue Shirts of Nanking issued a secret warning to them to cease their activities. A Kuomintang committee secretly investigated the case, even exhuming the body of the dead man, but their findings were kept secret. Mr. Yang, who was an important Kuomintang member, told me that one of the legs of the dead man was found to be completely crushed. By machinations beyond fathoming, the case was gradually smothered and soon became only a bitter memory. We had achieved nothing, and General Ku remained governor. Our league next attempted the public defense of 5 trade union organizers accused of being communists. We did not even demand a jury trial, for juries were unknown, and to have demanded one would have been like asking for the moon. Of the 2 lawyers who volunteered their services, one dropped out when he received a warning following the first hearing, and the other fled when Blue Shirts threatened to destroy his business and kill him. We failed again, totally and completely. Of the 5 prisoners, only one was saved. His mother, an influential Kuomintang member, secured his release. The third case, in the spring of 1933, concerned the woman writer Ting Ling, a friend of mine. Along with another writer, Pan Nian, she had been kidnapped by Blue Shirts and spirited away to Nanking. Yang Qian, our secretary, took up this case with tremendous earnestness, issuing an appeal to the public. A few days afterwards, 4 Blue Shirts shot him dead on the steps of the Academia Sinica. Our League for Civil Rights came to an inglorious end, vanquished by the terror. But the murder of Yang Qian, one of the best-known liberals, and the abduction of Ting Ling, a well-known writer, did become an international issue. Protests from American writers, women's groups, and intellectuals saved the life of Ting Ling. But Mr. Yang was dead. Mr. Yang had been one of my friends. The revolutionary history of China, the influence of the intellectual Renaissance, and study at Cornell University in America had made him a convinced Democrat and patriot. He did not like the communists personally, but he was opposed to the anti-communist terror and to civil war. To him I owed much of my knowledge of old Chinese society, and it had been he and the lyric poet Su Zumo who had often taken me to the old Peking drama. The 3 of us often called on friends, or went to some tea house or temple to spend an evening in friendly talk. Mr. Yang's vivacious and witty conversation was among the few gay aspects of my life. My two friends spoke with amazing freedom of their own and their friends' love affairs and, to my continual delight, their spirited conversation was enlivened by vivid pictures of patricians harassed by love and irate marriage partners. Mr. Yang had had my book Daughter of Earth translated into Chinese and had introduced it to the public in his writings and lectures. But I sometimes noticed that he was more interested in my moral aberrations than in the social message of the book. Mr. Su, the lyric poet, was killed in an airplane accident, and Yang Qian remained the first martyr to Chinese civil liberties. My friends were falling while I remained untouched. Sometimes I felt as though I were living on the labor of others. If I too paid my price, it seemed mild compared with that of the Chinese. After the German newspaper for which I corresponded terminated our contract, I was forced to live on my meager savings. I also started to work on a new book. The American consulate seemed to know of my financial difficulties. For one day, a consular official invited me to lunch and asked me to make confidential reports for him on the strength, activities, and program of the Chinese Communist Party. He brushed my refusal aside, pointing out that small reports day by day or as I came into possession of facts would be sufficient. He was too polite to suggest that I become a spy. Instead, he asserted that our State Department should know the truth. To what end, I wondered. One consular official in China who had compiled an unprejudiced study of the communist movement had been called a Red, and was even ordered back to Washington for questioning. Other consular reports which I had read always referred to the Chinese communists as vermin. As the consular official and I left the restaurant, we met one of his superiors on the street. Right before my face, my host said to the other, "She says she knows nothing." The two men laughed. I was determined that any facts which I gathered about the Chinese Revolution should be laid before the American public. That these would be incomplete and would be considered one-sided went without saying. Enough people were writing about the other side, and many were writing nothing else. I would write of the common people, the soldiers, and the intellectuals, or of those who struggled for liberation from any form of oppression. Motorcar number 1469. One day in the spring of 1933, Li, a Chinese engineer, told me he was going to Peiping to meet representatives of the Manchurian volunteers who were fighting the Japanese in the northeast. He planned to return to Manchuria with them. While in Peiping, he needed a safe place in which to live and asked me for help. I wrote a foreign friend asking him to meet Li at a certain foreign hotel. 10 days passed, and my foreign friend wrote that he had gone repeatedly to the meeting place, but the engineer had not appeared. I was at once sure that Li had been arrested. I informed his wife, and she and all their friends immediately moved to new addresses. My address remained the only one he would know. I was preparing to leave China for a sanatorium in the Soviet Union where I could receive treatment for a heart ailment. The night before I sailed, my telephone rang and I heard the voice of the engineer, tense with excitement. He told me that he had just got out of the hospital and wanted to see me at once. While waiting for him, I wondered if he had returned as a spy. The reference to the hospital meant he had been arrested. Few men ever escaped from their captors. Those who did were seldom trusted. But I felt instinctively that even though we had not been close friends, I could trust this man fully. This instinct often guided me in my judgment of Chinese. It had caused me to dismiss Feng De, my own secretary, and to look with distrust on his marriage with the woman writer Ting Ling. When Li arrived, he was disheveled and agitated, and his face showed marks of serious strain. "I know you think I have come back a spy," he said, "but wait till you hear my story." Sitting across the desk from me, and speaking in fluent English, he began. As my train neared Peiping, two men came up, seized me, and forced me to go with them. They said I was under arrest, but neither then nor later did they show any authority. I knew one of them. He was a former leader of the communist youth who went over to the blue shirts. He now helps kidnap his former comrades. These two men took me to a house in Peiping and ordered me to tell them where I was going and to give them the names and addresses of my comrades. I insisted that I had left the Communist Party months before and was now on my way to Manchuria to join the volunteers. Of course, that was as bad as being a communist. Uncertain about me, They brought me back to Shanghai and said I would have to give the names and addresses of people I knew here. When we arrived, a detective in a motor car met us, and I noticed the license number was 1469. This detective was also an ex-communist and is now a blue shirt detective. We drove to a small, dirty inn, the East Hung Chi, on the border of Nantao and the French concession. It is a gangster den to which men and women are brought to be tortured until they say they are communists. They are then turned over to the police. Why do they take them there instead of to the police? I asked. I could not learn. I think perhaps they receive money for each communist they capture, so they force people to say they are communists. I saw many gangsters coming and going, and in some rooms they gambled and quarreled and fought. By their talk I knew they were the henchmen of Tu Yuseng, the gang leader whom Generalissimo Chang appointed chief agent in Shanghai for suppressing communists a year ago. Since then, the whole underworld has been turned loose against us. Then the detectives unbound me and forced me to watch the torture of prisoners. A couple, man and wife, who looked like poor intellectuals, were surrounded by gangsters. The captives denied they were communists. The detectives made me go up so they could see my face. They did not know me nor I them. To make them confess, they put them on the airplane. The airplane is a kind of torture. They tied their hands behind them and then suspended them by their bound hands from a rope thrown over a beam. The woman fainted almost at once. A gangster took a wooden mallet and beat the chest of the man as he swung about. A man's chest becomes as tight as a drum when he hangs like that. The man cried horribly. Blood began to gush from his mouth, and he lost consciousness. The gangsters took the couple down, carried them out, and brought in a man who was trying to fight them. They threw him on the floor and sat on his chest, thrust a rubber tube in his nostrils, and poured through it a filthy mixture which smelled like excrement and gasoline. His stomach bulged out. Then they sat on his stomach and the filth spurted out. They poured him full again and he vomited. When he lay very still, they dragged him through a door. The detectives had forced me to look at him and him at me. Of course he saw me standing with his torturers and perhaps thought me one of them. Wait a minute, I interrupted. Why were you not tortured like the others? The blue shirts have adopted a new method with leading intellectuals, he replied bitterly. They kill a worker or a peasant, for there is no way out for such men except the revolution. But the blue shirts know that an intellectual may waver, go over to them, and get a position in the government or in the blue shirts. If we refuse to betray, they destroy us. They take us where other prisoners can recognize us, so that even if we manage to escape, none of our comrades will ever trust us again. Sometimes they make intellectuals accompany them through prisons in order that political prisoners may see them and never trust them again. He turned back to his story. Under threat that they would treat me as they had treated the other prisoners, the detectives ordered me to write letters asking my friends to meet me in the Great Eastern Hotel in the International Settlement. Hoping to escape, I pretended to agree. I wrote 2 cards to false names and addresses. Then they took me to the Great Eastern, hired a room adjoining mine, and locked my door. The first night they watched me closely and I could do nothing. The next night I heard them snoring. I crept to the window, intending to slide down the drain pipe to the street 3 stories below. Just as I put my leg out, I heard a noise and, looking down, saw a man creeping up the drain pipe. He caught the window ledge just beneath mine, cautiously lifted the window, and then I realized he was a burglar. Before he could crawl into the room, a woman screamed and he darted out and slid down the drain pipe. There was a great commotion, and I could not escape that night. No one came in answer to my cards, but I told the detectives it was because the man I once knew had probably moved or because no one would come to meet me anyway. They were very angry and took me back to their den and said they could convince me. Just as we entered, 2 gangsters were bringing in a good-looking, well-dressed man. We followed him right in and I was forced to confront him. I had never seen him. He was so scared that when they threatened to torture him, he began to betray his comrades. This miserable fellow sat down, trembling, and said that Ting Ling, the woman writer, was having a meeting that night at her home on Quinsen Road with 2 men writers who helped her edit a literary magazine. He insisted that Ting Ling was not a communist, but nevertheless a leftist. Wait, I exclaimed. Describe that man. He described my former secretary, Feng De. I walked about the room in the deepest agitation, then turned to listen again. It was now dark, the engineer continued, and the two blue-shirt detectives and a chauffeur pushed me into that same motorcar, number 1469, and we drove to the address given by that coward. On the 4th floor, the door was opened by a woman who must have been Ting Ling. She did not say a word, but turned very white when the chauffeur grabbed her and tied her with a rope, then forced her down the stairs. At the same time, I was pushed into the room and saw two men, one tall and thin and one short and now very pale. Everything happened very quickly. The tall, thin man stood with his back to an open window, and when one of the detectives went towards him, he began to fight. But he was frail, and when the fight grew fierce, he whirled and threw himself through the window down the 4 stories. The detective shouted, then ran fearfully out, to get the body, perhaps to avoid another kidnapping scandal in the foreign settlement. The shorter man in the room had also begun to fight, and I picked up a stool and hit the detective on the head. As he staggered, I turned and fled down the stairs, along the street, and mingled with the crowds on Sichuan Road. I telephoned from a shop to my wife, but there was no answer. So I called you. After a moment he added, "That is my story. Of course you will not believe me. No one could. It is too fantastic. But I swear that it's true." We sat in silence. Finally he said, "Tell my wife what I have told you. I will stay in a cheap inn I know, and she can have comrades watch me if she wishes." "I know nothing of your wife or your comrades," I answered. "I collect stories, and yours is an interesting one." Wearily he lowered his head and sat in silence. Yet I knew he was telling the truth, knew it as well as a mother knows whether her child is lying or not. "Give me the name and address of your inn," I said. After he had done so, he sat thinking for a time, then said, "Tell her this. 1 week from tonight at this time, I will stand before the Buddhist temple on Bubbling Well Road, with a foreign newspaper in my left hand. If my comrades trust me, one should follow me as I walk away to a quiet street. He should approach me and ask if I have seen the 4 Tang horses. I will reply that I have seen only 3. And if they do not trust you?" In a dead voice he answered, "Then let them do with me as they wish. I have no money at all," he continued. I gave him a few bills, and he left my apartment quickly. Weeks later, in my room in a sanatorium in the Caucasus in the Soviet Union, I opened some late English-language newspapers from Shanghai. The earlier ones gave details of the assassination of my friend Yang Qian and the disappearance of Ting Ling and a man writer, Pan Nian. Not a word about the blue shirts or the man who had thrown himself from the window in Ting Ling's room. The prominent position of Yang Qian had made necessary some explanation for his murder, and the French police had arrested 2 of his assailants, both wounded as they tried to escape. One had confessed before he died. The police announced that they were unable to reveal the men responsible for the murder, because this would involve the highest personalities in the Chinese government. Shortly after this, the startling headline, "Another communist outrage," caught my eye. It concerned the murder of a Chinese detective, a former communist who had distinguished himself by hunting communist bandits to their lairs. He and his chauffeur had been shot dead just as their car drew up before the Sweetheart, a brothel in an alleyway in the international settlement. The police had refused to give out any information about it save to say they suspected communist vengeance. The motor car was a large one and the license number, the report said, was 1469. 2 years later, after I had circled the globe, my doorbell in Shanghai rang, and when I opened it, the ghost of the engineer, Li, was leaning against the doorframe. His sick eyes stared at me from a gaunt and bloodless face. He trembled and his head wobbled from side to side as I led him into my guest room, undressed him, and put him to bed. He lay very still, like a man who has reached the point where he is ready to die. I called a doctor. The engineer had malaria, an enlarged heart, intestinal parasites, inflamed tonsils, decayed teeth, anemia. For weeks he lay ill, staring at the ceiling above him. But when his health improved, he began to talk. First I asked him what had happened the night after he had left my house 2 years before. 1 week later, he said. I stood before that Buddhist temple on Bubbling Well Road, and when I walked away a man followed. He came up and asked me, "Have you seen the 4 Tang horses?" "Not 4, but 3, I answered. We talked and he arranged for my trip into Soviet Kiangsi, where the Central Committee of our party had moved. I went by coastal steamer to Swato in the south, where I met a man who led me to a riverboat. The boatman paid no attention to me, but took me to a distant village and delivered me to a man who guided me northwards into the mountains of Fujian. From Tingchao in Fujian, Li had turned due west to Shuiqin, the Soviet capital. He was examined by the Central Committee of his party, then put in charge of a Red Army arsenal near Shuiqin. Since educated technical men were few, he was later asked to do almost everything from manufacturing war materials to constructing a soap and medicine factory for Red Army hospitals. His account covered every field of activity in the Soviet region's medical work, education, administrative problems, mineral ores and vegetation, newspapers and books. Part of his tale touched on the great military campaigns of the Kuomintang against the Red Army and of the battle at Kwanchong, in which the power of the Red Army had been shattered. In that one battle, the Red Army lost 4,000 men, and when it received orders to assemble for the Long March, it had to leave 20,000 wounded behind. 100,000 men began that march in September 1934, but only the highest leaders knew what lay ahead. Of these he was one. He had buried his arsenal machinery and, with his staff of skilled workers, assembled as ordered. Then came the secret march through the cordon of Kuomintang troops. While the Kuomintang armies followed plans formulated by the German Reichswehr officer General von Seeckt, another foreigner, a German with the Chinese name of Li Te, was responsible in the Red Army for the plan of positional fighting which resulted in defeat. His ideas had prevailed against those of Mao Zedong, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, an experienced guerrilla fighter. The engineer's story carried me along on a march and through a struggle such as history has seldom known. Across mountains and rivers, in and out of battle, and by 1,000 small and touching details into the lives of the common people. He told of the cruel cunning of the militarists. As our army passed through northern Guangxi mountains, officials beat gongs in the villages and cried that bandits were coming. The peasants fled. We marched through empty villages, but never molested a home. I fell ill with malaria, and along with a great many sick and wounded men fell behind the army. We sometimes saw officials and policemen, thinking our army had passed, return to the villages, burn or loot homes, and then, when the peasants returned, tell them that the crimes were the work of the Red Army. The people were turned against us. He spoke of their treachery. Soldiers or policemen would waylay our sick or wounded and shoot them down. Their detectives dressed themselves in clothing taken from our dead and then mingled with us as spies. I shot one man whom I saw do this, and of the poverty of the peasants. How poor are the people of Kwaichow province. I once went into a peasant hut and found an old woman cowering in a corner. She ran out, caught her only chicken, and fearfully offered it to me. When I paid her for it, she wept. Thousands of poor men joined our army. He told of terrible betrayals. When we reached northern Yunnan, a school teacher led the peasants to welcome us. This teacher had become a guerrilla commander, and because I was sick with malaria, our army ordered me to remain behind as his political director. After the army passed on and the Kuomintang army approached, this teacher welcomed them as he had welcomed the Red Army. I had to flee for my life, and of incredible extremes. I moved on northwards and met soldiers. They stripped me naked, taking even my eyeglasses. I came to a convent of Buddhist nuns. They gave me a robe and lent me $70 to take me to Shanghai. I expected to die on the way. If your name had not been in the telephone book, I think I should have died, for all my friends are scattered. Once he said, "From the time I left you that night over 2 years ago, I began to keep a diary for you, but when we left on the long march I buried it with my machinery. I never saw him again. A wounded Red Army commander lived for a time in my home so that I might write down another epic covering nearly half a century of Chinese life. He was Cho Chien-ping, the commander of the 10th Red Army Corps in its early days. This was when Fang Qiming, a chemical engineer, was political leader and organizer of the Corps. I never met Fang, Yet of all the deaths of Red Army commanders, his execution in Nanchang in January 1933 affected me most deeply. Perhaps it was the hateful way a foreign newspaper correspondent, Rex Driscoll, reported his execution that hit me so hard. I had never heard of Driscoll before and have not heard of him since. It may be that a missionary assumed the name for the purpose of publishing the reports. When Fong was captured in the battle that annihilated his small army, a wave of glee swept the ruling class, both foreign and Chinese. A tone of gloating runs through Driscoll's report, but the facts he recorded speak for themselves. Fong was placed inside an animal cage and paraded through the streets of Nanchang. People ridiculed him with the title of king because he sat proudly and with dignity inside the cage. When paraded before a mass meeting, he called to the people to arise and fight for liberation, and when taken out to be killed, he besought his executioners to join the revolution. Cho told me his tales of Fong Chiming in a dry, matter-of-fact manner, but out of them there arose the figure of a great organizer whose lost China had ill been able to afford. Fong had exercised magic power over the common people because his every act was so plainly in their interest. He had organized primary schools and hospitals, agricultural exhibitions to improve the crops, a Red Army training academy, civilian night schools to end adult illiteracy, 2 large arsenals, and a landmine bureau to take the place of the numberless home arsenals of the peasants. Cho Chien-ping was a quiet, unassuming little man who had sprung from poor peasants in Guangxi. His father had died when he was 5 and his mother had earned a living as a washwoman. He had joined the army as a boy orderly at the age of 10 and had risen to the rank of battalion commander. When he joined the Red Army, he took his entire battalion with him. After leaving my home, Commander Cho went to the northwest to rejoin the Red Army. A few weeks later, at the age of 46, he died of smallpox. Soviet interlude. When my health broke down again in 1933, I left China for the Soviet Union, where I remained for 11 months. Part of this time was spent in a sanatorium in Kislovodsk in the Caucasus, and the remainder in Moscow and Leningrad, where I completed my book China's Red Army Marches. Since my activities were restricted by my illness and by the work I had to do on my book, I was able to get only brief glimpses of Soviet life. Once a watering place for the Russian nobility, Kislovodsk had been turned into a city of rest homes where tens of thousands took free annual vacations. At that time, there were 59 of these homes, with 11 others under construction. The Red Army utilized 2 of these, the Learned Professions 2, the Textile Workers Union 1, and the Miners Union 1, a beautiful structure on a cliff overlooking magnificent mountain ranges. After a few weeks, I made the acquaintance of a Red Army officer and accompanied him on a visit to a rest home for commanders. It was early evening and hundreds of them stood in a garden where they had just seen a motion picture. They continued their military education during their vacations, with daily lectures and blackboard and moving picture demonstrations. I was introduced to a commander, a professor from the Red Army Academy in Moscow. He spoke perfect English, and when he learned that I was an American, remarked that his life had once been saved by General Graves, commander of the American Expeditionary Army in Siberia during the Russian Revolution. In 1920, I believe that was the date he gave. He had been editor of a newspaper in Vladivostok when the Japanese arrested him and 11 of his comrades. They were about to be executed when General Graves sent American troops and forced the Japanese to release them. This professor told me that General Graves' book, America's Siberian Adventure, had been translated into Russian and published by the Red Army Publishing House. The introduction to the book traced the history of American-Japanese relations in the Pacific and the conflict in their interests and policies. This conflict was reflected in General Graves' outspoken abhorrence of the Japanese and their white Russian puppets, to whom he always referred as butchers. Under the system of socialized medical care, doctors and nurses made physical examinations of all arrivals in the health resort, and those needing medical or dental treatment received it without cost. The park and surrounding wooded hills were lined by winding paths, with numbered stations on the slopes. When a doctor said a patient could walk to the highest station, his cure was complete. When I was at last allowed to go to the highest station, an American Indian friend, a student in the Academy of Science at Leningrad, accompanied me, and we walked over the wild, lonely mountain ranges. Wandering about, we came upon a solitary shepherd youth of about 20, herding a large flock of sheep. My friend could speak Russian, so we halted and asked the youth where he came from. His movements were so slow and thoughtful and his voice so unhurried that he seemed to be a part of the solitude. He said his collective sheep farm was in the valley far below us. Accepting the cigarette we offered, he sat down with us in a field of blue and yellow mountain flowers. No, he said, he did not get very lonely in the hills because there were so many things to think and read about these days. He drew a paper-bound book from his pocket and said he was reading it for the second time. It was Tolstoy's War and Peace. Lenin, he quietly added, had considered Tolstoy the greatest Russian writer. Did we think the same? We talked about this for a few minutes and then he asked us what country we came from. When we told him that we were Americans, he recalled that some of our countrymen had lectured at his farm. From them he had learned that there were 12 million unemployed in America. It had seemed almost unbelievable, he said. As many people as in the entire Caucasus, perhaps more. It was like a whole country having no way of earning a living. Looking compassionately at us with his very blue eyes, he remarked that it must be a great misfortune to be born an American. To think of having to ask a rich man for the right to live, he remarked. I'm very sorry for you. It's not so hot, my friend agreed. I wondered what would happen if the Soviet Union ever opened its doors to immigrants. Would millions of the poor pour into it as they had once poured into America? Certainly I had heard tales of political wrongdoing, but could my own country truly say that its politics were pure? Could one say it of French or English rule? No, not unless one chose to forget India, or to ignore the fact that the cruelties inflicted on the natives of French Indochina were a byword in the Far East. Limited as had been my visits to the Soviet Union, I was deeply impressed by what I had seen. Kislovodsk itself was but one of hundreds of rest and recreation resorts for those who labored. And everywhere great cities and industries had risen where none had been a few years before. Medicine had been successfully socialized, and education from grade school through universities was free. In such great metropolitan centers as Moscow and Leningrad, cultural life was rich and varied. Books were issued in millions of copies and the great classics could be bought for a few kopecks a volume. Fine music and good theaters were widespread. The folk life of the people flourished, and at almost any hour one might see a crowd on a boulevard watching Red Army soldiers and civilians dancing folk dances. The life of the Red Army was particularly attractive. It had its own great theaters and publishing house, and its men, down to the last private, received the best educational and military training possible. I doubted if any army in the world surpassed it in such directions. As I looked upon the Soviet scene, I constantly compared its swift and broad advance with conditions in China. China had developed a few of its roads and industries, but they constantly staggered under the burden of self-seeking private interests. It had built primary schools, but the children of the poor could not afford to attend them. Within its armies, the corruption was notorious. China was bound by 1,000 chains, both internal and foreign. The people of the Soviet Union labored under heavy burdens, but no one owned them, their land or their industries. They were a proud, awakened people. Yet I could not imagine spending my life outside of China. Just why I could not say. Life in the Soviet Union would have been free and easy compared with life in China, and the income from the Russian editions of my books would have not only maintained me, but even left a large surplus in the bank. But social and literary interests drew me irresistibly back to China. There, too, my friends lived and struggled. But first I hoped to establish myself as the correspondent of some American publication, and therefore decided to return to America. I left the Soviet Union in the spring of 1934, passed through Central Europe, and set sail from France as a third-class passenger. Once in New York, I tramped the streets of the city trying to find a position on some newspaper. I failed. One was willing, but when the editor asked if I thought there would be war in the Far East and I said yes, he replied that his paper could not publish articles with such a tendency. His paper, he said, stood for peace. America was like a strange planet, and the friends of my youth, now middle-aged, seemed to be living and thinking much as they had lived and thought 15 years before. On the West Coast, I visited my sister and my youngest brother, a veteran of the First World War. I had last seen my brother when he was a child, and he was now past 30 and had a wife and family. My sister was the principal of an elementary school. I had no place whatever in the life of either of them. From my brother and sister I learned about my father, then a man in his 70s and as hale and hearty as any animal. He owned horses and chased women. The rest of the time he drank. Moved by a sense of filial duty, I had sometimes sent him money out of the royalties from my books. With these he bought gallon jugs of whiskey, lined them up against a wall and went on a toot that lasted for weeks or months. 2 years later, when I was back in China, I was stricken with remorse on learning of his death. But the details in the letter which followed this announcement set my spirit at rest. On a hot summer's day in Oklahoma, he had won 16 bottles of beer in a poker game and drunk them all. Then he up and died. Book 4. The United Front and War. 1936 to 1937. Xi'an Incident. One evening in the spring of 1936 at the Shanghai home of my friend Lu Sun, I met a writer who had just come from the Northwest as representative of the Chinese Red Army. He had made the epic Long March, that historic trek made by an entire army across 12,000 miles of plains and rivers and mountains. Every evening for weeks I sat with him, taking notes of his conversation. Though calm and factual, his recital was filled with pictures of incredible suffering and perseverance. Speaking of the long wanderings in the snows of eastern Tibet, he would say, "Men grew so exhausted that when they squatted for natural functions, they were too weak to get up again. Thousands froze to death. For months we had only corn to eat, and many could not digest it, pass through them. Others gathered it up, washed it, and ate it again, only to expel it once more. When those of us who survived emerged at last on the plains of Kansu and saw our own native folk, we threw our arms about them, weeping and laughing. We were in rags or skins, or cloth primitively woven from sheep's wool. We were as gaunt as skeletons, and thousands of us were sick. The nights echoed with our coughing. Kansu was so poor that we often ate dogs, cats, and rats. Sometimes the women of the province hid in their huts because there was only one pair of trousers to a family, and they were worn by the husband. Decades of war, famines, drought, taxes, and merciless rents had stripped the people even of clothes. To the curse of destitution was added syphilis, spread by mercenary armies and the Mongols from the north. Many are sterile, and there are places where no child under 15 can be found. This man told me how desperately medical supplies were needed, and thereafter 2 foreign doctors and I began to collect money and became, so to speak, medicine smugglers for the Red Army. I had again become ill, and after consultation with a friend decided there was but one place where the blue-shirt gunmen were not such a menace: the Northwest under the young Marshal Chang Suliang. Many changes had taken place in the character of the young Marshal since the time he has been a Manchurian warlord. The occupation of Abyssinia had destroyed his admiration for Italian fascism, and under the influence of young men on his staff, he had become a Democrat. He had conquered the opium habit and was trying to rid himself of the feudal and militaristic influences of his youth. The National Salvation Movement, banned in other parts of China, was protected in his territory, and despite protests from the government he had permitted a National Salvation Congress to be held in Xi'an. Though under orders from the government to continue the extermination of the Red Army after its arrival in the far northwest, neither he nor his troops relished fighting their own countrymen while the Japanese were occupying their native Manchuria and invading Suiyuan province. A Red Army representative, unofficially on the young Marshal's staff, arranged for me to rest and work in a temple at Lintung, some 15 miles from Xi'an. This was the center of the great northwestern region which had cradled the Chinese race, in which great dynasties had arisen out of the ruins of others and then had themselves decayed and been overthrown. There I hoped to regain my health and write another book. The temple in which I lay had once been the pleasure place of Yang Kuei-fei, favorite concubine of Sun Tsung, an emperor who had ruled from AD 847 to 859. Gazing at Yang Kuei-fei's pavilion, the lotus pond, the walks and bridges, I recalled a song which I had once heard an old Chinese musician play on his 5-stringed lute. His music had filled the room like a small orchestra. It was the Song of Unending Sorrow, an ancient poem telling how the emperor mourned for Lady Yang. whose spirit sent him a message of undying love from the enchanted isle where she dwelt among the immortals. In such an atmosphere I read Chinese history and took up again my oft-interrupted study of Chinese. As my health improved, I often wandered across country to the tomb of Qin Shi Huangti, who founded the Qin dynasty in 255 BC and tried to destroy the feudal system of his time. His vigorous mind had thought in vast terms. It was he who began building the Great Wall to keep out the barbarians from the north, conscripting one man from each family of China for this work. Under his reign, mighty irrigation works, imperial highways, bridges, and cities were undertaken. Chang'an, the ancient name for Xi'an, had once been a city of colossal dimensions. Since the Confucian scholars were then, as they still are, the transmitters of feudal thought, Qin Shi Huangti had tried to destroy them and their works, burning all Confucian writings except those on agriculture, arboriculture, medicine, pharmacy, and divination. Near Lintung was a valley which was pointed out to me as the place where he had buried alive many recalcitrant Confucian scholars. As Qin Shi Huangti grew old and soft in luxury, he turned to magic and sought the waters of immortality, which he heard were on the Blessed Isles somewhere in the Eastern Sea. It was recorded that he sent a fleet with 3,000 young men and maidens, under a famous magician, to bring back some of this water. These youths are said to have colonized Japan, which was undoubtedly the worst thing they could have done. The tomb of the emperor rises from the plain beyond Lintung like a low mountain, and beneath it, say historians, lies buried a palace filled with priceless art treasures of ancient China. The floors are of copper through which the rivers of China are traced in quicksilver, and the copper dome is graven with all that was known in ancient astronomy. Only the granite building that once armored the summit of the tomb had been removed, sold to an Englishman by a Chinese general in need of money. Back in my temple at Lintung, I began work on my new book, pausing only when friends came from Xi'an to interrupt my loneliness and bring news. One of these friends was from the Red Army, and the news he brought was always disturbing. General Fu Tso-yi, governor of Suiyuan province, was fighting the Japanese, who were occupying Inner Mongolia in an effort to isolate China from the Soviet Union. The Japanese had also occupied Tsingtao in Shantung province. Instead of fighting them, the Chinese government had concentrated its most powerful army, under General Hu Chengnan, against the Red Army in the northwest. Ammunition dumps had been established on the roads leading up to this new theater of war. There had already been a number of fierce engagements, and General Hu had already suffered defeats. The commanders of the northern and northwestern armies had held a military conference to discuss the government orders to surround and destroy the Red Army. But feudal inefficiency and conflicting interests had dissipated their efforts. Marshal Chang Suliang's Manchurian army was more modern than most, and his officers and men wanted to fight the Japanese. Instead of an anti-Red front, an alliance of anti-Japanese armies of the Northwest was taking form. It consisted of the Red Army, the Manchurian, Tungpei or Northeast Army, and the Shipei Northwest or 17th Route Army under General Yang Huqin. Delegates were negotiating with other armies to join the alliance, and representatives of the semi-independent province of Guangxi in the far south had already arrived in Xi'an. Hundreds of students from Peiping and Tientsin had gone into Marshal Chang's new student military academy. Representatives of the Blue Shirts in Xi'an, led by a man known as Ye Taokong, notified their chief of all these developments. When the Generalissimo accused Marshal Chang of harboring communists in his academy, the Marshal replied that his only standard for judging students was their anti-Japanese sentiments. "I would advise you not to believe anything the Japanese tell you," he added. One day in October 1936, 3 students who had just arrived in Xi'an were kidnapped by the Blue Shirts and imprisoned in Kuomintang headquarters. Marshal Chang sent troops who broke down the doors and released the students. Such incidents were warnings of an approaching storm. Other news shattered my seclusion at this time. On October 20th, a Chinese woman friend who lived in the temple, she was a gentle woman who seemed ignorant of political matters, came into my room and said dejectedly, "We Chinese suffer many losses. Now we have suffered another. Our great writer Lu Xun is dead." The news of my own father's death had reached me shortly before, and I had felt regret and sorrow. The death of Lu Xun came to me not only as a personal sorrow, but as a national tragedy. He had not lived aimlessly. nor had he given himself over to the search for wealth, power, or position. Of all Chinese intellectuals, he had wielded the greatest influence over educated youth. He embodied the common good, and the disease which killed him was fostered by sorrow and struggle. On death itself he had looked with contempt. Only for the announcement of his death did the official censors lift the ban on his name. His funeral in Shanghai was memorable. Teachers and students left their classrooms, clerks their shops, workers their factories, and poor writers, artists, and actors came out of their hiding places to follow his body. Madame Sun Yat-sen and her brother, Dr. T.V. Sung, were in the procession, and Dr. Sung helped lower the coffin to its last resting place. Lu Xun was not a communist, but the communists honored his all-embracing culture and strength of spirit. In their center at Yan'an they later founded the first Lu Xun Library. I became the keeper of the seals of the foreign language section and donated to it all the books I had collected in China. Later still the communists established the Lu Xun Art Academy, to which hundreds of educated youth journeyed from every part of the country to study under the best writers, artists, musicians, and actors. This was one academy which produced a living and militant art. When Sion friends came out to Lintung on the day following Lu Xun's death, even the temple manager, a businessman without much imagination, came in and discussed Lu Xun with them. As I listened to him and saw that even the owner of an isolated country temple knew of Lu Xun's life and work, I asked myself, what purpose did all the censorship serve? Other events interrupted work on my book. In late November, I heard of another clash between the young Marshal and Generalissimo Chang. The Generalissimo had again accused Marshal Chang of failing to exterminate the Red Army, and the young Marshal had replied, I and my officers and men have obeyed you faithfully for years, believing your promise to lead us against the Japanese. You have not done so. It is not too late. We now demand that you give us the right and opportunity to drive out the Japanese. In any case, I must tell you that I cannot control my army any longer. A few days later, a small group of young officers in the uniform of the Central Armies appeared at our temple at Lintung and ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. The temple was to be prepared as living quarters for Generalissimo Chang and his armed bodyguard, and as the seat of the anti-Red military conference which was to start on December 7th. All villages on the highway to Xi'an were also ordered to be evacuated. I drove into Xi'an with my Chinese woman friend. The highway was choked by a great throng of people carrying their possessions on their backs or shoving them on wheelbarrows. Conscripted village men and boys were already at work repairing the road, filling up every small hole. The anti-Red military conference was obviously not a popular event and the people were not being trusted. The empty villages along the highway were now occupied by detectives. Again I recalled the ancient past when powerful court cliques kowtowed and flattered emperors, pretending implicit obedience, but in reality serving their own interests. Though I believed the Generalissimo to be a nationalist who loved power above all else, still I had never considered him the kind of leader to order every little rut in his path filled in. His court clique was certainly kowtowing. I secured a small room in the Xi'an guest house, the only modern hotel in the city, planning to return to the temple later. But within a few days the guest house was filled with high officers of Generalissimo Chang's staff, and I learned that hundreds of blue shirts had established secret centers in many parts of the city. They were said to have machine guns, rifles, and a secret radio station. Xiao Lizu, a former communist leader, then the Generalissimo's private secretary, was governor of the province, had his own armed guards in the city, and commanded the police. The Kuomintang branch, one of the most unpopular institutions in the region, was also armed. When the military conference began in Lintung, the atmosphere of Xi'an became tense. Every day I heard reports that the Generalissimo was calling high Manchurian officers one by one, offering them money and position if they would transfer their allegiance from the young marshal to himself, which would mean their willingness to continue civil war. They replied that their homeland was occupied by an enemy invader, their families slaughtered, and their homes outraged, and then they proceeded to report back to the young marshal. One morning my Red Army friend came to borrow my pistol and cartridges. There was proof, he said, that the blue shirts, aided by the Xi'an police, were planning an uprising that might result in wholesale slaughter. On December 9th, the anniversary of the anti-Japanese student movement which had begun in Peiping. Thousands of Xi'an students and school children marched through the streets, singing national songs and distributing handbills urging national unity. They planned to petition Generalissimo Chang to end the civil war and help General Fu Tso-yi fight the Japanese in Suiyuan. Under orders from the governor, who received his instructions from the Generalissimo, the demonstration was attacked by the police, and 2 young boys, sons of Manchurian army commanders, were wounded. The atmosphere of the city became ominous. A few hours later, a blue shirt, refusing to give his name or show any identification, came to demand my passport and residence visa and to ask why I had taken pictures of the student demonstration. I showed the visa, but replied that there was no law against taking pictures of students. He rushed off to the police captain who had given me the visa and, as I heard later, slapped the captain's face, tore the stripes from his uniform, and dismissed him from the service. Wild with fury, he returned to the hotel and declared that if the manager didn't throw me out, he would do so himself and settle with her once and for all. I reported these events to a Manchurian staff officer and the Red Army representative that night. They were furious. "Stay right here and defy the blue shirts," they ordered. "If they attack you, it will become an international incident and expose them as having attacked a foreign friend of China while refusing to fire a shot at the Japanese." So I waited to become an international incident. The next day, the hotel manager received an ultimatum to throw me out within 24 hours. When I refused to go, the manager wailed that I would be killed. I have never been able to learn all the details of what happened in Xi'an on the fateful night of the 11th of December, 1936. What I did learn was that throughout that night Marshal Chang, General Yang Huqin, and their high staff officers held a conference, and that at dawn a body of their troops, led by a young officer, Captain Sun, surrounded the temple at Lintung. 30 of the Generalissimo's bodyguard and their commander, Chang's nephew, were killed. The Generalissimo escaped in his nightshirt to a hill and hid behind a pile of stones, where Captain Sun found him. Chang reminded Captain Sun that he was his commander-in-chief. Captain Sun told me later that he had kowtowed politely to Chang and then replied, "You are also our prisoner," because the Generalissimo's feet were bruised by the rocks. Captain Sun carried him down the hill on his back and then delivered him to Marshal Chang and General Yang in Xi'an. That night I had been unable to sleep and had wandered around my room fully dressed. I was standing at the window watching the first streaks of dawn when I heard the hammering of machine guns and the bursts of rifle fire. Well, I thought, this is it. The blue shirts have started their uprising. My heart almost stopped beating when I heard the sound of running feet within the hotel, then hoarse shouts and excited voices. Rifle shots came from somewhere nearby, and then above the ominous cries and the crashing of doors rose the sound of splintering glass. The sounds were all those of danger and death. A woman screamed, men shouted, and automobile engines started up with a roar. Rifle butts crashed against my door. Unwilling to help in my own murder, I backed into a corner just as 3 rifle shots splintered the wood and the glass panel crashed and scattered. I heard shouts of "Japanese!" and thought in terror, God, they're going to kill me under the pretense that I'm a Japanese. A soldier's head appeared through the door panel and stared wildly about. I recalled enough Chinese to say, "I'm not Japanese. I'm an American." Someone pushed him, and he tumbled into the room. A crowd of gray-clad soldiers, rifles ready, poured after him and then milled around confusedly. Some dashed into the bathroom, others jerked open the door of the clothes closet, and then all but 2 streamed out and began beating on the manager's door, which was next to mine. The 2 soldiers left in my room began moving about. One suddenly thrust his rifle barrel into my stomach and pushed me back against the wall, while the other dumped everything out of my dressing table. He filled his pockets with everything that struck his fancy: my eyeglasses, rolls of film, flashlight, and batteries. He gathered up my woolen sweater and woolen underwear with particular exclamations of satisfaction. The soldier pinning me to the wall reached out and flipped over the pillow on my bed. There lay my purse with all my money. With cries of joy, the 2 soldiers pounced on it and divided up the money. One took my fountain pen and one my pencil. Then each clipped his trophy into his breast pocket. Finally, each dragged a woolen blanket from the bed and disappeared down the hall. Convinced that the marauders were interested only in loot, I staggered into my bathroom and bathed my face. Then I sat down and listened to the strange roar that filled the hotel and the surrounding city. I had read of soldiers running amok, and here I was living through such an incident. Curiosity overcame my fear, and I peered cautiously into the hall, then into the room of the hotel manager, next door. 2 big trunks were open and garments were scattered about. I called and a faint voice answered. "They're only looting," I called. His face still white, the manager crawled out from under the bed and began clawing through his things. "They've taken my fur coat," he wailed. "They've taken everything." Finally, he peered out into the hall. "Now, don't be scared," he assured me. "I'll take care of this." He disappeared down the hall and was soon back, bringing with him a young officer who carried a cocked automatic and seemed half-crazed by the excitement. A soldier dashed past. The officer shouted an order and aimed his pistol at him. The soldier halted, returned, and stood at attention. The officer first rained curses on him and then threatened him with many kinds of torture if he allowed anyone to enter my room. The manager found a sheet of paper and a Chinese brush, and on this the officer wrote, "Anyone who enters this room will be shot." He signed it, and the manager, with the air of one who has done his work well, tacked it to my door. The moment the officer and the manager were out of sight, the soldier craned his neck into my room, walked over to where my clothes were heaped, and began rummaging in them. Nothing worthwhile there. Then he caught a glimpse of my wristwatch. He reached out, grabbed my arm, tore the watch off, and disappeared down the hall. I stood staring at the handsome sign, which no soldier would stop to read, which none could read even if he stopped, and which none would obey even if he could read. Gradually the sound of shooting both in the city and in the hotel ebbed away, and at last officers began driving the soldiers out into the open. With the manager I stood in the hotel doorway and watched a couple of young officers racing back and forth before a line of sullen-eyed soldiers in the yard, stripping bulging pockets of loot, piling garments on the earth. The manager blanched at the stream of invectives that poured from the mouths of the officers. I gathered from what they were saying that the female ancestors of the soldiers had led fairly colorful lives. Above the sound of the telephone, which throughout had been ringing unheeded, we now heard the shouts of servants. The manager dashed away and returned crying, "A man's bleeding to death in there. Do you know anything about first aid?" I remembered an untouched suitcase under my bed and dug out my first aid kit and ran down the hall. I found a short man with a small black mustache. He looked for all the world like a Japanese, lying on a bloody pillow. Examining him, the manager and I saw he was more frightened than hurt. A bullet had passed through the thin part of each cheek, but not a tooth was touched. Probably he had been shouting, his mouth wide open. While the manager made strong coffee, I cleaned the man up, applied dressings, then fed him coffee with a spoon. All the while he kept assuring us that he was not a Japanese. After an ambulance had taken the man away, I noticed that the manager was dragging his trunks into my room. "The soldiers may come again," he explained. "You are a foreigner, and your room is safer than mine. I won't charge you any rent." A car rolled up and a group of young Manchurian officers took possession of the hotel. An officer who spoke English set up a table in the hall and then prepared to hear the complaints and claims of the guests. I made a list of my losses and was told that General Yang Huchin, in charge of the troops that had run amok, would reimburse me. I never received a cent of compensation. 3 years later, a man who had been on General Yang's staff told me that a sum of money had been sent me by a secretary, but the secretary had taken it for granted that all foreigners were rich and all Chinese poor. The young Manchurian officer gave me a copy of a proclamation. It contained the famous 8 demands made during the Xi'an incident: the formation of a national defense government representing all parties and groups, resistance to the Japanese, the release of all political prisoners, including 7 national salvation leaders, all of them professional men, the granting of free speech, press, assembly, and the right to organize, the abolition of all extraordinary decrees against the patriotic anti-Japanese movements, and an alliance with the countries favoring China's independence. When I read this proclamation, I forgot all about the looting. Whatever might come of this incident, I felt that China would never be the same again. At this point, I was called to the telephone. A military friend had been telephoning for hours to tell me that this was not a blue shirt uprising. He was astounded to hear that the hotel had been looted. The city was in the hands of Marshal Chong and General Yang, he said, and the police station, Kuomintang headquarters, and blue shirt secret centers, with their radios and documents, including a blacklist, had been captured. 2 imprisoned students had been found in one blue shirt center, and 100 airplanes which had been sent to fight the Red Army had been confiscated. Generalissimo Chang and Governor Xiao Lizu were in the city as Marshal Chang's prisoners, and all the ammunition dumps which General Hu Chungnan's army had been prepared to use against the Red Army had been captured. Marshal Chang had issued a proclamation legalizing these actions, and there was to be a mass meeting the next day. "Don't go out," my friend warned. "Martial law has been declared, and there are many dead and wounded in the streets." "Wait," I cried. "Why can't I get a military pass to help care for the wounded?" My friend talked with the Manchurian officer in the hotel, after which I had a pass, had slung my first aid kit over my shoulder, and was on my way to the Baptist hospital to get surgical dressings. I spent the day moving around the city, seeing to the wounded and sending them to hospitals. The next afternoon witnessed the first of many great mass meetings, and on the 16th Marshal Chang spoke at one called by the National Salvation Union. He reviewed the record of Japanese invasion, the government's actions, and his many controversies with the Generalissimo over a policy which, he pointed out, had been a violation of the will of the people. Declared Marshal Chang, "I wish to stand with all our armed comrades on the front line in the anti-Japanese war. The entire people must rise up and push forward in this struggle. If you are a laborer, give your labor. If you have money, give that. Let us mingle our blood in the defense of our country." Xi'an was soon plastered with anti-Japanese posters. A specially trained political regiment of the Manchurian Army, along with representatives of the National Salvation and the students' unions, held small street meetings everywhere, and sent units to outlying villages to organize the arming and training of the peasants. Political prisoners were released, among them 300 captive Red Army soldiers, 54 Red Army women, and 33 Red Army children. Of the released soldiers, nearly 100 were sick with fever or had infected wounds. Although I knew only first aid, I attempted to take care of them, trying meanwhile to secure hospital space for the worst cases and medical care for all. They lay on straw pallets in bare, ice-cold barracks, and only a few boasted thin cotton coverings. It was a week before a doctor took over my work. At last General Yang Huchin sent me $2,000 to buy blankets and food for them. The Red Army soldiers were a revelation to me. They were from the Sichuan Red Army, all poor peasants between the ages of 15 and 50. They reminded me of descriptions in books about the Peasants' War in Germany. Their eyes were inflamed. Many had no shoes at all, and their huge peasant feet, scarred and bloody, had calluses an inch thick. When I first went among them, they stared at me suspiciously. To them I was a well-dressed foreign devil. On the day following the uprising, I was filled with a strange sense of watching history in the making. An airplane took off for the northwest, returned in the afternoon, slowly circled the city wall, and glided to the landing field. It brought the first representatives of the Red Army and the Central Committee of the Communist Party. I met the Red Army representatives the day after their arrival in Xi'an. 9 years of civil war had passed, in which perhaps 1 million peasants, workers, and intellectuals had been killed, great wealth wasted, and war materials squandered. In some instances, the whole family or even clan of a Red Army commander had been wiped out, the wives and sisters beheaded in the city streets. Yet when I talked with Chou Enlai, political director of the Red Army, and Ye Qianing, its chief of staff, I felt that they had come not for vengeance, but to pave the way for a new era of unity. A National Salvation newspaper appeared on the second day of the uprising, and in the next 2 weeks was followed by 2 other dailies and a student publication. Students and actors formed the first mobile theater to present plays to the troops and the people. To combat wild reports from the Nanking radio that Generalissimo Chang had been killed, that the Red Army had occupied Xi'an, and that there was pillaging and rape, one of the newspaper editors began to make broadcasts in Chinese, while I undertook to make them in English. My broadcasts consisted of interviews with officials, military commanders, Red Army representatives, and National Salvation leaders, and reports of developments in the Northwest. My talks annoyed the Nanking government, and months later I heard from American newspaper correspondents that American consular officials in Nanking and Shanghai had even announced their determination to deport me. In an interview with the correspondent of the New York Times, a Nanking spokesman declared that my talks strongly advocated the United Front ideas and other projects conflicting with established government policies. The spokesman said nothing about the American YMCA secretary, who was broadcasting wildly distorted reports from Nanking. I at least was telling the truth. Dangerous news affecting the future of China began to reach us. The first of these reports concerned Wang Qingwei, former political head of the Chinese government and its ruling party. Wang Qingwei had been living in Germany since a young officer of the 19th Route Army had tried to kill him. When Wang heard of the Xi'an incident, he rushed to Berlin for a secret conference with Hitler, then took an airplane for China, obviously planning to take over the government. Japanese military commanders had also held secret conferences in North China and had warned the central government to crush the attempt of the northwestern armies to form a united front. General Ho Yingqing, Minister of War, who for years had been an associate of Wang Qingwei, began to mass troops at Tungquan, the mountain pass leading to Shenxi province. Under the pretense that he was seeking the release of Generalissimo Chang, he threatened civil war. I wrote a speech warning against civil war, and before broadcasting it submitted it to Manchurian and Red Army representatives. In it I compared General Ho Yingqing and his clique with Wu Sanquei, the Chinese general who betrayed the Ming dynasty and allowed the Manchus to invade and subject China in the 17th century. Marshal Chang Suliang talked each day with Generalissimo Chang, urging the end of civil war and advising resistance to the nation's enemy. The young marshal had read the Generalissimo's diary and, I was told, was convinced that the Generalissimo really intended to resist the Japanese eventually. Soon Madame Chiang Kai-shek, Dr. T.V. Sung, her brother, and Tai Li, the sinister head of the Blue Shirts, arrived in Xi'an by plane to negotiate for the release of the Generalissimo and his staff. In the meantime, the official Soviet-Russian newspaper, Izvestia, by publishing an article charging that the Xi'an incident was a Japanese plot, virtually warned the Chinese communists to release Generalissimo Chang. Perhaps the Soviet government considered Generalissimo Chang preferable to Wang Qingwei, who had openly allied himself with Hitler and Japan. But at that time, a wave of cynical resentment against the Soviet Union swept through Xi'an. The Generalissimo was secretly released on Christmas Day. The people knew nothing of this, and the authorities in Xi'an were apparently afraid to let them know. On the preceding day, they deliberately circulated rumors that General Fu Tso-yi, heroic defender of Suiyuan, was arriving by plane on Christmas Day to join the anti-Japanese alliance. At the rumored hour, the airdrome was black with people carrying banners to welcome him. A closed car drove up. Out stepped Marshal Chang. He was greeted with applause. Then Generalissimo Chang and his party followed. Only 2 or 3 recognized them and then hardly believed their eyes. The whole party entered the plane and took off. General Fu did not come, and the people were left milling about in confusion. When the truth became known, there was consternation. They realized that they had been drawn to the airdrome to give the Generalissimo the impression that they were there to honor him. Within an hour, a group of young Manchurian officers and National Salvation leaders were going from room to room in the hotel, complaining bitterly of the ruse. They stopped and said to me, "We have been betrayed." The Red Army induced the young marshal to release Chang. One young officer contemptuously exclaimed, "The young marshal still has his head filled with stupid feudal ideas. Now he will never be free." Though the central government had threatened civil war only if the Generalissimo was not released, it continued for weeks afterwards to concentrate troops at Tungquan. Fighting broke out at the mountain pass, and railroad stations on the way to Xi'an were bombed by planes. Faced with this menace, the anti-Japanese alliance held firm and prepared to fight. The high Manchurian officer who was left in charge by the young marshal carried on secret negotiations with General Ho Yingqing, and other old officers began to undermine the army from within. The young ones grew wild with fury, and demanded the release of Marshal Chong and the realization of his 8-point program of democracy and national resistance. The Red Army supported them in this, and at the height of the incident 2 Red Army Corps threw a cordon around Xi'an, prepared, if the Minister of War persisted, for civil war. Early in January, James Bertram, a New Zealand representing a London newspaper, arrived and began helping me broadcast, gather news, and address town and village mass meetings. When his voice was first heard over the air, propagandists in Nanking announced that a Russian Bolshevik was broadcasting from Xi'an. Foreigners who believe that Chinese are passive, unemotional creatures would have revised their beliefs if they had seen the Manchurian army. All its pent-up resentment over the government's passivity in the face of the Japanese burst like bombshells in Xi'an. Its soldiers felt that they had become exiles from their homeland and were being used merely as mercenaries against their own countrymen. I watched 2 big demonstrations, one purely military, one civilian military. The equipment displayed in the military review was pathetic. During the civilian military demonstration, I stood on the ancient drum tower in the center of the city and watched endless lines of marchers converging from every direction into a great throng that jammed the main boulevard. Long lines of peasants, carrying guns or spears, had come in from the country to participate. The demonstration was led by mounted Manchurian cavalrymen wearing fur caps, with fur tails flying from the top, looking much like pictures of Daniel Boone. Manchurian infantrymen, as tall and strong as Americans, followed. I heard for the first time the Manchurians' nostalgic fight back to your native home sung en masse by marching troops. Young officers led in the shouting of slogans. They would whirl about, leap high into the air, and shout with wild fury, "Down with the Japanese dwarf devils! Down with the fascists! Release Marshal Chong!" All those people's organizations which had once been barred, the unions of workers and of students, women, clerks, children, businessmen, marched. A huge cartoon showed Wang Qingwei shaking hands with Hitler and branded him the running dog of the fascists. The strains of the forbidden volunteer marching song floated militantly over the city. Slowly Xi'an was crumbling. In Nanking, Marshal Chong allowed himself to be tried for capturing his commander-in-chief and was sentenced to prison. The sentence was immediately commuted, but Generalissimo Chang took him prisoner and held him in his home at Fenghua. Years have passed, but the young marshal still remains a prisoner. His fate has embittered all Manchurian patriots. His army was dispersed and only a few of those who fought in it are still alive. The Xi'an incident may have ended in a local defeat, but it was nevertheless a national victory. Slowly and with agonizing pain, a united China was being born. Soon we heard that government troops were to occupy Xi'an. On learning this news, national salvation leaders began to leave for many parts of the country, for they knew that the Kuomintang would never grant civil liberties to the people. Knowing that if I was caught in the city, my fate would be the same as that of any Chinese patriot, I started out of the city on the morning of January 12th. Sandbag barricades had been thrown up around official buildings and at street intersections. Slogans of liberation still shouted from the walls, but the 8-point proclamation flapped sadly in the winter wind. I waited for 4 hours on the frozen road near the airdrome. At last a truck rolled up. A Red Army man sprang out and ordered a man out of the seat next to the chauffeur, and I clambered in. The truck was loaded with students, each with a roll of bedding at his feet. Without a word, we drove away to the north, towards ancient Xinyang, past the Chou and Han tombs, towards Sanyuan and the Red Army. Men and ideas. We spent the night in a low mud inn. In the morning it was bitter cold and the chauffeur had to build a small fire under the engine to thaw it out. We roared through the ancient city of Sanyuan, planning to have breakfast in the old, half-abandoned walled town of Tungli, the headquarters of the 1st Red Army Corps under temporary commander tse-tung. At last we rolled up to the town, but the gate was too narrow for the truck and we had to climb out. A number of black-uniformed young soldiers began to gather, and to my surprise I saw among them my friend Ting Ling. She had been released from confinement in Nanking and had managed to make her way to the northwest and finally to the Red Army. Many soldiers who had been practicing guerrilla tactics in the wheat fields around the town came running to see the new arrivals from Xi'an. This was the first time that I had seen the Red Army en masse, and I looked around curiously. I was profoundly impressed by their faces. Instead of the depressed, empty expression characteristic of so many soldiers, their faces had something of the vital awareness that had been so pronounced in the great Lu Xun. When Ting Ling explained that I was a foreign friend, one of the soldiers turned and abruptly asked for the latest news from Spain. They spoke the sharp, staccato dialect of Jiangxi province, and I could hardly understand a word. Ting Ling explained to them that I was to speak at mass meetings, during which I would answer all questions. She tried to lead me away, but I would not allow this meeting to pass so casually. I stayed and began to ply the soldiers with questions. Most were in their early 20s and had been in the Red Army for 4, 5, or 6 years. If they were 25 or 30, they had been Red Army soldiers for 8 or more years and were called old. There was not a man who had not been wounded, some as many as 7 or 8 times. Deprecatingly, one added, but only twice seriously. Not one could recall how many battles they had fought. They laughed a little at this and remarked that there were too many to remember. Only 2 or 3 had ever been married, but the families of all were in Jiangxi province and no one knew what had happened to them after the Kuomintang occupation. They spoke of the Kuomintang armies as whites. One said he did not know whether his father and 2 sisters were alive, for his sisters had short hair and had worked in a village Soviet. The whites kill girls with short hair, he explained. They waited for my questions, curious to hear what a foreigner was interested in. I told them I had long heard of their Red Army marching song and would like to hear it sung. They laughed a little. Then one of them climbed into the truck, raised his arms, and counted Irsan. And on the 3rd beat the men's voices rose in a song that stirred the blood with its revolutionary fervor. The spell of ancient Chinese history was upon me, and after the soldiers had finished singing, I wandered, accompanied by my Peiping student interpreter and Ting Ling, through the magnificent Pompeii-like ruins of what had once been a center of great luxury. Carved stone monuments still stood before beautiful doorways leading into courtyards surrounded by empty apartments. Cobwebs hung from worm-eaten rafters and the decayed framework of filigreed windows. On the stone floors of these halls, now bitterly cold, the soldiers had arranged long, continuous pallets of wheat straw. These were their quarters. One corner of the town was inhabited by peasants and small traders who lived in earthen huts. Near an old open-air theater, topped by a gorgeous, upcurving, gargoyled roof of colored tiles, stood a low hovel made of boards and rusty gasoline tins. Next to it, an old man sold peanuts. At 10 o'clock, when the army had its first meal of the day, Commander Tso-chuan and some of his staff found us squatting with a group of soldiers around a tin pan of boiled cabbage, our rice bowls filled with steaming millet. The polished, diplomatic commander was shocked, for he still followed the time-honored Chinese custom of welcoming guests with a banquet. We rose at once and followed him to an open stone terrace on which stood a long table prepared for a banquet, and soon hot dishes began to arrive. I criticized banquets of this kind as a relic of feudalism. They smiled, perhaps thinking my protests the conventional politeness of a guest. But in the months that followed I made my conviction quite clear. Tso-chuan was a suave but reticent intellectual, and his political director, a landlord's son who spoke perfect English, did most of the talking. This Red Army Corps had been stationed along the Great Wall when the Xi'an incident occurred, but when civil war seemed imminent it had moved to this region. Many landlords had fled, first trying to create a panic by spreading rumors that bandits were coming. The peasants had no place to go and, in any event, did not heed their landlords. Despite the suppression of patriotic organizations and the total censorship of the press, students and other intellectuals had managed for years to set ideas circulating among the people. The peasants had therefore awaited the Red Army with interest, particularly after they were told that it might confiscate and distribute land. Instead of confiscating land, the Red Army sent political workers into the villages and urged the people to form anti-Japanese associations of peasants, workers, merchants, students, women, and children. Since the inhabitants knew these were forbidden by the government, they cautiously asked how long the Red Army would stay in their region. So organizational work was going slowly. In the late afternoon, Ting Ling and I spoke before 2 mass meetings, one of soldiers and one of civilians from the town and nearby villages. This second meeting, held in a school building, resembled a country fair. Women had brought their babies and small children, who cried and whimpered, and since the place was packed, crowds of men gathered about the open windows and kept shouting, "We can't hear!" The man who had formerly been the local magistrate presided at this meeting. He seemed an intelligent and patriotic man, but much given to the traditional and flowery phrases of outworn officialdom. In a fine flow of oratory he spoke of my wisdom, my travels, the countless books I had written, and the vast sums of money I had been paid. Despite all this, he said, I had come through snow and sleet, crossed rivers and mountains, to tell the Chinese people about the Japanese devils. The people liked eloquence, but remained realists. One always praised guests, then forgot all about it. After the meeting, many of them gathered to talk. The men tended to do all the talking while the women hovered shyly in the background. Finally, we got rid of the men and, accompanied by a crowd of women and girls, went to our room in headquarters. Sitting on the beds, chairs, and chests and squatting on the floor, the women began to ask me all kinds of questions about myself. They wanted in particular to know why I wasn't married. This gave Tingling an opportunity to explain the emancipation of women, and to point out to them that they must organize a Women's National Salvation Association and share the same rights and responsibilities as men in the fight against the Japanese. The women were tremendously interested, and only when darkness began to fall did they leave. We bowed them out to the street gate and watched them walk away, holding hands and talking excitedly. A few days later, Tingling and I walked across country to a village where Ho Lung, commander of the 2nd Red Army Corps, had his headquarters. With us were a number of men belonging to a civilian delegation from the new anti-Japanese associations. 2 were teachers, one a middle-aged, intellectual-looking individual who talked volubly. 3 were students, 2 were merchants, one a tinsmith from Sanyuan, and the others peasants. They carried silk banners of welcome which were to be presented to the various Red Army Corps. Students have long known the Red Army's program and policy, the talkative teacher remarked, and they have managed to pass their information along to the people. In fact, if the government thinks one thing, the people always think the opposite. Many of my students have challenged their parents and gone to Yan'an to join Kong-da, Resistance University. I myself have no prejudices against the communists. A small merchant, walking directly behind us, interrupted to add that even most of the merchants were anti-Japanese and would soon return. He looked up at the teacher, laughed, and added, "Do you remember the night the Chamber of Commerce met? All the merchants had boarded up their shops and were ready to run away. Then 2 officers with red stars on their caps walked in and asked to speak. That meeting lasted until midnight. The next day people opened their shops and only a foolish few ran away. We merchants are tired of civil war. We sent a telegram telling the Generalissimo that if we had peace among ourselves we could drive out the Japanese." The students were so eager and enthusiastic that once the teacher remarked to one of them, "The revolution will be fought through only by the masses. You students are only the voice of the revolution, though some of you think you are the whole show. Old people grow conservative," a student chided. Talking in this way, we reached Ho Lung's village headquarters. As we approached, a tall man with a black mustache and wearing a tall fur hat that accentuated his height came out of the building and waved. Tingling shouted, "Comrade Ho Lung, we have come. Shades of the Taiping rebels," I exclaimed to myself, for Ho Lung looked not like a Chinese, but like some old print of a mustachioed folktale Mongol or Central Asiatic. He was a man in his middle 40s, but he walked with the lithe grace of a panther. As he drew near, I saw that his dress seemed so strange and varicolored because it was made up of the remnants of many uniforms. His jacket was of faded gray and his trousers black, the latter fitting so tightly that he appeared to be made up for some medieval drama. Above his blue cloth Chinese shoes white socks showed, and from his ankle to the knee was a splash of green puttees wrapped tightly in a long leaf-like pattern. Something seemed missing from his uniform. Oh yes, a blazing sash and a curved scimitar. This was Ho Lung of fame and fable. A poor peasant of central China, he had been described as a local militarist, and even as a bandit. During the National Revolution of 1925-7 his troops had been incorporated into the Nationalist Army, and he had been made a regimental commander. He liked horses and armies, but titles interested him little. so he recruited some 15,000 men into his troop despite the fact that it was still called a regiment. After the split in the nationalist forces, he had become commander of the powerful Second Red Army. This ever-increasing force held large areas to the north and west of Hankow and had for years fought death to a standstill. He was illiterate and his army had not been so well trained politically as other Red Armies. Xiao Kh, an intellectual, now acted as his political director, and extensive political education was provided. But Xiao Kh had been with him only 3 years. For years Ho Lung had tried to join the Communist Party. Finally, after he had applied 10 different times, he had been accepted. He could now read a little but could not write. Of fighting, however, he knew enough, and his troops reflected his daredevil courage and self-assurance. Although now a communist, he remained a member of one of the ancient peasant Big Brother secret societies, and bore its highest title, the Double-Headed Dragon. The title fitted him well. One tale was told of a launch which he captured from one of the Kuomintang armies in the lake regions northwest of Hankow. He had called this his navy and had scooted over the lakes, directing guerrilla warfare. Men brightened up when they heard that Ho Lung was coming, for then they knew they would hear fine stories related with vigor and dash. An American doctor, Ma Hai-te, who went to the Red Army when Edgar Snow visited the Northwest, later told me many tales of Ho Lung in battle. But he has a gentle, tender heart, Dr. Ma would insist, and tell a story of how Ho Lung walked into a medical station carrying a sick or wounded boy. All the members of Ho Lung's immediate family had been killed in the revolution. Perhaps the most amazing was his sister, a woman of 49 who had commanded a Red Army regiment and had fallen in battle. His last brother had died in a Shanghai prison. His wife, a schoolteacher, had been imprisoned at about the same time. Nothing could bend or break her, and while in prison she had started literacy classes for poor imprisoned women. Xiao Keh, political director of Ho Lung's Army Corps, was also unlike any other Chinese I had ever seen. He was very thin and the movements of both his body and his mind were like lightning. All he needed to resemble some old Persian painting was a horse under him and a spear in his hand. I never saw Xiao Kh in repose. The civilian delegation from Sanyuan listened with delight to Ho Lung's many tales. He spoke with energy and many gestures, keeping the room in an uproar, but always remembering that he was a good communist and ending with some political moral. Just think, if the government had united with us and fought the Japanese when they first invaded Manchuria, it would now have 2 million more trained men. We need unity. There is no difficulty we cannot conquer. One morning, as he bent over his wash basin making a great splash, I remarked on the courage of his imprisoned wife. He paused, then began splashing furiously. I glanced about and saw that everyone was grinning. The Peiping student said in a low voice, "He has another wife now in Yan'an and they have a child. But his Shanghai wife has been released and is coming here." "Just which wife is that?" one of the men asked innocently.
"Shut up, Tu-fei, bandit," Ho Lung growled.
A furious bantering began, with several men mentioning the names of women and others counting them on their fingers. Ho Lung wiped his face, turned to me, and in a solemn, gentle voice urged, "Pay no attention to them." All that was before I adopted the new life. A howl of derision rose on all sides. Ho Lung's army had but recently come out of the grasslands of Sikong and joined the main body of the Red Army from Kiangsi. Only a few had so far received new padded winter uniforms. The others were undernourished and clad in rags. When I went among them, I heard hollow coughing on all sides, for many were suffering from lung ailments. Their eyes were inflamed, but I could not tell whether it was trachoma or semi-starvation. "As soon as we have our new winter uniforms, are rested, and have eaten, we shall be all well," Ho Lung once remarked sadly. I doubted this. Tuberculosis claimed too many victims in the Red Army. It may have been their rags and illnesses that gave me the impression, but this Red Army Corps seemed very different from the Kiangsi men. When Ting Ling and I spoke at their meetings, they seemed to have difficulty in understandings, and a political worker often halted to ask them whether they understood. He would repeat the idea slowly. They listened hungrily. When they sang for us, their songs seemed strange and heavy, burdened with sorrow. Then I would think, they are like men only recently risen from slavery. Before I left the Corps, Ho Lung asked me about my observations and suggestions. But they were already aware of all the deficiencies I could mention. The men needed warm clothing, good food, rest, and medical care. We discussed delousing, for typhus is epidemic in the northwest. But delousing stations were unknown and there was neither heat nor change of clothing. But many volunteers were entering the army, and I proposed that a physical examination be given to keep out those who were syphilitic, for syphilis is also a scourge in the northwest. But there was no doctor in the army able to identify syphilis except in its advanced stages. For its treatment they had nothing. Chu Te was commander-in-chief and chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council. But the commander of the Front Red Armies was the puritanical Peng Te-wei. Peng was Chu Te's shadow and, some said, his military brains. This austere leader was of lowly origin, but had received a fairly good education. During the Northern Expedition he had been a Kuomintang regimental commander in the Nationalist Army, but when the counter-revolution began he had allied his regiment with the forces of Mao Zedong and Chu Te. The latter had been beleaguered on Chinkinshan Mountain in western Jiangxi while organizing the First Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Many of the stories circulated in the Chinese revolutionary movement, as everywhere in China, were a mixture of rumor and fact, and one was rarely able to tell which was which. One story was that when Peng Te-wei had first joined the Red Army, his wife publicly denounced him in order to save her life. The families of Red Army commanders were often killed, but despite this justification, Peng Te-wei had regarded his wife's action as unpardonable. After that, no woman had entered his life. Men said he was married to the revolution. However, he granted women respect and equality with men and demanded that his troops accept this principle as a basic aim of their struggle. He lived the bitter life of the soldiers, ate their food, refused to give banquets, and rejected all comforts which they could not share. From many men I heard that his troops feared him, for he would tolerate none of the mamahu, mañana or do it tomorrow, habits that are characteristic of most pre-industrial civilizations. But they also respected and loved him, knowing that he imposed upon himself the same discipline and that he was a man of iron justice. Ting Ling and I rode to a large village near the snow-covered mountain, Pei Wudianshan, where Peng had his headquarters. A small child was standing by his side, looking up, and he was listening as if deeply interested in its prattle. He was of medium height, built like a stocky peasant, and perhaps in his middle 30s. He was ugly, but as he smiled in welcome his face was pleasant. His eyes were level and penetrating, his voice gruff. When we arrived, he was ill. The long march had left him with gastric ulcers, and in addition he had been kicked by a horse shortly before our arrival. But no one dared refer to his illness in his presence. Since all of them were anxious, they pushed me forward and I, innocent and unabashed, talked to him about his health. I also suffered from gastric ulcers and carried powders, milk, and soda crackers. I shared these with him, and because I was a guest he had to listen to my advice. Because of his illness he spent much time in his headquarters, sitting before a brazier of glowing charcoal, and we often found him reading or working there. He always carried booklets or paper-bound books in his pocket. I never, incidentally, saw any literary trash in the army or in its headquarters at Yan'an. These men took the business of working for a new world as a matter of life and death. The political and military material which they read became reference and textbooks for the political department of the army, whose business it was to impart the contents to the troops. My many talks with Peng Te-wei and his staff took place near that charcoal brazier in his room. In the course of one interview, Peng Te-wei said, "The Kuomintang has spread all kinds of falsehoods about us. By their control of the press and the denial of civil rights to the people, they have contaminated the public mind and prevented us from placing facts before the country. They have said that we practiced free love, that we capture boys and maidens and use them for immoral purposes, that we have burned and robbed and slaughtered the peasants. They said we oppose Christians on the grounds of their faith. Now, I ask you, do you think we could have existed all these years if these things were true? It was the masses that gave us our strength. We represented their interests, drew all our manpower from them. The people are honest and upright, and they could have exterminated us if we oppressed them. We are new in this region. Some of us have been here less than 2 weeks, and yet I invite you to go wherever you will and ask the people about us. You will find that our soldiers live in the homes of the people like sons of the family. Our fighters are all from the masses and realize that they are the protectors and guides of the people. In the short time we have been here, 1,200 young peasants and workers, and many students have joined our army. There are so many that we cannot get enough uniforms or guns for them. They know that our life is bitter and that their spending money will be only $1.50 a month. If we have the money. His hoarse voice sank low and he watched me with level eyes. You spoke at a peasant mass meeting yesterday, he said. And you have been in the homes of the people. Tell me if you have heard complaints from one man, woman, or girl. I said that I had heard only praise. He stared into the charcoal brazier for some time, then continued. Our peasants are unbelievably poor, but they are intelligent and their illiteracy is not their fault, nor ours. They can be educated to realize that our main enemy is Japanese imperialism. Of course, they do not want to bear the many heavy taxes and exorbitant rents, but they are still more unwilling to be slaves of the Japanese. Their basic needs must be satisfied so they will not have to drudge and worry all the time about food. Then they can take part in the anti-Japanese movement. Generalissimo Chang said that so long as there is hope for peace with the Japanese, he would work for peace. We do not hold that attitude towards the Japanese, but we hold it towards the government. Because the Kuomintang armies are Chinese. If the whole country is allowed to participate in the anti-Japanese movement and if all the people are imbued with knowledge and patriotism, even the poorest will give their labor, for they have nothing else to give, and the rich will give money to fight the enemy. Our discussions were always of this sober nature. Of humor Peng had little, and I never once heard him speak lightly. He might listen to light or aimless conversations, but, as his men said, he was married to the revolution. One evening I sat with him and his staff, our conversation roaming aimlessly. One man kept trying to tune in on the Nanking broadcast, but, as usual, the radio only shrieked and sputtered. Tingling and Zhen Peishi, the political director, were discussing what they called revolutionary romanticism. And from their conversation I learned that this term meant sexual promiscuity. They also jokingly called it undisciplined guerrilla warfare. Tingling had given an account of Kollontá's book 3 Generations, and Zhen had quoted Lenin's famous opposition to the idea that sexual relations were no more important than a glass of water. Peng listened in silence, one foot on the charcoal brazier, the other crossed over his knee. He kept trying to pull together a huge hole in the heel of his sock. Zhen Peishi glanced at me and then announced, Comrade Peng Tewei does not believe in marriage. That is why he has gastric ulcers. Peng grunted. A lot of married people have gastric ulcers. You would make a bum doctor. He was about to add something else when the radio operator in the corner interrupted with a whoop of joy. Listen, it's Nanking. It's about us. In China, the news broadcasters are women and their voices are high-pitched. Over the air came such a voice, saying, the Red Bandits are still occupying Sanyuan-shin district. They are terrorizing the region, looting homes, murdering the peasants, raping women and girls. Thousands of people have fled. I cried out in anger and disgust. Zhen Peishi laughed, imitated my exclamation, and then remarked, they forgot to add that we have also captured a foreign woman. What can be done against such lies? I asked. It was Peng Tewei's harsh voice that replied. The only answer is our final victory, he said. Someone turned off the radio and there was a silence so acute that I glanced about the room curiously. The men all sat staring before them. Peng was looking deep into the charcoal brazier, and at the table Tingling leaned forward resting on her arms. The 2 candles in the room cast a faint glow on the rafters above and glinted on the legs of the table. The stillness was heavy, burdensome, the lion-hearted. In Yan'an, which the Communists had just occupied as their main base and training center, the American doctor who had adopted the Mohammedan name of Ma Haite took me to see Chu Te, commander-in-chief of the Red Army since its earliest days. The fighters love him, said Dr. Ma. He is their father and mother. A short, strong figure in blue padded uniform rose from a table on which a candle burned, and I saw the Chu-Te to whom I had been referring in my writings for many years. Indeed, he looked like the father of the Red Army. He was well beyond 50 and his face was kind and lined with wrinkles. His generous mouth was now spread in a broad grin of welcome, and he stretched out both hands to me. I flung my arms around his neck and kissed him on both cheeks. Dr. Ma also threw his arms around Chu-Te and kissed him resoundingly, then stood back to observe his handiwork. We all laughed, and I said to Chu-Te, "Let me take a look at you. For years I've heard you called a bandit whose head was worth $25,000. And you are the man who has been declared dead a dozen times." I walked around and around the stocky figure while Dr. Ma reached out and ran his hand over General Chu's shaved head. Meanwhile, uttering a long drawn-out hum, our victim kept a sharp lookout. "Those are the notes for a course on military science which I am giving in Kangda Resistance University," Chu explained. I turned and saw that one entire wall of the room, from rafters to the earthen floor below, was covered with a military map ringed with small red circles. Musing aloud, I said, "There are bandits and bandits. Those I knew in the cities were rather different. They wore foreign business suits, had polished desks, belonged to exclusive clubs, and read detective novels." "A class distinction," laughed Chu-Te. "Also," I added, "you are the liveliest corpse I have ever seen. I have brought you clippings from the Shanghai press announcing some of your deaths." I drew the clippings from my pocket, and he laughed heartily at one which was alleged to be a photograph of him. Then we fell to talking about my plans and about his own work. The chief task of the communists, he said, was to re-educate the Red Army in the principles of the United Front. Commanders were being called to Yan'an by the hundreds. Since most of them were workers and peasants, it was not easy for them to learn the concepts of class collaboration. Large numbers of students were also pouring into Yan'an to study. There were so many of them and their problems were so different from those of the army that a new Northwestern Academy, Shanpei, was being organized. All kinds of students were coming, including spies from the Blue Shirts and other political cliques. A group of 10 had just been arrested for forming a free love club. The Trotskyites had sent 3 or 4 to intrigue against the United Front, calling it a betrayal of the revolution. They had been examined and their ideas had appeared chaotic, without plan or purpose. One of the chief problems, Chu-Te continued, was lack of teaching material foreign military and political books, magazines, and newspapers. He himself needed German, Russian, and American military books because the war with Japan he knew would be entirely different from civil war. This was the origin of one of my chief occupations in Yan'an in the months that followed the building up of the new Lusun Library. "Can you ride?" Chu-Te asked me that night, and when I said I could, we had a discussion about the beauty and character of horses which ended in his offering me a pony, one of 12 captured by Ho Lung's army from a rich landlord in Yunnan province during the Long March. During the following week, the general had a wooden Mongolian saddle padded for me with black and red cloth. The pony, which I called Yunnan, was a small edition of an Arabian steed, a beautiful stallion both wild and troublesome. His wildness got me into fights with a whole succession of muleteers. Chu-Te asked me what I wished to write about. I was unsure at first, but as we talked that night and in the weeks that followed, I gradually conceived the idea of writing his biography. I got to work on it, but it was an undertaking often interrupted by other work or by his visits to the front. With my secretary-interpreter, a former actress from Shanghai, I began to sound Chu-Te's earliest childhood memories. He had lived through more than 50 years of turbulent Chinese history, and in his youth had been one of the earliest Kuomintang revolutionaries, who had helped overthrow the Manchu dynasty. The revolution had degenerated into militarism, and for a number of years, he had been a militarist in Sichuan and Yunnan provinces and, as was the custom, had smoked opium and taken concubines. The ideas of the Chinese intellectual renaissance began to penetrate into these far southwestern provinces shortly before the end of the First World War. Chu-Te began to read and joined a discussion club of intellectuals. So completely did the awakening of China influence him that, even though past 40, he gave up his old life, including opium and concubines, and headed for the coastal cities in search of the communist leaders. They avoided him and he decided to go to Europe to study. In Berlin, he met the first small group of Chinese communists, of whom Zhou Enlai, son of a northern Mandarin family, was a member. He was permitted to join this group, and the one-time militarist became a humble typesetter for the first Chinese newspaper published in Germany. At the same time, he studied under military specialists. At the end of 3 years, in 1924, he returned to China to participate in the National Revolution. When the split in nationalist ranks came, he was chief of police and director of a military training school in Nanchang on the Yangtze. With General Ye Ting and Ho Lung and their Kuomintang divisions, he struck back at the counter-revolution, which had already slaughtered thousands of peasants. He commanded a column of revolting Kuomintang troops that fought its way southwards, hoping to re-establish Canton as a revolutionary base. They were defeated near Swato, but Chote collected the survivors and led them into western Kiangsi, where, on the rolling, wooded mountain of Chinkinshan, they united with another stream of revolutionary troops and revolting peasants led by Mao Zedong. Here was founded the first Red Army, the first military political training school, and the first arsenal. 4 years this army was called the Chu Mao Army. Mao Zedong had become the political leader, while Chu Te had always been the supreme military commander. As Chu Te told me of his life, he drew rough sketches of the marches and battles of the Red Army. It was against this army that the Nanking government, purged of its revolutionaries, waged 5 powerful military campaigns. Chu Te had also collected a mass of historical documents and maps and had added to them through the years, even on the 12,000 miles of the Long March. We often discussed the necessity of preserving and using historical documents, and soon Chu organized the first research committee in Yan'an to work on the history of the Chinese Revolution. I had taken down the record of his life up to the year 1934, when, on July 7, 1937, the Japanese struck at Lukuokyo Marco Polo Bridge, and the Sino-Japanese War began. Chu Te started for the front, and I was left with another unfinished book. I asked Mao Zedong which he thought more important for me to do: remain in Yan'an and write Chu Te's biography, or go to the front and write of the war. Mao Zedong said, "This war is more important than past history." So I stored my notebooks and prepared to go to the front. The army gave me permission to go, but while out riding one day my horse fell and I sustained back injuries which laid me up. I had to lie indoors watching the summer rains, which fell in torrents, sweeping away fields, mountainsides, and villages. On the same memorable night that I first arrived in Yan'an and met General Chu Te, I was able to call on Mao Zedong, because he worked by night and slept by day. Calling on him at midnight, I pushed back a padded cotton drape across a door in a mountain cave and stepped into a dark cavern. Directly in the center of this darkness stood a tall candle on a rough-hewn table. Its glow fell on piles of books and papers and touched the low earthen ceiling above. A man's figure was standing with one hand on the table. His face, turned towards the door, was in shadow. I saw a mass of dark clothing covered by a loose padded greatcoat. The section of earthen floor on which he stood was raised, accentuating his height, and the gloom of the cave, broken only by the solitary candle, lent a sinister beauty to the scene. It was like some ancient painting almost obliterated by time. The tall, forbidding figure lumbered towards us and a high-pitched voice greeted us. Then 2 hands grasped mine. They were as long and sensitive as a woman's. Without speaking, we stared at each other. His dark, inscrutable face was long, the forehead broad and high, the mouth feminine. Whatever else he might be, he was an aesthete. I was in fact repelled by the feminine in him and by the gloom of the setting. An instinctive hostility sprang up inside me, and I became so occupied with trying to master it that I heard hardly a word of what followed. What I now remember of Mao Zedong was the following months of precious friendship. They both confirmed and contradicted his inscrutability. The sinister quality I had at first felt so strongly in him proved to be a spiritual isolation. As Chu Te was loved, Mao Zedong was respected. The few who came to know him best had affection for him, but his spirit dwelt within itself, isolating him. Many tales had been told of him and, like General Chu Te and many other communist leaders, there had for years been a heavy price on his head. In him was none of the humility of Chu. Despite that feminine quality in him, he was as stubborn as a mule, and a steel rod of pride and determination ran through his nature. I had the impression that he would wait and watch for years, but eventually have his way. Every other communist leader might be compared with someone of another nationality or time, but not Mao Zedong. People said this was because he was purely Chinese and had never traveled or studied abroad. Neither had Peng Tewei, Ho Lung, Lin Piao, nor other Red Army men, yet they all had their counterparts in other lands. Mao was known as the theoretician, but his theories were rooted in Chinese history and in experience on the battlefield. Most Chinese communists think in terms of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and some take pride in their ability to quote chapter and verse of these or lecture on them for 3 or 4 hours. Mao could do this too, but seldom attempted it. His lectures at Kongde and Shanpei, or before mass meetings, were like his conversations, based on Chinese life and history. Hundreds of the students who poured into Yan'an had been accustomed to drawing their mental nourishment only from the Soviet Union or from a few writers of Germany or other countries. Mao, however, spoke to them of their own country and people, their native history and literature. He quoted from such novels as Dream of the Red Chamber or All Men Are Brothers. He knew the old poets and was a poet in his own right. His poetry had the quality of the old masters, but through it ran a clear stream of social and personal speculation. His many books and pamphlets place him among the great revolutionary pamphleteers of all times. His protracted warfare, The New Stage in the War, and New Democracy have become landmarks in Chinese revolutionary thought, and in later years I found them in unheard of places. Sometimes politicians, including violent anti-communists, stole his military writings and presented them as their own. Mao often came to the cave, where I lived with my girl secretary, and the 3 of us would have a simple dinner and spend hours in conversation. Since he had never been out of China, he asked 1,000 questions. We spoke of India, of literature, and once he asked me if I had ever loved any man, and why and what love meant to me. Sometimes he quoted from old Chinese poets or recited some of his own poems. One of his poems was in memory of his first wife, who had been slain by the Kuomintang because she was his wife. His humor was often sardonic and grim, as if it sprang from deep caverns of spiritual seclusion. I had the impression that there was a door to his being that had never been opened to anyone. As a linguist, he was as bad as myself. To supplement his Hunan dialect, he tried to learn Mandarin from my secretary and English from me. His efforts to learn English songs were a dismal failure, for his voice was a monotone. Pride prevented him from trying to dance. He had no rhythm in his being. Once during a conference of high military commanders in Yan'an, I tried to teach a number of them how to dance. Their reactions were revealing. Chu Te, who wished to learn everything on earth and never let pride prevent his trying, joined me in opening the demonstration. Chou Enlai followed, but he was like a man working out a problem in mathematics. Peng Tewei was willing to watch, but would not move a leg. He was married to the revolution. Ho Lung, who was the very embodiment of rhythm, could hardly contain himself until he was cavorting across the floor, which was made of wobbly bricks. I acquired a very bad reputation among the women of Yan'an, who thought I was corrupting the army. So bad did it become that I once refused to give Chu Te another dancing lesson. He rebuked me, saying, "I've fought feudalism all my life and I don't intend to stop now." So I got up and, in the name of democracy, gave him another lesson. But my entire time was not spent teaching tired communists to dance. In fact, I had a few dozen occupations. I have always been a kind of tinker, attempting many things, proficient in few. In Yan'an, I continued to work on General Chu's biography, wrote articles and reports, took part in health activities, planted a flower and vegetable garden with imported seeds sent me by Edgar Snow and his wife, built up the foreign language section of the Lu Xun Library, distributed incoming periodicals to the various army corps and to educational institutions and leaders in Yan'an, wrote to foreign correspondents in the port cities, urging them to visit Yan'an and the Red Army, and chased rats. My anti-rat campaign aroused only mild interest. People regarded rats as an inevitable part of nature. Yet plague is endemic in the northwest and periodic epidemics crept down from Mongolia, with the rat flea acting as carrier. Men agreed with me, but had little time save for military and political problems. The Japanese were, after all, more dangerous than the plague. Only years later did I read Hans Zinser's Rats, Lice, and History. I was entranced by the book, and especially about the way he sprang to the defense of the lowly louse. Perhaps I was so fanatical in my anti-rat campaign because, upon my arrival in Yan'an, I lived for a time in a stone house inhabited by many families of rats. Nightly they fought underneath my keong and on the rafters above. I kept a candle burning, but they grew accustomed to the light. I would awaken to see floor, table, and chairs shining with gray fur. I bought up all the rat traps in Xi'an and wrote Edgar Snow and his wife to ship all they could from Peiping. I distributed them free in Yan'an, but soon I found that they were being sold in the market. Another activity engaged me. The consul for the Spanish Republican government in Shanghai kept me supplied with bundles of anti-fascist posters which he had received from Madrid. These I distributed to the various Red Army Corps at the front and at Yan'an, so that the Northwest was perhaps the only region in China that echoed with the struggle of the Spanish Republic. In May of that year, the entire region had demonstrations and meetings in support of Spain's struggle against fascism. Another of the unforgettable men I met at this time was Zhou Enlai, vice chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council and chief representative of the Communist Party and the Red Army in the United Front negotiations with Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. He was above medium height, with a very handsome, unusually intelligent face and especially fine eyes. He sprang from the patrician class and had been educated in Nankai University in North China, in France, in Germany, and, for a short time, in the Soviet Union. He stood very straight, looked men directly in the eye, and always spoke with disarming frankness to foreigners and the highest government officials as well as to members of his party. His knowledge and vision were all-embracing and his judgment free from sectarianism. If any worthwhile measure such as the introduction of modern medical practice was necessary, it was Zhou Enlai who signed the order and forced the measure through. 4 years afterwards he represented his party and army in the central government, winning the admiration and respect of such good foreign friends of China as General Joseph Stilwell, Major, later Colonel Frank Dorn, and Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, the British ambassador. It was said that Generalissimo and Madame Chang respected Zhou Enlai deeply, but from rumors which some Kuomintang members set adrift, it seemed the ruling group hoped to win him over from his party. They never succeeded, for he cared not at all for personal comfort, wealth, or power. The only other international figure with whom I could compare him was Jawaharlal Nehru, who possessed a similar combination of education, vision, and statesmanship. But Chow's convictions, like those of Nehru, relegated him to an inferior position in the affairs of his country. In his personal as in his public life he was modern and civilized. A lifelong love had bound him to Tung Ying-cho, one of the best educated, most thoughtful and capable of Chinese women leaders. In early April, during one of his trips to Yan'an from Nanking, Zhou talked with me about the negotiations for the United Front. The basic problems of internal peace had been dealt with and civil war had ceased at last. But many problems still existed. In February, the Red Army and the Communist Party had sent a lengthy official telegram to the third plenary session of the Kuomintang, stating their conditions for the United Front, and, without waiting for an agreement, began putting them into effect. This telegram offered to rename the Red Army and place it under command of the Central Military Council provided it was given the same treatment, equipment, and supplies as other armies and was permitted to retain its own political educational system. It demanded the introduction of democracy and civil rights throughout the country, the release of all political prisoners other than enemy agents, and the liberation of patriotic anti-Japanese organizations. It announced that, in the interests of national unity, the Communists had ceased confiscating land and were substituting the democratic system for the Soviets. Some of these demands were rejected by the Kuomintang. The most important question still unsettled, Zhou Enlai said, was the introduction of democracy. Many leaders in Nanking and in the provinces realized that the granting of democratic rights to the people would end their own dictatorial privileges. One of the chief opponents of democracy and the United Front was the Minister of War, General Ho Yingqing. As late as the first week of April, he ordered local national armies to attack the Red Army, and his orders to southern generals to fight the Red guerrillas in Jiangxi province continued until Nanking, the capital, fell to the Japanese nearly a year later. I asked Zhou Enlai if Generalissimo Chiang was not responsible for all orders issued by the Minister of War. But the communists were bending every effort to win Generalissimo Chiang to the united front, and the most any of them would admit was that the powerful cliques which surrounded the Generalissimo and treated him like a king might be using him for their own purposes. I myself believed that if the Generalissimo had not approved of the actions of his Minister of War, he could have removed him. Shortly after this talk with Zhou Enlai, the first official delegation of military and political leaders from Nanking arrived in the northwest to review the Red Army and the administration in Yan'an. From what I observed, not one of them could compare with the communists in knowledge, capacity, culture, or vision. One leader of the delegation was a degenerate follower of Wang Qingwei, who brought his own cook and physician with him. He suffered from syphilis in an advanced stage, and one night the leading doctors in Yan'an were called out to help attend him. Some of the other members of the delegation were of higher quality. One was an old Kuomintang leader who had long advocated peace and a united front. Some of his efforts to heal class wounds of the past were symbolic. These often amused foreigners, but they impressed the Chinese. Along with old Lin Peichu, a communist leader and one of the earliest followers of Sun Yat-sen, the Kuomintang venerable once swept the grave of Huang Ti, the first legendary leader of the Chinese race. This symbolized racial unity rising to meet national and racial danger. After the visit of the delegation to Yan'an, Mao Zedong made a day-long report to Communist Party members on the progress of the United Front and on the tasks of communists. The concluding words of this report, according to my diary notes, were, "Peace and democracy are the two conditions for the establishment of armed resistance to Japan. Our tasks are many, but the struggle for democracy is the main one at this stage. Democracy is like rice which we now get from Hankow. It takes time and costs money, and there are people who try to intercept it. Democracy is all the more difficult because it is intangible. If we underestimate its importance and if we slacken our efforts to secure it, armed resistance on a nationwide scale, victory over Japan, and the recovery of our lost territory will be impossible." News blockade runners. A group of us in Yan'an, including Li Tai, the German, were discussing the methods by which the Chinese government had for years controlled all Chinese organs of public opinion and, through censorship or bribery of foreign news agencies or correspondents, had determined what the peoples of the Western world should learn about China. That was why the Red Army had so long been called bandits, communist bandits, red bandits, vermin, and similar names. "The Chinese press," I exclaimed, "is perhaps the most servile on earth. The West, at least, has had newspaper men willing to be pilloried or dragged through the streets for the sake of a free press." "I will admit Chinese venality and servility," a Chinese friend declared. "But we also have had press martyrs. Do not forget Lu Xun and his followers." "Yes," I admitted. "And there is Samuel Chong. He's one nationalist liberal editor who fights as best he can. He was having a bitter time with the censors when I left Shanghai. I dragged out one of my boxes, containing a file of documents going back to 1932, when Sam Chong had been director of the Department of Intelligence and Publicity in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Among them were the originals of 4 articles which he had written on the corruption of the press and which had been suppressed. In his articles, as I told my friends that evening, he wrote that the Kuomintang had once been a progressive revolutionary party, but when it rose to power, many politicians from the old Peking government had joined its ranks and introduced the old Peking system of bribery of the press. One article dealt with 2 secret contracts between a British news agency and the publicity department of the Kuomintang and the ministry. In return for $10,000 a month from the Kuomintang and $3,000 a month from the Department of Intelligence and Publicity, the agency agreed to give favorable publicity to the Kuomintang. Sam Chong declared that these contracts, introduced during the Japanese invasion of Manchuria, were blackmail against China. I laid before my friends photographs of contracts which proved Chang's charges, and then I added, "The Chinese government has conferred the Order of the Brilliant Jade upon the head of the British agency. And that's not all by half," I told them. A Shanghai correspondent for one of the largest New York dailies was revealed by another newspaperman to be receiving a regular monthly bribe from the Kuomintang and was discharged. The man who exposed him and got his job is himself very friendly to the Japanese. Many such foreigners work for the Japanese, but mostly they are British and American, for Great Britain and America are the 2 most powerful countries which Japan must hold off until it is ready. Sometimes these harlots work openly, sometimes indirectly. An English editor came up from Hong Kong to take charge of the Shanghai Times, a daily partly owned by the Japanese. An Irishman in North China edits a paper for the Japanese. The Far Eastern Review, a large monthly magazine in Shanghai, has been financed by the Japanese since the Versailles Treaty. Its publisher, an American named George Bronson Ray, was an advisor to the Chinese delegation during the peace negotiations and became so angry because the Chinese rejected his proposals that he walked right across the street to the Yokohama Specie Bank and entered the service of the Japanese. Ray had left Donald, an Australian, as editor in Shanghai, but when Donald learned that the magazine was henceforth to be a Japanese organ, he walked out. It was some time before the publication could appear. George Bronson Ray thereafter quite openly appeared as a Japanese propaganda agent and as advisor to the puppet government of Manchukuo. When he left for Washington to do propaganda for Manchukuo, George Sokolsky, another American, became editor of the magazine, and when Sokolsky left for America, an American named Charles Laval took over. "Americans are well represented," someone interrupted. "Yes," I said, "but we also have other kinds of Americans. Take John B. Powell, editor of the China Weekly Review." Incidentally, Powell once asked Laval why he did the dirty work of the Japanese, and Laval replied, "When you get as old as I am, you will take a hand in anybody's poker game." Later, I felt that my high estimate of Powell was borne out when the Chicago Tribune ousted him as its China correspondent, a position which he had held since 1928. The Tribune wrote him that it no longer considered Chinese news important. After that, they retained only one correspondent in the Far East, Kimpei Shiba, a Japanese from Honolulu who had his office in Japan. He alone covered the China-Japanese War for the Tribune. To these Red Army men I said, "I am convinced that some American and British correspondents in China would never have sent out those official Kuomintang reports against you had they had a ghost of a chance of getting the truth directly from you. If they could visit you now, they would write honestly." They thought about it. Then someone said, "Well, if any would come, we would welcome them." This was the origin of my attempts to break the news blockade against the Red Army. I sent confidential invitations to about a dozen leading foreign editors and correspondents in Shanghai, warning them, of course, that they would have to run the gauntlet of Kuomintang troops and blue-shirt detectives which guarded Xi'an. I instructed them to come to Xi'an in groups of 3 or 4 only, put up at the Xi'an guest house on certain dates, and wait till a foreign woman bearing a card from me arranged for their transportation northwards. The invitation aroused almost every newspaper man who received it, and Shanghai buzzed with excitement. The editor of the leading British daily, the North China Daily News, was a liberal and was regarded as the dean of the foreign newspaper fraternity. I invited him to lead the first group. I had not reckoned, however, with the journalistic practice of seeking scoops. I held such practices in contempt, for I did not consider great national movements publicity stunts. Down in Shanghai, everyone who accepted the invitation wished to be the first to come. But the Chinese government learned of the preparations and warned the journalists that if they tried to visit the communists, the government would consider it an unfriendly act. The board of directors of the British Daily thereupon ordered their editor to drop out. But the head of the United Press Office instructed Earl Leaf, his North China representative, to leave Tientsin and proceed to Xi'an. Later, John B. Powell and Victor Keene, a correspondent for the New York Herald Tribune, also decided to run the gauntlet. The 2 correspondents went to the Shanghai airdrome on the appointed date and were in a plane when special police appeared and ordered them to get out. Powell decided it would be unwise to resist and, after an argument, returned home. But Keene asked the police to show him a copy of any Chinese law which he was violating. Since there was not even a regulation, he angrily took his seat in the plane and refused to budge. When he reached Xi'an, detectives followed him night and day. A certain foreign woman met him, presented a certain card to him, and Mr. Keene mysteriously disappeared. Shortly afterwards, he turned up in Yan'an. But even before this, young, beautiful NYM Wales, Mrs. Edgar Snow, had arrived in Xi'an. A special guard of 3 detectives dogged her footsteps. She watched their habits, and one dark night crawled out of her hotel window, leaving a little note telling the manager she would be back later. She remained 3 months in Yan'an gathering material for a book. The next to heave in sight was Earl Leaf of the United Press, coming from North China. By this time, the government detectives suspected every foreigner, and though Leaf interviewed Xi'an officials and missionaries, he also was trailed. Then he too mysteriously disappeared. These were the first foreigners after Edgar Snow, Ma Hai-te, the American doctor, the German Li Te, and myself to reach the Forbidden Land. The arrival of each was a tremendous event in Yan'an. A few weeks later, Dr. Owen Lattimore and a group of American scholars who were making a tour of all China came through in their own car. All the men and women in Yan'an educational institutions, all research groups, and all Communist Party members were ordered out to hear them lecture on international affairs. Bathed in sunlight, Dr. Lattimore stood on the ancient stone platform before an old Confucian temple and lectured in English to an eager audience. I felt that the best minds of the West were at last reaching the advance guards of the Asiatic Revolution. The foreign newspaper men who reached Yan'an felt remarkably at ease. None of the formality and dissimulation of official life existed among the communists. Speaking of them, one newspaper man made a remark of a kind which I was later to hear again and again from other foreign correspondents. He said they were not Chinese but new men. These newspaper men interviewed all and sundry, visited educational institutions, and at night attended the anti-Japanese resistance theater. They spent evenings in pleasant conversation with communist leaders, and my own house often resounded with their laughter. I would send a note to Mao Zedong to come and chat, and he would soon enter, bringing a sack of peanuts. The foreigners would then be asked for a song, and when they had done their best, the Chinese would sing or tell tales. Or they would all plunge into a discussion. At the evening theatrical performances, the audience would often stamp or clap in unison, demanding that the visiting foreigners entertain. We Americans are not a singing people. When Victor Keane was asked to sing, he wanted to sink through the earth. But the audience would have none of it. I asked Vic if he knew any figures of the Virginia reel. He did, and he and I got on the stage and, to the great delight of the audience, put on an American folk dance. One of the first questions asked by visiting Americans was about the sex life of the Army. Red Army leaders explained that men had sex needs, but the Army tried to absorb the energies of the soldiers in military training and various cultural activities which continued from reveille to taps. One day, a visiting cameraman asked me, "Does the Red Army provide the soldiers with French letters to protect them from venereal disease?" It was a question which showed the deep gulf existing between these Red Army men and the men from America. The Red Army was so poor that it lacked even money for the essentials of existence. It had never heard of French letters. All Chinese women are married at an early age. A sex life for soldiers would automatically have meant the violation of married women. Violation of women was a criminal offense in the Army, and prostitution was forbidden. When I explained this to the cameraman, he looked at me with an expression of horror. After the Japanese invasion began and I was at the front, a number of other foreigners broke the blockade and visited Yan'an, but never without having great difficulty with the police of Xi'an. Even after the Red Army had become a part of the national defense system, newspaper men could not get government permission to visit it. To break the blockade became an adventure and a challenge. Journalists never returned from the Red Army without feeling that they had been among modern men much like themselves. They liked Mao Zedong tremendously and told bizarre tales of him. One such foreigner was a long, lean, titled Englishman whom Mao teased mercilessly, even offering to marry him off to some Chinese girl if he would remain in Yan'an. When the Englishman returned to Hankow months later, he was a deep-dyed pink, and he could not get over Mao Zedong. War. Trickling over the radio into Yan'an on the morning of July 8, 1937, came the news that there had been another incident, this time at Le Kuokyo, Marco Polo Bridge, some 15 miles southwest of Peiping. The Japanese had been maneuvering around Peiping, and the Chinese had felt much as Americans would feel if the Japanese army were conducting military maneuvers around New York or San Francisco. On the night of the 7th, the Japanese pretended that one of their soldiers was missing and demanded the right to search the walled town of Wanping. The magistrate refused. By such methods, the Japanese had filtered into 5 Chinese provinces and had forced the demilitarization of a part of Hopi province. Sometime between midnight and the morning of July 8th, Fighting began between the Chinese 29th Route Army, commanded by General Sung Chae-yuan, and the Japanese at Wanping and at Marco Polo Bridge. Despite the fact that they were entirely outnumbered, having only 10,000 men against twice that number of Japanese troops, the 29th Route Army, once one of the armies of the Christian general Feng Yuxiang, continued to fight. By the third week in July, the Japanese had sent 8 wartime divisions and 200 airplanes inside the Great Wall. Chinese casualties were appalling, including hundreds of students. It was becoming clear that even if the Chinese government were willing to consider this a local incident, the Japanese were not, but were determined to conquer the country. In the mountain resort of Kuling, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek debated the alternatives of war or peace with his highest commanders and officials. Throughout Yan'an and the whole Northwest, students took the small, primitive maps published by Resistance University, Kangda, and began holding small street meetings to explain the war to the civilian population. Groups of them sat in the streets, talking and explaining, their maps spread on the earth before them. All China was ringing with voices demanding full military support of the 29th Route Army, and on July 17 Generalissimo Chiang broke his long silence, issuing his historic 4-point statement telling the country that the final stage had come, that China would have to fight to the utmost or perish forever. When the Generalissimo's statement came over the air, bugles sounded and gongs clanged and the streets filled with people. I stood under the old town gate to watch long gray-blue columns of men and women march past. I have never been able to convey the impression they made upon me. They were grave, solemn. Not a breath of bravado was in them, yet they seemed dedicated to death and to life. In them was a simple grandeur as fundamental and as undemonstrative as the earth. They belonged to China, they were China. As I watched them, my own life seemed but chaos. In August 1937, the Red Army was finally reorganized into the 8th Route Army and divisions began leaving for the Northern Front, the sector in which the Japanese were conquering strategic cities and passes, often with little effort. For weeks, groups of Kangda commanders had been hurriedly finishing their courses and starting southwards through torrential rains, with packs on their backs. Each group's departure was like a knife in my heart, for my back injury made it impossible for me to accompany them. In mid-September, I at last joined a group leaving for Xi'an. Intent on reaching the Xi'an Missionary Hospital and being x-rayed, I went part of the way on a bamboo stretcher which Mao Zedong gave me and part of the way rode my horse or walked. Reaching Sanyuan after 10 days over terrible roads, I sent my pony ahead to Chute at the front. X-ray examination indicated that my injury was only muscular, painful but not dangerous, and the doctors strapped me up and told me to lie flat on a board as long as possible before I left for the front. For 3 weeks I lay in a small room in the Xi'an headquarters of the 8th Route Army, watching the open courtyard beyond. That courtyard reflected the momentous changes taking place in China. Each train discharged groups of released political prisoners. Prison pallor still marked their faces, and many had tuberculosis, nervous disorders, or stomach ailments. They remained only long enough to take the next trucks for Yan'an, where they hoped to recover their health and enter either Kangda or Shanpei. It was the middle of October when 2 Chinese journalists, Cho Lipa and a Manchurian, Su Chen, and I left by train for Tungquan. There we alighted to take the narrow-gauge, single-line railway that led northwards to Taiyuan, the provincial capital of Shanxi province. China was now fighting in earnest and all conversation centered on this one subject. As we passed through the streets towards the Yellow River, we saw in the distance a long procession carrying national banners, and the strains of their marching song came to us from afar. Then suddenly the war was upon us. Our junk landed on the north bank of the river in front of the rambling mud town of Fenglingtakao. This little town, in which we hoped to find lodgings for the night, was a mass of soldiers, civilians, carts, mules, horses, and street vendors. As we walked up the mud paths towards the town, we saw on either side of us long rows of wounded soldiers lying on the earth. There were hundreds of them swathed in dirty, bloody bandages, and some were unconscious. Repeatedly we paused to talk to them. Some had been wounded a month before and had made their way southwards from village to village, occasionally getting a ride on some lumbering cart. Thousands had died en route, and the lightly wounded, now in serious condition, were waiting to be transported across the river. where they could take trains east or west. There were no doctors, nurses, or attendants with them. As we passed through these lines of suffering and dying men, I said to my companions, "Our first war reporting will be about the condition of the wounded. I will try to get foreign aid and volunteers." My party found one small room. All the men lay close together on the kayong, and my guards pitched my camp cot in the narrow space at the foot. The sight of the untended wounded left me sleepless, and in the darkness of the night I heard the Manchurian, Su Chen, turn restlessly and sigh. "Why can't you sleep?" I asked, and he answered, "It is the Manchurian cavalrymen. They set me thinking of my old parents in North Manchuria. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I shall perhaps never see them again." I lay staring into the darkness, wondering how many millions of Chinese carried such sorrows in their hearts. Next day we found places in a crowded boxcar. Night found us still crawling slowly northwards. Once we remained at a station for a long time. Hearing voices, I rose and went to the open door. The moon was at the full, and on the tracks before us was a long train of open flat cars loaded with hundreds of wounded men who sat or lay in every conceivable position. We reached Taiyuan before dawn on the second day and walked to the local headquarters of the 8th Route Army. While we were at breakfast, the first enemy bombers came over and bombed the city. We went into dugouts beneath the building. There were similar dugouts throughout the city, the official ones being hundreds of feet deep and made of reinforced concrete. 4 days we visited high military and medical officials, including the old governor, General Yen Shishan, his medical chief, and General Fu Tso-yi, who had lost most of his army in fighting the Japanese in Suiyuan province. It was not polite in those days to speak or write the truth about officials or military men. Nor is it today when China fights for her life. Yet the lid is off civilization, and if we are to build a new world, we must see all that is wrong with the old. I am convinced that China, and this applies to my own country too, would never have suffered such defeats or losses as it did if its government had been truly revolutionary and democratic and had ruthlessly cleaned its ranks of appeasers and unenlightened men. General Yen Shishan, governor of Shanxi and commander of the Shanxi Provincial Army, was not so consciously reactionary as some other generals and officials. He was merely somewhat the worse for age and utterly ignorant of the youth, virility, and ruthlessness of the Japanese army. He and almost all commanders of his army were much concerned with the industrial plants of the province, and many were landlords. Their soldiers were old, unenlightened, and badly equipped, pathetic in their impotence. The Japanese knew all this well and later, as they advanced, tried to turn the chief ones into puppets by protecting their homes and property. They even threw a cordon of protecting troops around the home of Dr. H. Kung, Minister of Finance of the central government, in Taiyuan. Their knowledge of China was great, but to the credit of even the aged and unenlightened, no one went over to the Japanese. The medical department of the Shanxi army was primitive. When I spoke to the Surgeon General about the possibility of organizing volunteer stretcher bearers and first aid workers, he became suspicious. The idea savored of dangerous popular movements. He could think only in terms of money. No man would carry the wounded from the battlefield unless paid for it, he said, and he was considering a system whereby anyone who brought in a wounded soldier would be paid. The Surgeon General sent me by car to visit 2 of the 5 base hospitals in the city. There were 16 hospitals in the province, but they were generally buildings where men lay on straw on the earthen floor. The one exception to this was the hospital for the severely wounded in Taiyuan. It was a model because its chief was a qualified surgeon who had come down from the Peking Union Medical College. His workday was never less than 18 hours. He had a staff of 19 unqualified doctor assistants, 18 unqualified male nurses, and 20 qualified women nurses. While I was there, 1,300 severely wounded men lay under his care. In September, his hospital had received 5,000 cases, and all but the most severe had been evacuated southwards by train. This hospital had only the essential surgical instruments and no X-ray, sedative drugs, or anti-tetanus toxin. Blood transfusion was unheard of. The only X-ray in the entire province was in the Mission Hospital, but this institution had taken in only 30 wounded men, all officers who could pay. I went to the mission hospital to have my back strapped again and to have one of my guards examined for tuberculosis. The woman doctor remarked that there were not many wounded soldiers coming from the front because the Chinese did not fight, but always fled before the Japanese. At the time we were trying to win the missionaries to the United Front, so I swallowed my anger and made a soft reply, telling her of the hospitals I had seen. Before leaving Taiyuan for the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, I spent an entire night preparing a report on the wounded of the Northwest. To this I appended an appeal for foreign medical aid to China and for the formation of foreign committees to secure such aid. This report I sent to John B. Powell in Shanghai and he broadcast it. The Japanese had now advanced as far as Sinko, a strong mountain pass some 200 miles north of Taiyuan, and as far east as Shichiaquan, the junction of the Peiping-Hankow and Chuntai railways. From the latter point, the Chuntai Railway, a single-track narrow-gauge line, ran through a formidable mountain gorge up to Taiyuan. The Japanese were therefore advancing on Taiyuan from two directions. One of the ablest nationalist commanders, General Wei Lihuang, was in command of all the Chinese forces on the Sinko front, among them a number of good divisions of the central government. The 8th Route Army was sitting on the tail of the Japanese and was on both their right and their left flanks, attacking transport and troop columns moving down from the front. My goal was the 8th Route Army headquarters in the Wutai Mountain Range and in the rear of the enemy. The Chinese battlefront now stretched thousands of miles. Far away in Shanghai and Nanking, the best-trained government divisions, with the famous Guangxi Provincial Army, were standing like a great wall of human flesh against the combined force of Japan's naval, army, and air power. Unlike the armies in our regions, they had no mountains to shield them. One glimmer of light had penetrated the darkness of North China. This was the Battle of Pingsinquan. A young 8th Route commander, Lin Piao, had led a part of one division against the Japanese at Pingsinquan, a pass near the Great Wall in the Wutai Mountains. Informed that the Japanese were trying to break through at this point, 8th Route units marched for 2 days and 2 nights to reach it. After a few hours' sleep, Lin Piao sent flying columns far to the rear and against the flanks of the advancing enemy, holding one regiment at Pingsinquan to meet them head-on. The flying columns occupied 5 towns which the Japanese were using as rear bases, and small guerrilla detachments used hillsides and mountains to harass the advancing columns. Since they had met only weak Chinese resistance up to then, the enemy had no protecting airplanes or tanks. They also had difficulty with those strange roads that characterize the lush terrain of the Northwest, roads that have been worn into the earth as deep as ravines. The 8th Route Regiment at Pingsinquan placed machine gun nests along these tunnel-like roads, while troops lay in wait on the cliffs above. They would let an enemy column advance, then open up on it with hand grenades from above and machine guns from below. When the battle ended on September 26th, one brigade of the old Samurai 5th Japanese Division had been annihilated. The 8th Route had wiped out brigade headquarters and captured military maps, documents, diaries, and great quantities of clothing, money, and provisions. In one of the captured Japanese diaries, I read the line, "The Red Army gives me a headache." The Battle of Pingsinquan was important because it was the first time the Chinese combined mobile and guerrilla warfare against the Japanese, because the civilian population had been drawn into the fight, and because it proved that, by using the techniques of a people's war, even a poorly equipped Chinese force could defeat a fully equipped enemy. Months later, in Hankow, Lieutenant General Joseph W. Stilwell, then a colonel, and an American military attaché spent half a day with me analyzing this battle. Time and space lost their significance and days passed uncounted. But it was sometime in the 3rd week of October that the 2 Chinese newspaper men and I left Taiyuan on an 8th Route Army truck and climbed towards the walled mountain town of Wutai. I had worked throughout the previous night, and as the truck roared northwards I began to fall asleep. The men warned me to keep awake because Japanese planes made a practice of attacking trucks at night, spotting them by their headlights. But I slept on. Death had come to seem an unimportant accident. Once I awoke to see a column of trucks, bristling with soldiers, moving southwards, accompanied by long columns of marching men and heavily laden horses and mules. Our truck labored up the stony gorges into the Wutai Mountains and finally brought us to the headquarters of the People's Mobilization Committee in Wutai. Young, enthusiastic men in uniform ordered a meal for us, and soon the room was filled with civilians. The newspaper men and I were weary for lack of sleep, but the others seemed to think that one could sleep any time, while the chance to talk with journalists was an occasion. Furthermore, they said, Japanese planes bombed the town almost every day, thinking it the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, and we ought therefore to get out before 8 in the morning. We spent most of the night talking about this people's movement in the enemy rear. The movement seemed to me like fresh water in a desert, because I had also spent considerable time with the People's Mobilization Committee in Taiyuan. The efforts of the Taiyuan Committee had been frustrated by officials who thought of the war only as a conflict between armies. If the common people should be trained and armed, they thought, they would indeed fight the Japanese, but afterwards they might refuse to lay down their arms and return to pre-war conditions. So the Taiyuan People's Mobilization Committee had to pussyfoot around, trying to convince the authorities that mobilization would make them popular and consolidate their power. Grudgingly, cautiously, the authorities permitted the committee to hold meetings and explain the purpose of the war, but only to the people living in regions bordering the actual battlefield. This region did not even include Taiyuan, for the authorities did not believe that city would fall. General Yen, however, had been prevailed upon to form the Dare to Die Corps of students, and military training schools were being started in various parts of the province. Here, where the 8th Route Army alone dared penetrate, mass organizers swarmed everywhere, forming anti-Japanese associations of peasants, students, merchants, women, and children. They were drawing the young men into guerrilla detachments and the older men into village self-defense corps. A number of these older men had been elected by the various anti-Japanese organizations as magistrates or lesser county officials in place of those who had fled before the Japanese advance. Some time before dawn we at last lay down to sleep, but were soon awakened. We could already hear the roar of guns from the west. After inspecting the partly destroyed town, we began trudging along the paths and narrow roads into the mountains. It was a crisp, sunny autumn day, and on the road was an endless caravan of people. Only the distant roar of guns, and an occasional airplane passing over, gave one the feeling of war. Around noon we arrived at a village in a broad golden valley, and were assigned to a large room in a beautiful stone building which had curved, gargoyled roofs of colored tile. A grove of birch sheltered the village, and across the valley arose other peaceful villages and clumps of trees. One was the headquarters of Chu-Te, and soon a guard came galloping up on my pony, Yunnan, with a message of welcome. The building which we occupied was the headquarters of the political department of the army, and the courtyards were filled with commanders and political workers. They were using captured Japanese overcoats and pistols, and we ourselves soon began to live sumptuously on Japanese food. Among the men I met here was a political worker returned from Liuan, a town in western Hopi province, southwest of Peiping, which had just been recaptured from the Japanese. When Liuan fell to the Chinese, he told me the puppet government established by the Japanese had fled into an Italian Catholic mission. The priest had previously selected the men as puppet leaders, and had helped the Japanese collect food and establish their espionage system. The 8th Route Army had knocked on the barred gates of the mission, but the priest had run up the Italian flag and shouted that the Chinese and Italian governments still maintained diplomatic relations and that Italian property was therefore immune from search. The 8th Route Army had telegraphed all this to Nanking, but no reply ever came. Many similar incidents involving Italian priests and diplomatic officials occurred, but nothing was done about them. When I asked the 8th Route Army commanders why they did not break down the mission gates and take out the Chinese traitors, they said they dared not, lest they be accused of attacking Christianity. I remained a week in the Wutai Mountains. I spent one day with Chu-Te, who gave us a complete report of the fighting his army had done since it had penetrated the enemy rear. On other days my colleagues and I went into the hills to watch young civilians being trained for guerrilla warfare. One village was the headquarters of the People's Mobilization Committee, and the whole village was a training base. Very little was being done to mobilize women, but in the following weeks trained women organizers and educators walked all the way from Yan'an to start this work. I was witnessing the birth of the powerful mass movement that later turned the Wutai mountain range into a powerful base of resistance. In time, the region became a great educational, hospital, military, and political center in which thousands of men from 4 northern and northwestern provinces studied. Suddenly, the 8th Route Army received orders to move its headquarters and one division to the Chentai Railway in order to help stem the Japanese advance. And on the following morning we began a memorable march southwards over the mountain ranges to the railway. Though marching rapidly and under danger of daily air raids, I saw in operation the comprehensive system that had brought the Red Army to birth and enabled it to live and grow. Groups of men, representing various departments of the army, went in advance of us. When we reached a resting place at night, chalked signs on trees and walls directed each department to its quarters, and when we reached our section of a town or village, we found even the words "newspapermen" written on a door. According to its size, each home gave one or more rooms to the army. Strict army rules concerning the treatment of the people enabled the troops to live like sons of the family. Each evening the soldiers gathered to continue their education. A course of lectures on the history of Chinese-Japanese relations was just then being given in all units. And as soon as we arrived in any stopping place, we heard the beating of gongs and shouts of "Kai Wei! Kai Wei! Mass meeting!" calling everyone to a meeting where speeches were made about the war and the need for the people to participate. Organizers were always left behind to continue the same mobilization work I had witnessed in Wutation. As we approached the Chentai Railway, we began to hear the ceaseless roar of artillery. The Japanese had broken through the pass near Shichiaquan and were pushing forward. When airplanes droned towards us, we scattered or, if in a village, took cover. We were soon marching only at night. One morning we halted just 10 li, 3 miles, from the railway. Many of the nearby villages had been bombed and were almost deserted, but we found quarters and slept all day through a heavy roar of guns. I awoke often to hear bombers passing over and held my breath while listening for the deadly scream of falling bombs. The planes passed and I went back to sleep. We began marching again at midnight, planning to cross the railway before dawn. I had mailed my last diary notes at a large town the day before, and I wondered what their fate would be, for the most remarkable of all institutions is the Chinese post office. Mail carriers work regularly through rain and storm, war and peace. They walk, push barrows, drive donkeys, travel by bicycle, cart, horse, camel, river junk, railway, airplane. They may be late, but only some major disaster halted the service in any region. We were in such a region, and my reports were safer with the post office than with me. As we neared the Chentai Railway, I ceased writing altogether and destroyed every scrap of writing in my possession. The first faint glow of dawn came and we still had not crossed the railway. Our vanguard had lost the way, and when they at last found it, the dawn threatened us like a dangerous beast. Never have I hated the light so much. Repeatedly down the column came the desperate order, "Hurry! Hurry!" At last we reached the railway, but had missed the crossing. We had to march along the track for 30 minutes until we found the road leading into the country to the south. Moving forward silently, desperately, the men would start to trot, then fall into a walk again, panting. They were heavily laden with guns and ammunition. Mangled bodies lay along the track, and once we passed the remnants of a retreating army unit, exhausted, with the horror of war still on their green faces. We found a soldier in a dead sleep under a bridge, and all our shouts failed to awaken him. From the east came an engine pulling laden freight cars. The whistle shrieked and we cleared the track as it roared past. In the cab window I saw the set, hard face of the Chinese engineer watching the track in front of him and sending out his warning. I thought of the heroism of all the railwaymen of China. Day by day, month by month, year in and year out, they had faced certain death, for the railways always were chief objectives. They remained the unknown, unsung heroes of China. At last we found the road, and with a sigh of relief turned south. In less than half an hour, while the main body of our troops were still on the tracks, the first enemy airplane came over. We crouched or fled into the fields and waited. The plane passed, observing nothing. For the next 10 days, the 8th Route Army fought a running battle all along the southern flank of the Chentai Railway. The Japanese columns came on, and weary Chinese armies, including our own, fought them, retreated, and then fought them again. Japanese bombers roared over us daily, sometimes hourly, but did not find our headquarters. One morning I went to headquarters to talk with Chu Te, but found it surrounded by a few hundred armed civilians, many of them ragged, unwashed, barefooted. With them were women and children, one a solidly built old woman over 60 years of age, her white hair flying. They were miners and railway workers who, as the Japanese approached, took arms from a local arsenal, tore up the railway and began fighting. Many had already been killed. Now they came to join the 8th Route Army. Throughout one long night, a fierce battle raged just across the hills from us. We could hear the harsh symphony of hammering machine guns, and Chu Tai's face was the color of clay. With the dawn, the word victory was flashed to us, and my newspaper colleagues and I were off, galloping over the hills to the battlefield. We passed hundreds of laden horses and mules captured from the enemy. The entire valley leading to the south was a chaos of shouting men and stamping, kicking animals. Once we stopped dead in our tracks at the sight of columns of armed men pouring over a hill in our rear and coming straight for us. They wore Japanese overcoats, but their bodies and movements were Chinese, and they ran forward with shouts and laughter, their coats spreading out behind them like wings. Like an avalanche they poured past us, shouting/singing snatches of song, hailing us with joy. It was the division of the 8th Route Army which had left the Wutai Mountains weeks before. In the midst of the clamor, I heard my Chinese name shouted and an officer ran towards me. I greeted him with outspread arms. It was Chun Ken, a commander who had worked with me years before when he had come to Shanghai to get medical treatment for a wound. Then he too was off down the valley towards the battlefield. Thereafter my colleagues and I wandered from village to village, having strange experience after experience, talking with Japanese captives, rescuing a big case of Japanese money which someone was joyously distributing as souvenirs. The battle continued for days, and the divisional headquarters which we had joined, Lin Piao's, was right on the ridge of hills overlooking the valley through which the enemy was pouring. Enemy batteries blasted a way for them and enemy planes kept sweeping over us. One night at dusk, as I was standing on a summit, a column of 8th Route Army soldiers came up out of a dark ravine, passed me, and disappeared down into the ravine through which the Japanese were pouring. Strong, hardened fighters, they walked swiftly, easily, without missing a step of their rhythmic march despite the fact that they were heavily laden with ammunition. Their feet were soft-shod and made not a sound in passing. A boy of 13 or 14 carrying a big Standard Oil tin filled with water ran after a soldier bending under a machine gun. The boy's face was filled with excitement and the water splashed as he ran. That picture is etched in my memory. Was it the faces of men going to meet a powerful enemy, or was it that spindly-legged little boy with the gasoline tin that so deeply affected me? The gasoline tin was the only contribution from my country to China which I saw on the northwestern front. But the enemy planes above us were American and their bombs were made of scrap iron and chemicals from America. Approaching from the north and east, the Japanese took Taiyuan. We left one division along the Qintai Railway and, with Lin Piao's division, General Headquarters moved to southern Shanxi under orders to sit astride the railway running the length of the province. Now we marched more leisurely, seldom making more than 80 or 90 li, 25 to 30 miles, a day. I learned to reckon distance by my weariness. Up to 60 li I was fresh, but after that each mile seemed to grow longer and longer. The earth was frozen, the rivers covered with a thin layer of ice, and the mountains were wrapped in snow. It was often so cold that I could ride for only a few moments and then had to walk. But there were also warm sunny days when joy flowed through us, and on such days we took advantage of the noon hour to rest, to visit other units of the army, or to wander off to talk with villagers. When the rain or the soft snow fell, turning the earth to a mass of mud, we sometimes remained in one place for many days. Then the vicinity buzzed with meetings, conferences, and civilian training. We crossed the Luliang mountain range in a snowstorm that fell in thick white clouds and turned the paths into a mass of half-frozen mud through which we slithered and struggled, pulling our horses behind us. I had lice and the freezing mud filled my shoes. I found a man having an appendicitis attack by the roadside and lifted him into my saddle, where he rode, moaning. The snow fell, heavily laden men stumbled, and horses and donkeys had to be lifted to their feet and reloaded. Black crows flew down, shivering in the snow, and the very cap on my head became a burden. Then I heard a flute play. It came out of the snowstorm like a clear, sparkling stream, telling tales of loveliness unspeakable. It played and played, leading us on through the white world to the mountain summit. Then I saw the dim figures of soldiers moving downward, and one of them had both hands lifted to a flute. Down past the ancient walled town of Hungtung and on over the broad frozen flat countryside beyond. Midnight found us wandering aimlessly from village to village. In the early morning we reached the home of a landlord, saw our name on a door, and entered to find the whole family waiting for us with hot food and drink. We had marched some 18 hours this day and night, but how many li I do not know. The Chinese are very realistic. When they march up a mountain, the li becomes longer. When they descend, it is considered shorter. We remained for weeks in the Hungtung region. I rode here and there, buying, begging, and borrowing medical supplies. 8th Route fighting units marched northwards, northeast, and northwest to anticipate possible routes of enemy advance. New volunteers came in long lines to headquarters, and soon all the wheat fields were black with them as they drilled and maneuvered. At night, the villages were filled with soldiers sitting in classes. Enemy bombers plastered Hungtung, thinking we were there. In late December, 2 foreigners arrived. One of them was James Bertram, the young New Zealander whom I had met in Sion at the time Generalissimo Chang had been captured. He carried a copy of Shakespeare's works, and the halo of Oxford culture hovered about his head. This loftiness irritated me. The other visitor was Captain Evans F. Carlson, Marine Intelligence Officer in China. When I heard that Carlson had arrived, I decided to give him a wide berth. My experience with American officials in China had not been enviable. Most of them thought of the Chinese as Chinamen who took in washing for a living. I didn't like their religion, so to speak. Because I regarded the Red Army as a revolutionary organization of the poor, some Americans considered me a glorified streetwalker. And after the Japanese invasion, their women in particular had looked on me as a camp follower, a creature who lowered the prestige of the white race. One day I was sitting on a mud bank watching 2 army units in a basketball game when Chu Tae came up behind me and asked me to meet one of my countrymen. "I've long wanted to meet you, Miss Smedley," Captain Carlson said. "Well, now you've met me," I remarked and turned back to the ball game. Carlson was a very long, lanky man, so bony, in fact, that he looked loose. But when you went walking with him, you found that he was as firm as the farmers of his native New England. There was an air of utter simplicity about him which I first thought must be a cunning disguise. He had come to the 8th Route Army to study guerrilla warfare from the point of view of the technician, but he had soon realized that guerrilla warfare is not merely a technical matter, but intricately bound up with a broad and deep political educational system designed to give men something to fight for, live for, and, if necessary, die for. He began studying this political system and was soon calling it ethical indoctrination. The arrival of a foreign military man aroused the driving intellectual hunger of the 8th Route Army commanders, and they called a conference to talk with him. This conference lasted for days and merged into an extended discussion of a hypothetical Japanese-American war, which the Chinese communists considered inevitable. They spread large maps on a table, and for hours their fingers wandered over it from Singapore to the Aleutian Islands. They took it for granted that Singapore would be the base from which American and British forces would operate. The Chinese believed that America had fortified Alaska and the Aleutian Islands against Japanese attack. They could not conceive that it could be otherwise, for until then the Chinese had entertained a high regard for American military sagacity. The Chinese commanders held back nothing about their own methods of mobile and guerrilla warfare. They sketched battle scenes, explaining how they avoided frontal engagements with a powerfully equipped enemy, but instead prepared the whole battle region to serve in the lines or right behind them, how they attacked the enemy's flanks and rear, cut up his columns and destroyed the segments, and disrupted his lines of communication. They told of their observations of the weak and strong points of the Japanese and of their own strength and weaknesses. Of the civilian population, they said, "We move about among the people as freely as fish swimming in the ocean. By organizing and training the people, we automatically eliminate traitors. We rest in the hearts of the people." The friendship between Captain Carlson and myself, which began in those days, eventually became one of the firmest of my life, welded in the fires of war. On Christmas Eve, I went to Carlson's room, where we made coffee, ate peanuts, and talked. He was of Norwegian descent, the son of a Connecticut pastor, and had a profound strain of religious ethics running through his character. His principles were deeply rooted in early American Jeffersonian democracy. That must have been why he felt at home in the political and ethical atmosphere of the 8th Route Army. For similar reasons, most American newspapermen who visited that army felt that they had at last found a fountain of Chinese democracy. Captain Carlson's reaction towards the 8th Route was such that it constantly reminded me of two lines in the battle hymn of the Republic. "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored." And I always thought of him when I heard the line, "As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free." On this Christmas Eve, he raised his enameled coffee cup and said, "Agnes, we are celebrating Christmas," and drank. I did the same, then we both ate peanuts. He placed his cup on the bed beside him, drew a mouth organ from his pocket and first played and then sang the song of the United States Marines. He followed this with "Oh, how I hate to get up in the morning." Then he laughed and drawled, "Ah, shucks. I remember when I first heard that thing." We both sang a few lines of some Negro spirituals, then tried Silent Night, Holy Night, but broke down because we couldn't remember the lines. Finally, we stood up and sang My Country, "'Tis of Thee, a Song I Love." From a musical viewpoint, that Christmas Eve was hardly a roaring success. But the conversation was not so bad. Book V. The Last Days of Hankow, 1938. Today I saw a Chinese peasant soldier die. In his death was embodied the death of 1,000,000 men of China who have given their lives that their people might not be enslaved. All that was known of him was told by another wounded man who had been in the same company with him. They had attacked a Japanese position. They did not know they were wounded until the battle was ended and they began to return to their headquarters. Then they could no longer walk. 1 foot of each man had been pierced by a sharp, spike-like piece of bamboo which the Japanese had driven into the earth around their defenses. The man lay silently on his bed, and the only thing he ever said was that his name was Wu and that he was a peasant by occupation. Every line of his face and body was eloquent of anguish. He seemed to be thinking and thinking. He saw little that passed about him. His mind was centered on some thought beyond. The doctor said of him, "He cannot live. He is so undernourished that he has no resistance at all." By noon of the 3rd day he closed his eyes forever. As he had lived, so he died humbly, causing no one trouble. The men on either side of him did not know he was dead until men came and carried away his body. Soon his lean form was laid in an unpainted wooden coffin and lowered into a slight depression on a hillside, and the coffin covered with earth. A narrow, unpainted board bearing his name, the date of his death, and the army in whose service he had died was put at his head. Soon the rains will soak into the grave, rotting the coffin and the body, and slowly the mound will settle. Grass will creep over it, sinking deep roots. And then one day some poor peasant child gathering firewood will carry away the little headboard. It is easy to die in the limelight, knowing a nation will honor you, and your life will be used as a model. But this man Wu, and 1,000,000 others like him, fight and die in obscurity. In the future free society of China they will have no share. Did they know that when they picked up a rifle? How ugly he was in death! And how beautiful, how tragically great the common men of China. Their country has offered them nothing but sorrow and hunger, cold and suffering. Still they offer their lives for it. They die by the thousands on deserted battlefields. Other thousands stagger to the rear, looking ruefully at their uncared-for wounds, their eyes searching the mountain paths and the highways, yearning for help that never comes. Cross currents in Hankow. The 10 months from December 12, 1937, to October 25, 1938, during which Hankow was the real capital of China, were months as crowded as decades. Like the mighty Yangtze, which intersected the triple cities of Hankow, Hanyang, and Wuchang, generally referred to as Wulhan or merely as Hankow, the capital rolled and seethed, a vast maelstrom of national and international forces, against the powerful current of the patriotism of soldiers, common people, and some officials flowed the counterstream of treason, venality, indifference, espionage, and international intrigue. The fall of Nanking on December 12 had made a break in a reactionary trend that was unmistakably fascist, and through this breach had poured the Democratic People's Movement, expressing itself in strengthened mass organizations, publications, and celebrations. But as time went on, the reactionary elements began to consolidate their ranks again. Wang Qingwei still held great power in the government, and his followers occupied strategic positions in Hankow and other cities. Peace with the Japanese, he argued with the Generalissimo, was better than the eventual victory of communism. The Kuomintang banned all youth organizations and ordered all students into the semi-fascist Sanmin Chuai Youth Corps, which was modeled on similar organizations of Italian fascists and German Nazis. Mr. Chun Li-fu, Minister of Education, lectured to university students, declaring that they were too valuable to be expended in war. Educated men were told to preserve themselves for post-war reconstruction. The communists had founded their New China Daily, and though it preached only national resistance, secret gangs of blue shirts broke in at night and damaged its printing plant. Class warfare continued to rage. Gentlemen did not take part. They hired gangsters. I also had my own difficulties and conflicts, and the first of these was the problem of earning a living. My revolutionary reputation closed all doors to employment. Many people held the belief that because I had always fought the terror and advocated civil rights for the people, I was a paid communist agent. On the other hand, the communists believed that all foreigners automatically had means of earning not only a living, but a luxurious living. So I was suspended in an economic void. For a time I was a house guest of the Reverend Logan Roots, Episcopal Bishop of Hankow, and his daughter, Frances. But that could not go on indefinitely. The only means I had of solving my economic problems was to take a monthly loan from a loyal friend, a Chinese engineer. My first visit upon reaching the new capital had been with Nelson T. Johnson, American ambassador, to whom I delivered a letter from Evans Carlson, then with the 8th Route Army. I had no clothing except my uniform, and in this outfit I called on our ambassador and talked with him about the war. He concluded an account of fighting in the lower Yangtze by remarking that the Japanese threw everything except the kitchen sink at the Chinese. At one point I remarked that if the Japanese conquered China with American war materials, they would then turn on America. Mr. Johnson made a gesture of disapproval and said, "By that time they will be too exhausted." Mr. Johnson was not popular with many Americans in China. They called him spineless, but because he was ambassador they outwardly respected him. He wasn't to blame personally. He was merely the Far Eastern extension of the State Department. His remark to me about allowing the Japanese to exhaust themselves on the body of China, leaving us free, indicated the policy of all the imperialist powers, England, France, the Dutch East Indies, and ourselves. There were a few real American and British Democrats in the Far East who saw the criminal fallacy of such a policy. Some were respected because they held high position, but the rest of us were deemed visionaries or, at worst, Reds. I was regarded variously as an immoral woman, an idealist, or a Red. That didn't worry me in the least. I always remembered that when people had complained to Lincoln that General U.S. Grant was drunk half the time, Lincoln replied that he wished his other generals would also get tight if they could produce the same results. Colonel, now Lieutenant General Joseph W. Stilwell, our military attaché in China, was different. He was tough, gruff, and battle-scarred, a direct and honest fighting man. He loved the Chinese soldiers, and his heart was filled with compassion for the wounded. I was forever running into him. Once he stopped on a street and demanded of me, "What are you doing here?" "Loading this truck with medicine." "What are you doing?" "I'm standing here watching you," he said, scowling. "I'm also telling you that the warehouse of the International Red Cross Committee is jammed with a new shipment of medicine, including the new sulfa drugs. Go right down there this minute and demand some for the army." Following his suggestion, I asked for some of the foreign drugs, but as usual was refused. The International Red Cross Committees of China had no connection with the International Red Cross of Geneva, but were merely local foreign committees, made up primarily of missionaries. They received all foreign relief supplies and distributed them as they wished, usually to Christian mission hospitals. They also argued that America, Britain, and other nations were neutral in the war and that supplies from them should therefore not be given to Chinese armies. My viewpoint was that a wounded soldier is as much a non-combatant as, let us say, a civilian air raid victim, and my blood boiled when I heard foreigners talk of all Christians as honest and all non-Christians as dishonest. Another American who was a good deal like Colonel Stilwell was Colonel, now Major General Claire Chennault, one of the most striking personalities I ever met, but one whom I never came to know well. A reticent, gruff man with a pock-marked face. He seemed to live within himself. He was seldom seen in foreign circles. At that time I had not yet heard the story that he had been forced out of the American Army because of his belief in air power. I lunched with him one day in an almost deserted tea room and felt irritated because I could not get at him, could not understand what lay behind that grave, appealing exterior. He remarked that he would like to get hold of Chinese mechanics because he thought that he could train them to be pilots in half the time it took to train gentlemen's sons who had studied philosophy and literature and did not like to get themselves dirty. Colonel Stilwell was so pessimistic about the whole Far Eastern situation that some officers and officials called him Vinegar Joe, which I considered far better than being called spineless. He once remarked to me, "The Chinese soldier is one of the best fighters on earth. I would be proud to command such men." The other military men, Major, later Colonel Frank Dorn, and Evans F. Carlson, also realized the dangerous situation which was developing in China. Dorn was an artillery attaché who traveled broadly and appreciated China deeply. For some reason or other, he was ordered back to America, just after he had been told to remain for another 3 years. I wondered why. I even proposed to him that he mutiny and if necessary riot in the streets in order to remain in China. He was a very handsome, well-bred West Point lad and so disciplined that he went home. Before he left we all gave him a fine send-off. I wrote a poem addressed to him in the grand manner, and Art Steele of the Chicago Daily News read it in a deep and passionate voice. Even in my poem, however, I did not betray Dorn's secret. He was a novelist, a painter, and, if I'm not mistaken, a musician. Soon my other friends began to desert Hankow. Evans F. Carlson had returned from the Northwestern Front and was ordered by the Navy Department to stop talking. He had been telling about guerrilla warfare and, of all things, talking about political and ethical indoctrination as a weapon in wartime. Perhaps the Navy suspected him of Buddhism. But Carlson was not a New Englander and an echo of the battle hymn of the Republic for nothing. Feeling that it was his duty to awaken the American people to the danger of Japan, he forthwith resigned from the Navy. Instead of talking mutiny to him, I urged him to consider the nature of the capitalist system, which has no use for men of principle. I was afraid he might starve in America, where money was the standard of success. I was proud to be his friend when he replied, "Don't talk to me about economic security. The only thing that matters is, am I right?" Though few people could help liking Carlson, now and then I heard cynical remarks about him. "The poor sap," one correspondent said. "He believed everything the 8th Route Army told him. He's got religion." They brushed aside the fact that he had not merely been told things by the 8th Route. He had seen and lived with that army. Its methods of fighting and its political indoctrination, which he called ethical, might be brushed aside by men who believed in nothing except their own personal success, but Carlson was not a man to be shaken by such cynics. He had not been educated at West Point or Annapolis, and did not shine in the endless round of cocktail, tea, dinner, and card parties, ball games, races, or golf matches which constituted the life of most foreign naval officers in the Far East. He did, however, have a number of foreign friends, and Admiral Harry Yarnell, commander of the American Asiatic Fleet, seemed to respect him. I might add that he himself felt a deep admiration for Yarnell. So Carlson prepared to leave Hankow. At the same time, Frida Utley, the English woman journalist who was also leaving, soon created a scandal in the Hong Kong Rotary Club by attacking Englishmen who supplied Japan with war materials for use against China. The president of the Rotary Club afterwards publicly apologized for her unsportsmanlike conduct. In those unorthodox days before Hankow fell, the captain of the British Yangtze gunboat patrol invited me to lecture to British officers and sailors on the deck of his flagship. I took maps along and did my job, but wondered whether the British were awakening or I was slipping. The American Navy reassured me by refusing me the same courtesy, although they allowed their sailors to learn that I was giving a lecture at the Navy YMCA and their officers invited me to the dullest tea I have ever sat through. It was a boring life they led, sitting forever on little boats on the Yangtze, watching the Japanese raid the city. Admiral Marquardt of the American Yangtze Patrol once looked me over at lunch on his flagship and was astonished to find that I was not so old or unprepossessing as he had expected. Perhaps he thought good-looking or presentable women were always snatched up by marriage, while the ugly ones revenged themselves on society by becoming rebels with principles. Or was it his Annapolis training that made him say to me, "Why on earth does a woman like you bury herself in that godforsaken Northwest with a ragged army? Were you in love with a Chinese general? To tell you the truth," I began in a strangled voice, "I once fell in love with an admiral. He turned me down and I went to the Northwest to forget." Annapolis spoke again. "Ah, my dear lady, you fell in love with the wrong admiral. I have forgotten everything else about that luncheon, though I think we had hot biscuits. I'm certain I carried on propaganda, for I always did that. I really hoped he would give me a big donation for medical supplies for the Chinese wounded. But he didn't. I judged men by their willingness to fork out money for the wounded. Those who did I remembered. Those who didn't I forgot. I had much more success with the new British ambassador, Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, who arrived in Hankow about that time. When he invited me to dinner, I borrowed a dinner dress from Francis Roots and went, expecting to meet some devil of a British imperialist. He didn't much resemble a devil, but he certainly had the charm of one. He was a lean, brown Scotchman with a keen, tough mind and a scintillating sense of humor. In some ways, he reminded me of Vinegar Joe, Colonel Chenault, and Captain Carlson. I liked such men. Sir Archibald had invited 4 other guests to dinner, all men and all members of his staff, one of them a monocled military attaché who had the misfortune to look exactly like an American cartoon of an Englishman. This blasé gentleman said to me, "Charmed, I'm sure. We met during the Sion incident, I believe." "Oh yes," I answered irritably. "You were up there spying on the Red Army. And you were spying on me." "Naturally," I answered. All the other guests maintained a polite silence until Sir Archibald laughed whimsically. Then they all laughed whimsically. The dinner was simple but elegant, with a lot of cutlery and glass, and my borrowed dinner dress made me feel like someone playing a role on a stage. Fortunately, there was a war to talk about, though Sir Archibald needed nothing to make him talk. He was interested in guerrilla warfare and the mobilization and training of the common people. At the time I wondered if he was really the militant Democrat he seemed or if he was merely a very clever diplomat. Eventually I came to the conclusion that he was a good Scotchman fallen among diplomats. He began talking about the plan of industrial cooperatives of which Riwai Ali, the New Zealand humanitarian, was the originator. Apart from being the father of the cooperatives, Riwai Ali is one of the most truly civilized and tender-hearted of the men who walk this spinning ball of mud. If the Generalissimo and Madame Chang would accept Ali's plan, Sir Archibald said, a powerful means would have been found to solve China's wartime economy, and the foundation of economic democracy would be laid. Someone spluttered that Riwai Ali seemed to be something of an illusionist chasing a will-o'-the-wisp. Curtly, the ambassador retorted that it might not be a bad idea if some other people would also chase a will-o'-the-wisp. Sir Archibald soon laid Mr. Ali's plan for cooperatives before Generalissimo and Madame Chiang Kai-shek and pledged British relief funds to its support. It was accepted. Dr. Wang Wenhao, China's most famous geologist, who was chairman of its National Resources Commission, was also deeply interested in the cooperatives. Mr. Ali therefore gave up his official position in Shanghai, where he had been a factory inspector, and came up to Hankow to found an economic movement which developed into one of the most momentous in Chinese history. Sir Archibald Clark Kerr had far too much charm for any good use. His culture was broad and universal. He dabbled in painting and literature, and had begun to study the Chinese language. A friendship filled with gay humor, further enlivened by sums of money which he gave me for medical supplies, began between us in Hankow and was renewed in strange ways and places in later years. He made one of my New Year celebrations memorable by sending a case of foreign food, cigarettes, and other things to me through the Japanese lines. Like a good Scotchman, He enclosed a bottle of old scotch, some butter, a Christmas pudding, and direction for their preparation. The guerrillas thought the concoction atrocious. Red Cross pioneers. Hankow introduced me to the Chinese Red Cross Medical Corps and its famous founder and director, Dr. Lim. Thereafter, much of my life was dominated by work for the wounded. It all came about in this way. Upon arrival in the city, I went in search of a friend, Dr. B. Borsuk, the noted Yugoslav public health specialist who had for years been health advisor from the League of Nations to the Chinese government. Like many other men of science, he possessed uncommon knowledge and had social and artistic interests far beyond his profession. He had socialist leanings, was deeply interested in music and the stage, and had married an opera singer to whom he was deeply attached. His friendship for me helped make my life bearable during the days of the pre-war terror. I found Dr. Borsuk living in the Terminus Hotel. He was momentarily expecting 2 Chinese medical men, Dr. P.Z. King, who later became director of the National Health Administration, and Dr. Robert K. S. Lim, China's most eminent scientist, who had sacrificed his career and perhaps a Nobel Prize to organize Red Cross work in both the Peiping and Shanghai, Nanking areas. Dr. Borsuk began telling me that now that Nanking had fallen to the enemy, Dr. Lim was planning to reorganize the Red Cross Medical Corps on entirely new lines. Dr. Lim wanted to create mobile medical units of 15 men or so and attach them to the various field and base military hospitals of the Army, for there were very few qualified doctors in the Army Medical Administration. I asked him what had happened to the big Red Cross hospital in Nanking. He stared at the blank wall for a moment and then said quietly, "Wiped out." Hundreds of severely wounded soldiers who could not be evacuated had been left in Nanking in the care of Chinese doctors and nurses. Chinese and foreigners had still believed that the Japanese would honor international law and the Geneva Red Cross Convention. But when the Japanese army occupied the city, they not only put to the sword some 200,000 civilians and unarmed soldiers, but fell upon the hospitals, slaughtering the wounded, the doctors, and the nurses. The gruesome story of the rape of Nanking was already common knowledge, for a number of diplomatic officials and foreign missionaries had remained in the city and watched the Japanese in action, and even taken photographs of them. Some 700 Chinese Red Cross doctors, nurses, dressers, chauffeurs, and mechanics had reached Hankow. Many others had been slaughtered en route. Of the ambulances and trucks which had left Nanking, only 17, with half a load of medicine, had reached Hankow. The mass evacuation of Nanking had resulted in unparalleled disaster. Sometimes it became a fight for life not only against the Japanese, but against the Chinese. One Red Cross chauffeur with a truck of medical supplies had been stopped by a Chinese army in retreat and ordered to give up his truck. The chauffeur cursed and bellowed. In the midst of the clash, Japanese planes began to bomb them. The army took shelter, but the chauffeur roared happily off towards the west, only to have his truck bombed out from under him a few hours later. Now the Chinese Red Cross had to begin from scratch. The Soviet Union had sent $100,000 to the Chinese Red Cross Board of Directors in Shanghai, and Dr. Borsuk was trying to get this money for Dr. Lim so that the first mobile medical units could be organized, equipped, and sent into the field. As Dr. Borsuk and I were talking, Dr. King and Dr. Lim entered. Dr. King was a tall, handsome man in a black Chungshan uniform. Dr. Lim was short and slight, and wore a gray cotton Red Cross uniform. Dr. Lim swung a chair round, straddled it, and began puffing at his pipe as he listened to Dr. Borsuk report on the Anti-Epidemic Commission. These doctors intended to train masses of men in anti-epidemic work. Along with the National Health Administration and the Army Medical Administration of the Ministry of War, Dr. Lim was also planning to found the first wartime emergency medical training school. At this conference, I first heard the name of another man who, like Dr. Lim, became my friend. He was Dr. Lu Chite, then Field Inspector of Military Hospitals at the front, but later Surgeon General of the Army Medical Administration. He was helping found the first emergency medical training school. He was one of the gentlest and loveliest characters I have ever known. He had once studied under Dr. Lim in Peiping, then in an American Army Medical Academy, and finally in England. Like Dr. Lim, he never became callous or indifferent to the lot of the wounded. I think it was this quality in them both that made me love them like brothers. This conference in Dr. Borsik's room was not only historic for me personally, but it was historic for China. In such meetings, the foundation for socialized medicine in China was being laid. This involved a vast organization and an educational system to meet the exigencies not only of war, but also of post-war conditions. After that, I began to meet medical men of every kind, and soon found myself involved in the old conflict over socialized medicine. For years, the leading medical men of China had campaigned for socialized medicine. They had been opposed by missionaries, who had first introduced modern medicine into China and whose hospitals had been powerful bases of Christian endeavor. Socialized medicine would rob these hospitals of their power. In fact, educational and medical progress in China for many years before the war had seriously impaired missionary activity, and many Christians abroad had begun to question the usefulness of missionary activity as a whole. The war had inadvertently proved to be a kind of godsend to missionary institutions. The large sums of money and medical supplies donated by foreign peoples were controlled by international Red Cross committees composed of local foreigners, chiefly missionaries, and missions became stations in which countless thousands of civilians found refuge from the Japanese. They were fed and housed, and Christianity was preached to them. Dr. Lim, Dr. Lu Chite, Dr. P.Z. King, and many other modern Chinese doctors were baptized Christians. But to them China was a battlefield of national liberation, not a battlefield of the Lord. They envisaged a future in which health and medical care would be the right of every Chinese. I believe this was the basic reason that the Chinese Red Cross Medical Corps received no foreign medical supplies or funds for over 2 years after its organization. Dr. Lim himself had a bitter struggle. For years thereafter, I heard almost every conceivable charge brought against him by both Chinese and foreigners. One missionary on the International Red Cross Committee of Hankow sourly accused him of liking wine, women, and song and of being unable to speak Chinese. Another alleged that he used to have all his clothing made in England and his shirts laundered in London. An ambitious Red Cross doctor, anxious to take his place after the medical corps became a powerful organization, accused him of dickering in secret with the Studebaker Corporation and of harboring communists on his staff. I was said to be using the medical corps to get medical supplies for the 8th Route Army. A lesser man would have left China and gone to England or America, where fellow scientists would have welcomed him and given him opportunities commensurate with his abilities. But he was a stubborn man, and his patriotism was deeper than that of his detractors. He had given up a great career and an excellent income to accept the chaos of war, a maintenance allowance which did not even enable him to educate his 2 children, and the slanderous accusations of his inferiors. Dr. Lim's friends called him Bobby, and did so as if they loved him. He spoke fluent English with a slight Scotch accent, and through his low, soft voice I heard a warning metallic sound as if his nature was not all gentleness. Almost immediately I felt a quality in him which I later felt in Dr. Lu Chite. It was a Weltschmerz or world pain, which I have since come to associate with men in advance of their time. And the advanced medical men of China are indeed about 2 or 3 centuries ahead of the social and political conditions of the country. Once drawn into the medical world of China, I was soon floundering in despair at the hopeless lot of the wounded under the backward army medical system. I shall never cease being grateful to Dr. Lim and Dr. Lu for the patience with which they explained and argued with me, trying to show me China's place in history. For China was and is in much the same state as was America during the War of Independence, and the lot of its wounded is similar to that of the Russian wounded of 1812 as pictured in Tolstoy's War and Peace, or the British wounded during the Crimean War when Florence Nightingale appeared on the scene. Not that China did not have a number of self-sacrificing medical men or a great many Florence Nightingales. Over this problem of the Chinese wounded I used to torture myself through endless nights. Should I write the truth? Or should I throw a romantic veil over China's heroism? Sometimes I would say to myself, listen, if you write the facts, the neat little souls of Americans and Englishmen will be so shocked that they will give no money at all for relief. They will just go to another movie in which love solves everything. Then I would answer myself, think of the wounded soldiers. Did any government in history ever take one step forward unless under the lash of public criticism? If you soft-soap the Chinese government, even when it is in difficulty, it will stagnate. Tell the truth, be hounded out of China if necessary. but be loyal to the soldiers who are giving their lives while you give little or nothing. The pitiful lot of the Chinese wounded was due to the semi-feudal military system and a ruling class made up of venal landlords, merchants, and politicians. Some of these had been progressive men before they had come to power. They were not ignorant or backward about their own self-interest. They had known enough to build model villas. The Japanese now occupied them, which they had equipped with every modern convenience. They had money enough to satisfy every whim. Their sons and daughters studied in American and British universities, and after the war began, some families fled to America. So the ruling class knew well what a modern army medical system should be like. But the Chinese government still paid each individual army a set sum of money each month, depending on the number in its ranks. With this money, each army was expected to buy its own food and clothing and arrange for its own transport. It was expected to use only 10 cents per man per month to buy medical supplies. Since medical supplies and equipment had never been standardized, since the chief medical officer was unqualified, and since China had to import almost all its medicine, the medical chief bought what he thought best or what he could get. As the war progressed, he could get little or nothing, and prices kept soaring. Only civilian refugees were entitled to foreign medical aid. Chinese soldiers could be wounded by war materials supplied to Japan by America and England, but were not entitled to medical supplies from these countries unless such supplies were bought by the Chinese government on a purely commercial basis. There were perhaps a dozen fairly well-qualified doctors in the entire Army Medical Service. But there were 20,000 unqualified men with the rank of medical officers, and 180,000 soldier nurses and attendants. The soldier nurses had been drawn from the army and put into medical work because they were too weak or incompetent to fight. Their medical knowledge consisted of a few weeks of training in changing dressings. Like many of the medical officers, they did not know the cause or cure of infection and had never seen a splint or a modern sterilizer. My instinctive reaction was horror and hostility towards the army medical personnel. I retained this attitude until I saw these men in service at the front, doing whatever they could. They never deserted, and they did not regard medical work as a dirty manual labor unworthy of them. Millions of sick and wounded men passed through their hands along the 2,000-mile front, and if half of these wounded died, at least half lived because of their care. One step out of this chaos was taken when, at the beginning of the war, the Ministry of War began organizing its own Army Medical Administration and establishing some 400 dressing stations and field and base hospitals. The individual army hospitals kept their own superficially ill and wounded, but surrendered the severe cases to these institutions. After Dr. Lu Chite became Surgeon General of the Army Medical Administration, he and Dr. Robert Lim began to introduce great changes. They began the first standardization of medical supplies that had ever been undertaken in China. They were the chief forces in founding the Wartime Emergency Medical Training School in Changsha to retrain the entire Army medical personnel, and they prepared tons of sterilized first-aid dressings, with a morphine tablet enclosed in each, which the unqualified dressers at the front could apply without trouble. In such ways did they fight infection, the great danger at the front. But their educational work was the most important thing they undertook. Since the Chinese government refused to conscript educated men for military service, qualified doctors were seldom found in the armies. Thousands of them remained in the port cities or in Japanese-occupied regions, engaged in private practice or in missionary hospitals. Even had the entire 10,000 of them entered the army, they still could not have solved its problems. So the medical training schools drew batches of hundreds of medical officers from the field and base hospitals and the individual armies, gave them intensive basic training, and ordered them back to the front to start courses for their unqualified personnel. The Japanese suffered their first great defeat at Taochuang, north of Suzhou, in May 1938, and the Hankow population poured into the streets, wild with joy. Up to then China had been beaten into the dust, and this one battle, small though it was, inspired the entire nation. I met American military observers from the battlefield who told me that the northern Chinese armies, up to then regarded as feudal and backward, had fought with deathless heroism. One of these armies had been commanded by the same General Chang Zucheng, who once had been called a traitor. Another was commanded by an old northern general who was so fat that his guards had to push him up a strategic hill. He panted and puffed, but once on top nothing on earth could dislodge him. He just stood there like an infuriated fat Buddha, and only when the retreat of the Chinese armies began did his guards help him down the hill and up another and still another. At this time I joined the Red Cross Medical Corps as a publicity worker, a glorified name for beggar. The Manchester Guardian of England had just arranged for me to work as their special correspondent, sending them 2 mail articles a week work, which I continued until I left China in 1941. The honorarium they paid me enabled me to work without payment for the medical corps and even to make donations. My first articles were on the condition of the wounded and on the endless problems of the Army Medical Service and the Red Cross Medical Corps. I also wrote reports to organizations throughout the world begging for trucks and ambulances, gasoline, medical and surgical supplies. Then came a day in Changsha when the Medical Corps had just 200 gallons of gasoline left and no money to buy more. An American oil company had a supply and was anxious to sell it before Japanese bombers destroyed it. At this moment, the Scottish Red Cross cabled Dr. Lim 750 pounds. He stood staring at the draft, and had he been a sentimental man, he might have wept. Instead, he began figuring how much gasoline it would buy. I rushed off to the oil company and arranged the purchase. The oilman incidentally took the trouble to sneer at one of my articles in the Manchester Guardian, in which I had charged that by selling war materials to Japan, American and British businessmen were digging their own graves. "Why shouldn't we sell to anyone who will pay?" the businessman challenged. "We sell to you, don't we? Why not to the Japanese?" Reprobate that I felt that there was some small difference between the Red Cross Medical Corps and the Japanese war machine. I argued that any nation which permitted buying and selling to determine its foreign policy was heading for disaster. I quoted the Tanaka Memorial and advised the businessman to read it, murmuring softly, "That is, if you can read." In June 1938, Suzhou fell to the enemy, and the Chinese armies were in full retreat across all central China, taking up new positions in the great ring of mountain ranges that surrounded the 3 Hankow cities. The victorious Japanese were in hot pursuit, slaying the Chinese wounded and captured soldiers on the battlefield, wiping out Chinese towns and villages, and filling brothels with Chinese women. To stop them, the Chinese blasted the Yellow River dikes, and the flood swept down and halted the Japanese, drowning tens of thousands of them. The Japanese sent up a cry of Chinese barbarity, and official Chinese propagandists began to accuse the Japanese of blowing up the dikes. I considered this foolish, recalling the Dutch, who had once broken their dikes, proudly saying, "Rather give Holland to the sea than to the Spaniards. Indeed, rather give China to the floods than to the Japanese." The mountain ranges around Hankow became the last great natural barrier protecting central China. A wall of Chinese bodies stood across them, but this wall, after all, was only human flesh. The Japanese blasted their way forward and, to the south of the Yangtze, battered at the gates of Nanchang. If captured, Nanchang would menace not only Hankow, but Changsha. Our few Red Cross units were shifted to hospitals on the most active fronts, but there was still no money to support them for more than a month or 2. Dr. Lim asked me to help him induce wealthy Chinese to be responsible for 1 or more units for at least a year. Dr. Tse-tung, who never failed to help every decent movement, adopted 11, and Chinese in Java did likewise. I vainly hoped to induce the American Red Cross to be responsible for others. Once I asked Colonel Stilwell in Hankow to inspect the emergency medical training school in Changsha and help me get money for it. All the rest had been given to the International Red Cross Committee and was used to prepare an illusory safety zone, which eventually kept nearly 400,000 Chinese in that doomed city. The safety zone was considered humanitarian, but I considered it nothing but a reservoir of labor for the foreign factories of Hankow and the Japanese war machine. I knew one foreign factory owner who intended to put his workers in this zone, without cost to himself, and after Japanese bloodlust had cooled, to put them to work again in a Japanese-controlled city. In the meantime, I continued working for the Medical Corps. Each month, the leaders of Red Cross units in the field sent in reports, some of them dry and factual, but some the stuff from which epic dramas are made. One unit on the Kiangsi front told of a field hospital so primitive that when the unit first stopped in the doorway of the hospital, some of the wounded soldiers greeted it with bricks. The wounded hated the title doctor, and at first accepted treatment sullenly. For 1 week the unit labored 18 hours a day, cleaning, preparing straw mattresses, organizing a nursing and sanitary system, building an operating room and an operating table, introducing special diets and, to the amazement of the wounded, baths. Before the week was ended, every wounded man who could hobble around was asking to help. There was not a man who was not humble with gratitude. Never again was a brick hurled at a unit. The unit next organized training classes for the untrained hospital personnel, and these men were as grateful as the wounded had been. Only 10 days had passed when a nearby town suffered a fearful air raid, and half of the unit went off to care for the victims. Hardly a night passed without the doctors and nurses being called to attend women in labor in a large refugee station near the hospital. Eventually, they had to take over the medical care of the station too. For 2 years, this one unit remained in the field without once returning to the rear for a rest. I went back and forth between Hankow and Changsha, which were filled with tens of thousands of sick and wounded men. Every path leading from the front was an endless line of stretcher-bearers, and of walking wounded and sick, some of whom crawled off beneath the bushes to die. Malaria was decimating the armies, and when Dr. Lu Chite went up to the front, he always loaded his car with all the quinine he could find, halted columns of soldiers, and gave each a dozen tablets. Whole regiments would lie down during attacks, then rise and fight again and again. Telephone communications broke down in some places when the operators got the shakes. Every day I saw dust-covered Red Cross trucks and ambulances leave their mangled cargoes at hospitals, and heard the drivers tell of the Japanese planes that machine-gunned and bombed Red Cross cars along the highways. Finally, no wounded man would ride in any vehicle unless the Red Cross insignia on the roof had been blotted out with mud. One day in Changsha, I saw a Chinese woman doctor, her face gray and desperate, roll in from a front where she had led a unit of women doctors and nurses. They had been bombed out of 3 hospitals within 2 weeks, and all their supplies and equipment had been destroyed. She had seen one Red Cross truck machine-gunned on the road ahead of her, and even caught a glimpse of the grinning face of the pilot in the cockpit above. By the time night fell, this woman was on her way back to the front with more supplies. Another time I saw a young Chinese doctor, originally from Trinidad in the West Indies, drive in. He spoke only English, and we called him Blimey. "Chief," he said to Dr. Lim, "look what the soldiers do to us." He produced a photograph which he had taken at the front. A Red Cross ambulance stood on the road surrounded by hundreds of wounded men standing or lying down. It was loaded, and the lightly wounded had clambered onto the roof. Some had even crowded into the chauffeur's seat. The driver was standing in front of them, his arms uplifted, pleading desperately. This was a not uncommon scene. Wounded men would lie down on the highway to prevent the trucks from leaving them behind. Dr. Lim listened and said, "Poor devils." "Chief," Blimey pleaded, "I'm dead tired. I've performed exactly 1,000 operations at the front. Can't I take a little rest?" "I know, laddie," Dr. Lim replied, "but you're young and strong. The soldiers can't stop fighting. Go back, and as soon as possible I'll give you a rest." Blimey said, "Okay, Chief," and returned to the front. Dr. Lu Chite was then occupied with the organization of rest-feeding stations along all the routes from the front to the rear. He was constructing low bamboo sheds every 10 miles and was trying to have young civilian men in each station to change dressings and prepare food for the walking sick and wounded. His plan also embraced civilian refugees, since they were suffering from malnutrition, and from them the future soldiers must come. When I heard this plan, I went off immediately to the Chinese YMCA in search of a young Christian war worker, Lu Liangmo. Mr. Lu listened and then returned with me to Red Cross headquarters. Within a week, he and a group of young YMCA men and women had taken over many stations on the route to the front. I delivered to Lu Liangmo many huge crates of prunes and raisins which had arrived from America. These had been 9 months on the way, and half of them were spoiled. The flat roof of the YMCA was soon blanketed with prunes drying in the sun. I opened some cases myself and spent days throwing out the rotten fruit. To save the good ones, I conceived the idea of drying them in 3 portable delousing stations in Red Cross headquarters. When I had triumphantly finished this task, a young doctor came storming into our office one day, shouting, "3 of our delousing stations are ruined. The holes in the metal trays are clogged with something sticky. I deloused prunes in them for the rest feeding stations of Dr. Liu, I explained. You deloused prunes? Yes, sir, I admitted feebly. But when the YMCA workers rolled off to the front, their Red Cross trucks were stacked with cases of dried fruit for the sick and wounded, and gay banners nailed to the sides of the trucks announced that these were comfort gifts from America to our national heroes. Changsha was a vast military hospital packed with masses of wounded lying under every conceivable kind of shelter. Tens of thousands were without any but the most rudimentary care, for all but 3 Red Cross units were at the front. Boats, carts, and trucks began evacuating thousands from Changsha to make room for those pouring in. From Hankow alone, 40,000 wounded were evacuated to the west in the last weeks before the city fell. In the middle summer months, when the Yangtze Valley steamed with heat, the Red Cross Medical Corps gained one of its most valuable foreign volunteers. This was an English woman, Mrs. Hilda Selwyn Clark, wife of the medical director of the Hong Kong government. We had long carried on a friendly correspondence. Finally, she came to Hankow by plane. She was a handsome woman with flaming chestnut hair and liquid brown eyes. Her husband's position in the Hong Kong government gave her prestige and authority, and to this she added a tremendous organizing ability gained in the labor movement of England. Her horror at conditions in the Chinese hospitals generated in her not hostility, but an iron determination to use all her ability and influence on behalf of China. She flew back to Hong Kong and founded the Foreign Auxiliary of the Chinese Red Cross, which became the Hong Kong Agency for the Red Cross Medical Corps. She built up a network of international aid and organized an intricate system for getting medical transport through the Japanese lines. She turned Chinese refugee stations in Hong Kong into centers of Red Cross activity where women and girls rolled bandages and made sheets and surgical aprons. She stood at her post until Hong Kong was attacked, and then took her place among the medical workers defending Hong Kong to the last. When the fate of Hankow was sealed, Dr. Lim welcomed my suggestion for evacuating educated youth from Hankow and recruiting them for the Red Cross Medical Corps. He placed me in charge of this, a charge which, like everything else in China, seemed filled with almost insoluble problems. One report which I made at this time covered a conference I had with the American Consul General in which I had submitted a 6-point program for American Red Cross aid to China. The first point asked for a liaison officer of the American Red Cross to be stationed in China to supervise American aid. Another asked that the American Red Cross supply trucks and gasoline and support 17 mobile Chinese Red Cross medical units at the front. My report concluded, the American Consul General considers these proposals very good and, following his suggestion, I am sending one copy to the American Red Cross in Washington, D.C., and another to the new American Bureau for Medical Aid to China. American newspaper correspondents are supporting this plan. The vice chairman of the American Red Cross in Washington eventually answered my 6-point proposal with a letter which concluded with these words. The data you present are most interesting and appealing, and we are, of course, sympathetic with the efforts you are making to bring relief to the wounded. However, the funds which the American Advisory Committee is handling were raised specifically for civilian relief, as you will note in the enclosed letter. The Yangtze rose higher and higher, and Hankow became a city of merciless contrasts. Patriots exploited all the resources of their being in defense of their country, while traitors bided their time, banqueting and whoring until they could form a puppet government for the enemy. The German military advisors were ordered home by Hitler, who acted on demands from the Japanese, and foreign embassies began to watch with eagle eyes to see if Soviet military advisors would take their places. Everyone began to spy on everyone else. A group of White Russians working for the Japanese were arrested. Then they were permitted to leave for Hong Kong. The Italian consulate was known to be in radio communication with the Japanese, and the chief of the Nazi Gestapo, posing as a freelance journalist, came regularly from Shanghai, sat in on all press conferences and interviewed officers. Madame Chiang Kai-shek and her women followers were gathering thousands of war orphans from the war zone. One day I went into their headquarters just as another trainload of these ragged, lice-ridden, half-starved children were being brought in. Dozens of women were shaving their heads, bathing and feeding them, and dressing them in fresh blue denim overalls. Long lines of these little tots were then marched through the streets to waiting boats or junks which transported them to the west. By order of Generalissimo Chiang, Factories were being dismantled and carried or shipped to the rear, and Madame Chang organized thousands of factory workers and their families for evacuation. Making use of these workers, Riwai Ali, the New Zealander, along with Chinese engineer colleagues, began building industrial cooperatives. The air raids were a physical horror and, to me at least, a spiritual humiliation. Every day and every moonlit night we would hear the dreadful wail of sirens. Then the city would begin to drum with the sound of the feet of thousands trying to reach the two foreign concessions. Foreign banks, hotels, and business houses barred their doors lest the Chinese take refuge in them, dirty the floors, or perhaps steal something. The 2 or 3 great foreign warehouses which had been prepared by foreign firms as air raid shelters were soon packed. Other thousands of Chinese men, women, and little children lay down against the cement walls or prostrated themselves along the river bank. I lived in a small foreign hotel in the French concession which had broad halls and an enclosed garden. But the owner closed the steel gates and turned deaf ears to the pleas of Chinese mothers with babies in their arms. Even the Chinese coolie who pulled the landlady's rickshaw was not permitted into the building. With his wife hovering near and his baby in his arms, he would cower beneath his pitiful rickshaw. I was often caught in the Chinese city and would rush back to the foreign concession. Seeking shelter, I would go up to the door of some foreign bank. The men inside would open to me, but not to a Chinese. After each raid, the city was full of the mangled bodies of victims. Sometimes I worked in a Chinese railway hospital where hundreds lay on the floors bleeding to death. People died under our hands. I found myself growing coldly impersonal, selecting soldiers and workers who had only minor injuries and could be most quickly restored to fighting condition. Through the streets of the doomed city marched endless lines of grave-eyed soldiers. They were moving into the mountains to the east and north, where every town and village was a heap of ruins and the hills were strewn with the bodies of the unburied dead. Boats and junks tied up to the Bund each day, and on their decks maimed men lay in their own blood and excrement, without a soul to care for them. Columns of the walking wounded made their slow, painful way through the streets in search of some designated hospital. They would walk a block or two, then sit or lie down on the pavements until able to go farther. Crowds pouring from moving picture theaters would pass, some hardly glancing at the prostrate figures. Day after day I watched the theater crowds, and not one among them ever halted and offered to help. Time and again I would commandeer rickshaws and load them with the wounded, then storm into the office of the Surgeon General of the Army Medical Administration. In answer to my protests, the old Surgeon General would throw up his hands and reply, "I have no power. I can only obey orders from above. I can initiate nothing. I wish the Generalissimo would court-martial and shoot me. As it is, all I get is kicks. The only consolation I have is that I am being kicked by my countrymen instead of by the enemy." I had done my part in attempts to induce foreign medical volunteers to come to China and work under the same conditions and at the same pay as the Chinese. When the war began, Mao Zedong and I had appealed to Americans to send surgeons to the 8th Route Army. Before I left the Northwestern Front, Chu Te and I wrote to the Indian National Congress, asking it to send qualified doctors to serve all the Chinese armies. A group of 3 medical workers came from America, including the well-known Canadian, Dr. Norman Bethune. We had to ask one to leave the country because he was drunk all the time. After many delays, Dr. Bethune, along with Dr. Richard Brown, a missionary volunteer, left for Waitation. In December 1939, just before his planned return to America, Dr. Bethune died of septicemia. In the late summer before Hankow fell, the first group of 5 Indian surgeons, all members of the Indian National Congress, arrived in Hankow and joined the Red Cross Medical Corps. They were asked by the British Consul General to join the International Red Cross Committee instead. The Consul General explained that in this way they would always be kept supplied with anything they might need and would work in well-equipped missionary hospitals. As an additional inducement, he told them that in case of capture by the Japanese, they would not, like the Chinese, be killed, for the committee had reached an agreement to this effect with the Japanese. To these arguments, Dr. Atal, leader of the Indian Medical Mission, replied, "All you say proves that our place is with the Chinese." After serving in the military hospitals of Hankow, the Indian doctors evacuated with units of the Medical Corps to the west. In Chungking they met and talked with Generalissimo and Madame Chang and other leaders, then left for the 8th Route Army. 2 of them are still in charge of medical work among flying guerrilla columns in North China. Jawaharlal Nehru was primarily responsible for the medical mission to China. When he formed the first China Medical Committee of the Indian National Congress, hundreds of men and women doctors and nurses registered as volunteers for China. The Congress had enough money to finance, equip, and supply only 5 men in its initial group. It had already initiated China Days and called for the boycott of Japanese goods throughout India. Since I was in charge of this Indian group and kept the Congress informed of the progress of the war and of China's needs, I was able to see the sharp lines that divided the Indians from other foreign doctors. They were as political in outlook as they were scientific in training, and they came not only to serve the Chinese wounded, but to study a kind of warfare which they might one day be forced to use in India. They were not only Indian nationalists but anti-fascists with a strong socialist bent. They regarded every action of the British with suspicion, and repeatedly warned the Chinese that the British might betray them at any moment. The only similarity between the Indians and other foreign doctors was their horror at conditions in military hospitals. They had been trained in Indian medical institutions, where their every need had been met, and as men of the middle class they had been accustomed to comfort, servants, and hospital attendants. They soon learned to accept the primitive conditions of China, though the older men returned to India after 2 years, leaving the younger ones to merge themselves completely with China's war of liberation. The end of Hankow. There was not an hour of any day or night that death and destitution were not about us in Hankow. Death in the ugly form of sickness and mangled bodies, and destitution so deep that life itself sometimes seemed a kind of disease. Over and beyond this death agony of a city hovered the supreme heroism of the armies, cast in high relief by treason in high places. Down in Shanghai, the British ambassador once told the Japanese that only the riffraff of China would help them build their puppet central government. The Japanese coolly answered that they were dealing with some of the highest officials in the Chinese government, and mentioned the name of Wang Qingwei. Out of this confusion of death and life there began to grow the most unusual friendships I had ever known. Our small group of foreign correspondents who were friends of China, along with consular and military men of similar minds, and a few Chinese, drew close to each other, searching each other's hearts and minds for the best way of life for all humanity. Our old values seemed to vanish and we lost regard for material things, for no one knew whether there would be a tomorrow. We were like passengers on a ship foundering in a stormy sea who at last had found their humanity and clung to each other with that love that passeth all understanding. In the tense atmosphere of war, even poetry, song, and wit blossomed among us, and a magical glow shone over our friendship. Members of this group kept departing or returning from all fronts, and each reunion was a cause for celebration. We all worked without regard for time, and day and night became one to us. Often, when unable to endure my thoughts after going through an air raid or seeing the endless lines of wounded soldiers pouring through the city, I would go at any hour to seek the comfort of these friends. 2 or 3 of us would stand beneath the dark window of another friend of ours and clap. A sleepy head would be thrust out to ask, "What's up?" And we would call, "Conversation. Come down." Our friend would wrap a bathrobe around him and come down to sit in a garden and talk of things that seemed portentous. Almost all foreign wives and children, and the wives and children of Chinese officials and the well-to-do, had been evacuated from Hankow. An occasional American woman, well-groomed and wearing a hat, would arrive to write feature articles about women. It was amazing that American women had not advanced beyond that stage. A few serious foreign writers flew in and out in the course of gathering information. Edgar A. Moore and Vernon Bartlett from England, John and Francis Gunther from Southeast Asia, and Edgar Snow from the Philippines. An English woman who had formerly worked for Spain arrived and became very indignant because a crowd had not met her at the airdrome. She insisted on emergency airplane reservations in case she should want to leave Hankow at a moment's notice, because, she explained to me, she was too important to be killed in China. Both then, as before and later, many freebooters in the journalistic and camera world arrived and used the China War as a background for their own personal glory. They were as filled with physical energy and as empty of ethics or social consciousness as, let us say, an American steel or oil magnate busily making a fortune by supplying Japan with war materials. the Germans and Italians in Hankow flocked together. It was common knowledge not only that German correspondents were connected with the Gestapo, but that they exchanged information with the Japanese. The new Italian ambassador to China did not even trouble to appear in Hankow or Chungking, but spent his time with the Japanese and their puppets along the coast, in Japan or in Manchukuo. The French were a race apart, weak, degenerate, cynical, and their cruel and corrupt administration of Indochina was a shocking byword in the Far East. A perfect representative of the decadent section of the British ruling class was one gunboat patrol officer whom I knew. He painted weak watercolors, of which he was very proud, talked sex, and was always exceedingly well preserved in alcohol. He once told me of his well-greased pathway through life, from his little velvet suit and golden ringlet years through an expensive public school, until he landed, without any effort whatever, in the naval command. He had never had a struggle in his life, least of all with a thought. I asked him if he had not been bored stiff, but he insisted that he had found life delightful. When the Japanese occupied an important Chinese city, he did not resist, but in his best old-school Thai manner smilingly surrendered the British concession to them. The foreigners of Hankow had induced many Chinese and a few foreigners to pay for huge wooden gates leading into the former British concession to keep out the Japanese. Shortly after the British concession had been turned over to the Japanese, I heard Captain Stennis, an ex-Nazi and the chief of Generalissimo's Chang's bodyguard, exclaim, "The British Empire is finished." The missionaries had their own pious circles. Though the Lutheran guest house, which housed foreign correspondents and Red Cross workers, refused to rent me a room, saying I was immoral, I was often intimately involved with them because of their medical and relief work. The younger missionaries were progressive and divinely discontented, and some of them often in conflict with their elders. Such young people did not look on China merely as a heathen land to be converted, but sympathized with it. However, I believe I have never, anywhere or in any profession, met more viciously reactionary or bigoted men than among some of the elderly foreign missionaries. Many of them supported Generalissimo and Madame Chiang Kai-shek for no other reason than that they were Christians through whom missionaries might eventually convert all China. Think of a church in each Chinese village, with jobs for every foreign and Chinese pastor and their families, and not an atheist in sight to keep alive a little spiritual integrity. I heard serious-minded foreign newspaper correspondents call one sinister, ambitious missionary the Father Rasputin of China. The attitude of Chinese and foreign Christians towards Pearl Buck was an interesting one. Among them she was noted not only for her books on China, but because she had left her church, divorced a husband, and married a second time. As many political parties often attack former members, so the missionaries looked askance on Pearl Buck. They hinted that she would deteriorate, and when she obviously did not, they were much put out. Many Chinese disliked Pearl Buck's books because she did not always show her characters dressed in their Sunday best. A Chinese colonel once announced to a friend of mine that Pearl Buck was finished because she wrote an article about the 8th Route Army, calling it Guns for China's Democracy. She was henceforth isolated from China, he declared, washed up. What nonsense! Such were the rumors that hateful people spread about Pearl Buck. Like the moon that turned night into day and enabled the Japanese planes to bomb sleeping populations. Like Wang Qingwei, who negotiated with the approaching enemy. So did the Yangtze River turn traitor to the land of its birth. The mighty river rose higher and higher, and enemy vessels of war blasted their way towards Hankow, preparing the way for their land troops. In late September, the National Military Council issued orders for the evacuation of Hankow. In the second week of October, I left with Dr. Robert Lim and a woman Red Cross doctor, and 5 of us set up cots in Dr. Lim's small house in Changsha. After the fall of Hankow would come the fight for Changsha. When the last Chinese trucks had left Hankow, Chinese troops began blowing up the roads and bridges connecting the city with Changsha. As the last Chinese military groups left, they set off dynamite charges in all buildings in the old Japanese concession. The city roared and trembled. The Chinese also planned to blast Japanese-owned buildings in other parts of the city, but foreigners went through and cut the fuses, determined to protect their property to the last. After all, China was not their country. Every night we left our Red Cross headquarters in Changsha and reached home in time to hear the news broadcasts from Hong Kong. When Canton fell without a struggle in the middle of October, it was like a drink of bitter gall to the Chinese. On the night of October 25th, we hovered around the radio and heard a voice say, "Hankow fell to the Japanese today. Japanese warships anchored in the river." The Italian consul general waited on the Bund, and when the first naval officers landed, he shook hands and congratulated them on their victory. As Japanese troops marched through the city, White Russian and other dancing girls on Dump Street distributed cigarettes to them. Japanese soldiers began rounding up groups of Chinese, driving them before them to the riverbanks, where they pushed them in with their rifles and then shot those who struggled. The voice went on, finally fading away. Dr. Lim was bending over the radio, his back to me, and from this position he did not move, as if turned to stone. Dr. Lu Chite stood before the open window, staring into the night. On either side of me were two women doctors, Jean Chang and Eva Ho-tung, their eyes fixed on the radio. "What now?" Eva Ho-tung asked bitterly. Slowly Dr. Lim straightened up and without turning, answered, "We will continue to fight. Our army is not broken." The silence lapped about us again. Then from the night I seemed to feel some approaching menace, but before I could speak, the long mournful wail of the air raid siren sounded, sickening me. The lights went out, and through the darkness we heard the roar of the awakened city and the humming of trucks and cars rushing into the country. All of us went out on the veranda and stood with our hands on the railing, our faces turned in the direction of the throbbing menace. We heard the planes circle as if searching. "They can find nothing," Dr. Lim said in a low voice. Time and again they roared nearer, then faded away. We went to our rooms and lay talking until dawn, then rose and went to work again. The struggle continues. The ambulance truck of the new Fourth Army, on which 8 persons including myself were traveling, ground to an abrupt stop. We leaped out and fled into the hills, and as we fled, the droning black specks in the pallid eastern sky grew into roaring monsters. The Japanese pilots deliberately flew low, as if scoffing at us, mocking our impotence. In how many ditches of China had I not prostrated myself before the god of Japanese imperialism and American greed? Numberless air raids had taught me no bravery. Each death-like wail of a siren, each beating gong from a hillside, clanging bell, or staccato warning of a bugle, caused my heart to constrict. Again the planes, but this time they droned on towards Changsha. It was October 29, 1938, and I was on my way to the enemy rear along the lower Yangtze. After Canton and Hankow had fallen, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek had called to all Chinese in the enemy rear to fight with every means in their power. The Japanese lines were now drawn out long and thin along the main routes of communication, and on their flanks and in their rear was a vast territory still in Chinese hands. I had urged Dr. Lim to send medical workers and supplies to the enemy rear, but he had replied that we knew nothing of conditions there, nor whether medical units could function and be kept supplied. I therefore made arrangements to make a tour of investigation, combining my work for the Manchester Guardian with that of the Red Cross, to which I would send reports. The highway along which we traveled eastwards was in the active zone. Divisions of khaki-clad soldiers marched rapidly towards Nanchang, and groups of wounded poured in from the battlefield along the southern banks of the Yangtze. Armed sentries guarded the approaches to every town and village. At the end of the first day, we halted in a small village and put up at a primitive wayside inn. After a night made sleepless by mosquitoes and bedbugs, I rose at dawn and went outside to find a group of 30 wounded soldiers sitting or lying by the roadside. They had just come out of the no-man's land along the Yangtze, a strip of territory 50 to 100 miles in depth on both sides of the Great River. There, the Chinese armies were destroying all roads and paths that could be used by Japanese mechanized equipment. Chinese still fought there, but the walking wounded could not pass through in less than 2 weeks. The 30 wounded soldiers were gaunt and weary, their wounds infected, their uniforms threadbare and faded from months of exposure. Some were barefoot and their arms, legs, and feet were bound with bloody, dirty bandages which had not been changed for days. Since they had not yet entered a hospital, they had not received their $10 wound bonus, and only a few possessed enough money to buy even roasted chestnuts. Those able to hobble about were carrying cups of boiled water to their weaker comrades. I hauled out some of the sterilized dressings and a case of supplies from our ambulance. Both the ambulance and the truck were loaded with supplies which I had collected for the new Fourth Army, the chief guerrilla army in the rear of the enemy along the lower Yangtze. To the Red Cross and people's contributions, I had added bales of face towels, bolts of bandage cloth and gauze, and, out of my own funds, cases of soap and quinine. With the help of my secretary, I set up a wayside dressing station and began caring for the 30 wounded soldiers. At another point our engine balked and we halted near a small mud hut while the chauffeur tinkered with it. As usual, civilians gathered, asking for quinine. Malaria was a scourge affecting everyone. An old man came out and looked at our ambulance with its big Red Cross insignia and the inscription which announced that it came from the Chinese Laundrymen's Union, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. "My daughter is very sick," the old man said humbly. "Can you give me medicine?" I took my first aid kit and went into the hut. It had 2 small, dark rooms. The only light came from the door. There was a board bed across trestles in each room, and in one there was also a crude, unpainted table and benches. In a corner was a small clay stove and 3 or 4 cooking pots. A few primitive agricultural implements stood against the mud wall. In the inner room lay a girl under a pile of ragged padded quilts. After I had administered quinine and instructed the girl's old mother in its use, the aged couple placed a few peanuts and a tea bowl of hot water before my secretary and me. Around the head of the old lady was a cotton cloth draped like a bonnet and dyed with native herbs in a sort of batik pattern, and on her feet were colorful woven sandals. The peasants of Kiangsi, like those of Sichuan and Yunnan, have preserved a folk art which sprouts even in the direst poverty. I recalled the beautiful sandals woven by the soldiers of the 8th Route Army and wondered if any sons of this family were with that army. Through the open door I could see one of the many blockhouses which dotted the mountain tops or guarded the highways approaching all large towns. Relics of a decade of civil war and a fear of revolution, these forts were designed by the German General von Seeckt when he was chief military advisor to the Chinese government. They were utterly useless against the Japanese, but if the enemy should capture them, they could be used against the badly equipped Chinese. At last I was able to ask the old peasant couple if they had any sons. 4. 2 are fighting in the army. The old man waved a hand in the general direction of the Yangtze. "And the other 2? I asked. "We do not know," the old man answered after a pause. I sipped the hot water and thought of this family, gutted of all its sons. When the sons of the poor have saved China, the rich will return, I thought. Nanchang was a city tensed like a bowstring against the enemy. The Canton army still stood at Taiyuan to the northwest, where it had fought for months. Each night heavily laden ammunition trucks groaned up towards the front and battalions of stretcher-bearers began bringing in the wounded. 4,000 wounded a week were pouring through the 9 receiving stations of Nanchang. The severe cases were sorted out and carried to the field and base hospitals in the city or to the rear. On the night of our arrival we found the city decorated brilliantly, and columns of singing soldiers, their weapons clanking, marching with fierce, measured tread. The city was celebrating the birthday of Generalissimo Chang, who had just arrived for a military conference. But since the tentacles of the Japanese Secret Service reached everywhere, we had also arrived in time for devastating air raids. In the 2 days and nights we remained in the city, Nanchang rocked with bombs that spared nothing. Each time we emerged, we picked up chunks of bomb fragments which lay scattered about the courtyard and the frail dugout in which we had all taken shelter. On the night of our arrival, I crossed the street from the local office of the new Fourth Army where we were staying and, unannounced, entered one of the largest receiving stations for the wounded. I expected to find the usual cruelly primitive institution, but found instead one which heralded the dawn of a new spirit. The halls of the 4-storied building were spotless, and the walls were decorated with colorful posters, banners, and wall newspapers. Across one wall hung a red and white banner which read, "Millions of hearts with one mind." The building sheltered 800 wounded, each with a board bed, a mattress of rice straw, a pillow, sheet, padded quilt, and mosquito net. Watchful male nurses moved along the aisles. Wandering unattended, we heard distant music and went towards it. In the middle of a huge ward sat two poorly dressed women folk singers and a man with a Chinese violin such as one often heard in tea houses. One of the women stared vacantly before her, pouring out her soul in some old song, and as we drew near we saw that she was blind. Some of the wounded were propped up, their eyes fixed in space, and so absorbed were they all that not one noticed our approach. We wandered farther and came to a ward in which many men with minor wounds sat on the edge of their beds or walked about, talking and laughing with uniformed students. One of the students approached us and, speaking in English, introduced his group as a branch of the Kiangsi Anti-Enemy War Service Association, which, he explained, worked in the hospitals. The superintendent of the receiving station found me sometime around midnight, welcomed me enthusiastically, and began to explain his work. While we talked, the first lot of wounded arrived from the front. Members of the Wartime Service Corps welcomed the wounded as heroes and gave each new arrival a small cloth bag containing face towel, soap, fruit, and cigarettes, talked with him, and offered to help in writing letters. The following day, as soon as another dreadful air raid was over, I went through smoking streets to the 109th Base Hospital, where a Red Cross medical unit worked. The building had formerly been a school. Over the entrance stretched a long painting of men of every class marching in one direction. Beneath were the Chinese words, "Follow in the bloody footsteps of our martyrs. Avenge the death of our people." The Chinese, as I had long since learned, put their hearts into such slogans. The hospital was organized much like the receiving station, and the same people's organization worked in it. Dr. Liu, the young superintendent, introduced two volunteers, an elderly woman and her 18-year-old daughter, both of them pious Christians. They purchased and directed the preparation and serving of food. At mealtimes they went from ward to ward, bending gently over beds to ask soldiers if the food was satisfactory. An atmosphere of kindliness and warmth permeated the hospital. Dr. Liu told me that just as the last air raid had begun, the Red Cross surgical unit had been performing a major operation, and even when the bombs fell about the building, they had not faltered. We donned white aprons and caps and entered the operating room. A wounded man lay on the table, and at his head sat an American doctor administering an anesthetic. Over the wounded man bent the frail body of a Chinese woman surgeon, amputating a leg. Until they had finished, neither she nor her associates looked up. When she took off her mouth mask, I saw that she was Dr. Ma, head of a volunteer unit of Chinese medical workers from Hong Kong. Dr. Ashland, another physician, was the only American volunteer in the medical corps. Without any fanfare, he had arrived 3 months before, joined up, and left immediately for this front. The doctors and nurses prepared rapidly for another operation. A young soldier was brought in on a stretcher. I bent over him and saw that blood was gushing from his mouth. His eyes, filled with the consciousness of death, looked up into mine. As I left the hospital, I halted at the entrance, intending to tell Dr. Liu what I felt about his hospital. No words came. I felt his hand tighten over mine, and I lifted my other hand and placed it over his. 2 days later, our party was whirling eastwards again. Our truck and ambulance rolled nearer and nearer to one of the active Yangtze battlefields, and the highway became an endless procession of fresh troops moving up and exhausted troops retiring. We spent the night in the ancient town of Jingdezhen, famous for its pottery for nearly 1,000 years. Martial law ruled the town, for the front was just over the mountain ranges to the north, and agents of the Japanese, clad as monks, beggars, refugees, or businessmen, crawled through the country. After the wounded in the poor local hospital, what interested me most in Jingdezhen were labor and social conditions, and of these the few owners and master potters of the great potteries who remained in the town spoke freely. They seemed utterly unconscious of the feudal nature of their industry. Little boys of 7 or 8, they explained, were apprenticed to master potters, who housed and fed them. The owners paid the apprentices $1 a month, through the master potter, who kept 20 cents of each dollar as compensation for teaching the craft. With the remaining 80 cents, the apprentice tried to meet all his needs. A master potter might have 10 to 15 apprentices, who remained jiaitso, confined by a belt, until their families bought their freedom and they became master potters. Many boys remained jiaitso for 10 or more years, and we talked with young men in their 20s who had mastered the craft years before but had not yet been able to buy their freedom. They could mold about 200 pieces of pottery a day. The products of their labor were sold by the master potter to the firm. Though the apprentices were a source of income to the master potter, it was not he who accumulated wealth. One master potter told us that in good years he had been able to earn 800 Chinese dollars a year, but since the war only 20. It was the owner of the kilns who grew rich. The owner explained enthusiastically that, before the war, pottery was the most profitable investment in the country. He had a friend who had come from the north with only $2,000, but at the end of 2 years was able to show a profit of $200,000. If an apprentice had a family, they might accumulate enough money or secure a loan from a moneylender, which they would present to the master potter as a gift. If it was accepted, they gave a feast to the master, and the apprentice was at last freed. Free potters told us the greatest amount they could earn in a month was $12, but the usual wage was $6. I asked the owner of a number of kilns, whose finished products were displayed in a big shop, about the health of the apprentices. With something like amused pride, he explained that apprentices had almost every kind of disease, tuberculosis, malaria, and a variety of interesting intestinal diseases. They had no money to buy medicine, he added. As if displaying a choice exhibit, he called a young boy of 10 and asked us to note how green the boy was from malaria. But even when sick, he concluded, the master potters, out of the goodness of their hearts, still fed them. As we went through the plants, my mind swarmed with memories. During the early years of the civil wars, I recalled the Chinese Red Army had occupied Jingdezhen. The Shanghai press had shrieked that the communists had totally destroyed the famous Jingdezhen pottery works. Later I met one of the Red Army commanders, himself a former potter in Jingdezhen, who had taken part in the occupation. The Red Army had many potters in its ranks, he said. Instead of destroying the kilns, it had allowed the owners to operate their kilns, but with many changes. The years of apprenticeship had been shortened, and during them both apprentices and master potters received regular wages from the owners. Joint committees of owners and potters managed the industry, and inspectors enforced the reforms. This system continued until the Red Army was driven out. The feudal system was then reinstated. Before and after the Red Army occupation, potters and their families had small family shrines in their dark, insanitary homes. Painted on the wall above each shrine was a mystic drawing, representing the spirit of the Red Army. In front of this, the potters bowed in worship and burned incense. Despite its feudalism, it was terrible to think of Jingdezhen falling into the hands of the Japanese. Here had lingered a precious cultural heritage. Here had been preserved the forms and designs of ancient China, some as delicate as moonlight shadows through a tree, and here was a rich, gorgeous folk art drawn from all the mottled coloring of nature. Leaving Jingdezhen, we sped onwards to the east, up mountain ranges rich in autumn colors, alongside clear rivers and plunging waterfalls. Clouds floated past us in ghostly drifts. In the late afternoon, we rolled down into ancient Kaimen, home of the famous black tea of China. Book 6, In Guerrilla Land, 1938 to 1939. New Land. By November 9, 1939, I had entered the fringe of the guerrilla region along the southern shores of the lower Yangtze. A party of some 20 of us, including many students from Shanghai and printers and students from Hankow, floated on bamboo rafts down a river approaching the Yangtze. Shrouded by morning mists, the forests on the mountains on either side of us were dim and mysterious with shadows. Feathery bamboos waved ghostly arms, then vanished in the shifting mist, and melancholy oaks hung sadly over the stream, as if gazing at their ancient reflections and sighing. The scene might have been the first morning on earth. As the sun rose higher and higher, it drew the mists after it. The river glistened with joy and the mountains became a tangled mass of autumn magnificence. Tea plants stood in regimented columns, and small villages nestled behind fishermen's nets spangled with morning dew. Once we passed a white primary school building, across the face of which were painted the words, "Down with dead education, long live life education." The rafts broke into cheers. Narrow paths wound along the mountain sides, and a platoon of new Fourth Army guerrillas, our bodyguards, marched jauntily along them, shouting across the river to one another or to the soldiers who sat on the prow of each raft with rifles ready. No one in our party understood the guerrillas, for they spoke the Fujian dialect. Once I asked a man sitting on the raft behind me what they were singing. He told me it was the guerrilla marching song, celebrating their comrades, the flying troops who feared neither towering mountains nor deep waters. They sang that they had no food, no clothing, and no guns, but that they would capture these from the enemy. And when this song was finished, they sang the youth marching song, comparing China to a broken, storm-tossed boat which could be rescued only by its youth. Sometimes their voices would rise into a long drawn-out hi-h-h-h-h. The party on the rafts shouted and laughed. They were students, young and effervescent, some of them more revolutionary than the revolutionaries. Their gaiety made me feel old. I was weary from labor, strain, and conflict, and I had visited, as they had not, all the military hospitals on our route. Before my mind's eye moved an endless procession of soldiers bound for the front, endless lines returning wounded, and tens of thousands lying in primitive hospitals staffed by men incapable of carrying out the tasks imposed upon them by the war. There was the field hospital in Taiping which I had visited the day before. Nearly 1,000 men of the 50th Army lay there, and among them a peasant boy of 8 who had been shot by the enemy while guiding a Chinese column over the mountain paths near his village. He lay on his bed, playing with a paper bird and a kite which the soldiers had made for him. Dark memories harassed me and I dreaded traveling farther. As we floated down the river, the first enemy bombers came over, following the stream up to Taiping. Again dread congealed my blood. Our boatmen thrust their poles deep into the river bottom and we came to a dead stop, waiting, wondering if the enemy might consider us worthy of their bombs. But they droned past. When the river grew shallow, we landed and walked through sunny villages in fertile valleys. The lower Yangtze is a land rich in rice, tea, cotton, vegetables, silk, and, at this point, forests. On the higher mountain terraces wheat had been planted in beds, like vegetables, and each row was cultivated tenderly. We halted to gaze through open doors where long bundles of straw hung from rafters. In the bundles silkworms were spinning their cocoons. On the earthen floors lay heaps of wax tree branches which were rich with white beans bursting from their pods and which would soon be transformed into candles. The land was rich but the peasants poor. Stagnant, green slime bubbled in open gutters. The shadow of a decaying landlord-merchant economy hovered over the land. From a dark interior came a woman's voice, raised in an ancient song of sorrow, connected with the building of the Great Wall. It was the softest of folk melodies. 3 days before, a servant in an inn on the Yellow Mountain had taught me how to play it on his flat-stringed harp. New words had been composed for it, and it was now called the anti-Japanese seasonal song. The first line of each stanza spoke of a season of the changing year, and then the lines that followed struck home with militant pledges of undying resistance to the foe. Darkness found us again on the river. As we turned a bend, the soldier at the head of our raft gave the long weird cry of a night bird. A bugle answered. Then we heard the mingled sound of many voices and saw the flare of pine torches casting into relief a surging mass of military caps, faces, and shoulders. A tremendous shout of Huang Yin, Huang Yin, welcome, welcome, came from the shore. The cries blended with the volunteers' marching song. I saw the slight figure of Dr. Ji Sheng, director of the medical service of the new Fourth Army, climbing over junks. I had met him in Hankow and had helped him collect money and medical supplies. As we stepped ashore, a path was cleared through the singing crowd and we were escorted to the rear base hospital of the new Fourth Army. Instead of the dark, dreary institutions which I had expected, the new Fourth Army had the beginnings of the first modern medical service of any Chinese army. The rear base hospital for the severely wounded, like the field hospital near General Headquarters some 25 miles nearer the Yangtze, had a system modeled on the best Western hospitals. Whenever medical workers and supplies permitted, the system was being extended to the fighting detachments in the field. This medical service was the achievement of General Ye Ting, commander of the new Fourth Army. He, along with Dr. Sheng, had first induced 11 qualified doctors and 20 trained nurses to join the army. Finding it increasingly difficult to get more, they hoped to found a medical training school to train hundreds of educated youth as sanitary workers for the companies in the field. This rear base hospital, located in the village of Xiaohokuo, was also the supply center for the entire army, some of whose fighting units were 2 or 3 weeks marching distance down the Yangtze. The hospital wards and living quarters of the staff were in great stone ancestral temples. Their exterior walls were painted to match the earth, the interiors whitewashed, and the earthen or stone floors sprinkled with lime. Carpenters and tinsmiths had modeled and constructed every conceivable kind of equipment for the wards, laboratory, dispensary, and operating theater. They had constructed wooden boxes, each capable of carrying 30 pounds of medical supplies. A man could carry 2, one slung at each end of a bamboo pole. Army trucks gathered empty gasoline tins along the highways of the rear, and from these the tinsmiths manufactured equipment, including containers for salves. For medicine which could not be transported in metal containers, carpenters had even manufactured bottles from bamboo. This army possessed the only X-ray and the only microscopes and autoclaves and had the only laboratory, with 2 trained technicians, in any army in China. Lacking equipment, the doctors had modeled an incubator and a pill-making machine and had them cast in the army machine shop. Here was also the first delousing and bathing station. In this rear base hospital I found a medical library with reference volumes in English, German, Japanese, and Chinese and copies of Chinese, British, and American medical journals, for which it subscribed. Its doctors knew of the latest medical discoveries of vitamins and the sulfa drugs, and were avidly reading the experiences of doctors in the Spanish Republican armies. As recorded in the British Medical Journal, the doctors were also writing and publishing pocket medical manuals and sending them to sanitary workers at the front. Organically connected with the civilian population as it was, the new Fourth Army, like the 8th Route, opened its medical service to civilians without charge. By December 1938, the 2 rear base hospitals had given treatment to 35,000 civilians. There was no other public medical service in the war zones of the lower Yangtze, and most of its supplies had been donated by Chinese people's organizations, the Red Cross Medical Corps, and individuals. The political department of the new Fourth Army permeated all branches of the army and anti-Japanese people's organizations and constituted a kind of revolutionary educational system. This work extended to the army hospitals. Neither the 8th Route nor the new Fourth Army surrendered any of their wounded to the hospitals of the Army Medical Administration of the Ministry of War. The chief reason was that they wished to prevent the disintegration of the Army's manpower and hoped to continue their revolutionary training. It was this system and the Marxian political theory in which it was rooted that bred charges against these armies and, in later years, again brought the country to the brink of civil war. Charges that the armies did not fight were simply untrue. However ardent my own desire to see China firmly united, and much as I disliked the intellectual arrogance of some individual communists, still, had I had a son or brother, I would not have wished to see him at the mercy of most Kuomintang armies. An unending variety of activities animated the new Fourth Army hospitals. Each day the political director read about the latest war news or interesting newspaper articles. Theatrical groups presented plays, and civilians, including outsiders like myself, delivered presents, made speeches, or sang. Over the beds hung a series of cards, each displaying 5 ideograms. Illiterate men were expected to learn 1 card each day. Literate men were supplied with books and newspapers. The political director or his assistant often sat by the bedside of men unable to write and took down anything they wished to contribute to the wall newspaper, their fighting experiences, criticisms, thoughts, or the lines of some poem or song. In the rear base hospital I found a small boy of 9 who always lay with his head covered. When he saw a foreign face he began to whimper and tremble. A nurse bent over him and said, "That is not a Japanese, but an American, a friend." 2 months previously, Japanese soldiers had raided this child's native village, murdered his father and elder brother, and raped and killed his mother. He had screamed and fought until a Japanese mauled him into unconsciousness. One of his legs had had to be amputated. On a later visit to the rear base hospital I saw this child again. He had been adopted by the medical service and spent half of each day in class. The rest of the time he prepared swabs, surgical dressings, and bandages. 3 other small boys, also war orphans, did the same. This was one of the origins of the Xiaokui, or Little Devils, as they were affectionately called. They had no home but the army, and were its future cadres. They were trained from childhood in Marxian thought, and in them an entirely new element entered Chinese society. Passing along the hospital aisles, I often turned to look at interesting faces. Once I halted, attracted by a swarthy face with an expression of chilled steel. It was that of a man named Cho Ping, 23, who had been a red guerrilla for 5 years before coming to the front against the Japanese. He was recovering from 3 wounds, but coolly remarked that he would soon be able to go back to the front. 6 weeks before, he said, he had been sent with a small guerrilla unit to waylay enemy trucks along the motor highway south of Nanking. He and another man were sent out to scout while the others lay in ambush. He saw a solitary Japanese truck coming with only one armed guard. The truck slowed down at a hill and Cho Ping leaped into it from the rear and killed the guard. When the driver looked around, he felt a bayonet against his neck. At Chow's order he drove on, but just as they neared the guerrilla ambush, Cho looked behind to find 3 more enemy trucks bearing down upon them. He drove his bayonet through the chauffeur and leaped to the road as the fighting began. His comrades destroyed the enemy soldiers, took everything they could carry from the trucks, left the rest in flames, and, carrying Cho Ping with them, made off. How are the Japanese as fighters? I asked the wounded men. An avalanche of opinions answered me. They're weak when caught in the open and unprepared. If they are behind defense works with artillery, they are very brave. That shows they are really cowards. No need saying they're cowards. They are good fighters. But we are also good fighters. I say they're cowards, particularly at night. Even when we set off firecrackers in a gasoline tin, they fire into the darkness all night. Why do you set off firecrackers in gasoline tins? I asked. To make the devils use up their ammunition. We do that until they get used to it and pay no attention to us. Then we attack. Now they patrol the roads with armored cars at night. Each car has a searchlight that swings around. I was wounded while we were attacking a garrison. A man on another bed interrupted. It was a railway station. Some of our comrades tore up the rails while we attacked the station. There were only a few buildings, and all the Japanese were upstairs in one of them. I climbed on a roof and looked right in. I saw 10 or 15 devils, and they had Chinese girls with no clothes on. We were sorry for the girls, but we couldn't help it. We set fire to the building and hurled hand grenades through the windows. One night, I addressed the convalescing wounded and the medical staff in the hospital clubroom. During my talk, a soldier ran at me screaming, "Jurban Kwadzu, Japanese devil," and was almost on me before one of the doctors intercepted him. The man had gone insane after being wounded, but had seemed to regain his sanity. On the night of my speech, hearing a foreign voice, he came into the clubroom. Then something had snapped again. In a village across the river from this hospital was an army transport station with a small garrison. When I came to spend a day there, a conference was called, and again I learned that I was expected to be both a walking encyclopedia and a prophet. Among other things, the men there wanted to know the attitude of the American public towards China, the general condition of different American political parties, the influence of the Hearst press on American public opinion, and the effect on American policy of the appointment of Dr. Hu Shi as the new Chinese ambassador. A number of buildings in the village were equipped as machine shops, where about 24 men were hammering and turning wheels, or blowing bellows at a blacksmith's forge. This small arsenal was manned by trained arsenal workers from Shanghai and Hankow. They worked in a frenzy of concentration and were able to repair old rifles and manufacture 1 new rifle a day. There was a hush-hush atmosphere about this place, and when I asked why, I was told that the authorities had refused the army any guns to arm its new volunteers. Even after the Japanese invasion of China proper began, I was told, warfare continued to be waged against the Red guerrillas in South China, who had been left behind when the main body of the Red Army went on the Long March. While Japanese artillery and airplanes roared overhead, General Yeting, a military commander of renown, urged Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek to allow him to assemble and organize the Red guerrillas into an army for operation in the enemy rear. Generalissimo Chiang agreed and the communists assented. The name New Fourth Army was chosen because in 1926-7, General Ye had been one of the most brilliant vanguard commanders in the famous Fourth Army, or Ironsides, which had swept all before it in the northern expedition from Canton to Hankow. But when, in late 1937, the Red Guerrillas had begun marching from 7 different southern provinces to an assembly point in South Anhui, provincial armies, officials, and landlords attempted to provoke clashes. Blockhouses were manned by local government troops or policemen, and trenches were thrown up along the routes of march. The guerrillas were under orders to fire no shot, but even as they marched against the Japanese, they stared into the muzzles of guns in the hands of their countrymen. Ragged, undernourished, many of them sick or maimed, they continued to march, often changing their route and moving at night to avoid conflict. Many Red Army families went with them. As in the days of civil war, local landlords and officials spread rumors among the people that bandits were coming. Such incidents rankled in the hearts of the guerrillas. Some of the old guerrilla units had been scattered in inaccessible regions and had had to march 3 months before reaching their assembly point. At the end of 2 months, 15,000 men from Fujian, Jiangxi, Zhejiang, Hunan, Hupa, Honan, and Western Anhui had been mustered, the majority in South Anhui, others north of the Yangtze. Of these, 13,000 were admitted to the ranks of the new Fourth Army, which was divided into 4 detachments. One detachment, the 4th, remained in its position north of the Yangtze to harass the enemy rear. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd detachments were south of the river, in the vicinity of Nanking, Wuhu, and Xinjiang, Japan's sealed zone of operation in the heart of China. Government inspectors counted the guns of the newly organized army and allotted to it the same amount of money, ammunition, and uniforms allowed other armies. But they were not given new weapons. When other Red Guerrilla units finally reached the assembly point, or when civilian volunteers in the enemy rear poured into the army, no funds for their maintenance were allotted. The army had to stretch its original funds to cover all these. Unlike the national armies, however, the pay of fighters and commanders was kept on a more or less equal basis, fighters receiving $1.50 a month and officers from $2 to $4, the latter being the pay of a regimental commander. Food and uniforms were provided by the army, but out of their pay all men had to buy their own shoes or sandals, or such luxuries as shirts, underwear, toothbrushes, or soap. As a result, few owned shirts or underwear. The relatively good pay that might have been given to officers was spread out over the whole army. The army's rapid recruitment of local civilians became a constant source of friction with the government. To the army's repeated appeals for more money, guns, and ammunition, the government replied, "If we give you more money, you will not improve the condition of your soldiers, but merely enlarge your army." The class struggle appeared in a new form. The government did not wish the new Fourth Army to increase its strength and influence among the people. I had, in fact, already heard charges from many sources that though the government wished the communists to fight the Japanese, some of its leaders also hoped that the communists would be wiped out in the process. The small arsenal which I saw in the mountains of South Anhui had thus been founded to manufacture and repair guns for new volunteers. Its existence was one of those many Chinese secrets about which people gossiped. Certainly the Blue Shirt Secret Service knew about it. From all I had heard, the commander of this army, General Tse-tung, seemed to be a candid man who made no secret of the growing strength of his army, and when accused of it, declared that only by the total mobilization and arming of the people could China be victorious. General Tse-tung had been an early Kuomintang follower of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, and after a period of study in the Soviet Union, had joined the Chinese Communist Party. To him, the United Front had seemed the salvation of China, but when the split came in 1927 and the Kuomintang began terrorism against the communists, he had been one of the chief leaders in the revolt of the Kuomintang armies opposed to the terror. After the failure of the Canton Commune in December 1927, in which he took part, but with which he disagreed, he resigned from the Communist Party and went abroad to study. He refused to help the Kuomintang and was hostile to its reactionary policy. When the Japanese invasion of Manchuria began in 1931, he returned to China in the hope of helping weld the United Front once more. He failed, for the Kuomintang still fought against the communists. General Ye's voice was again heard only after the Japanese invasion of China proper in July 1937. Ye's record seemed clear enough, yet when I arrived at the new Fourth Army 8 months after its formation, men avoided his name. One evening, the medical director and some of the doctors asked to discuss their problems with me. These discussions added new complications to an already tangled pattern. General Tse-tung, they said, had left the army and had asked Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek to relieve him of his command. 3 medical workers had also left, and other qualified doctors and some of the nurses were planning to resign. As a convinced leader of the United Front, General Ye was between 2 fires. On the one hand, the government held him responsible for the army, yet rejected his requests for funds and equipment to enable it to meet the ever-growing Japanese offensive against it. On the other hand, the communist leaders, particularly Vice Commander Xiang Ying, conducted intrigues which prevented Ye from exercising any control over the army. A wall of suspicion had been built up against him and the new medical workers. He had resigned, but the Generalissimo had rejected his resignation and also his offer to organize another guerrilla army to fight the Japanese around Canton. The new medical staff had introduced a complete system of records and statistics in regular hours, but this ran counter to the old mamahuhu mañana habits of an army that sprang from the peasantry. Another complaint of the new doctors was that men found incapable of any other service were sent to work in the hospitals, and little devils, children as young as 8 years of age, were expected to act as nurses and attendants. In addition, feeble-minded men or even epileptics were put in as servants, the theory being that if an epileptic had a fit, he should have it in the hospital. I listened as the medical director explained that he hoped to create the first model medical service in any Chinese army. I shared his hopes and argued that every effort should be made to settle conflicts and preserve the service. I reminded them of the struggles of scientific pioneers in the Western world, some of whom had been called sorcerers and had been burned at the stake. Where else in China could they work? I asked them. In most other armies, they would be forced into antiquated systems and would hold their positions only by kowtowing to generals and politicians. Such politicians usually said that China had enough men to go on fighting for years, and one Sichuan army commander had even rejected the services of a Red Cross unit, refusing to humor his troops. A young doctor listening to me declared, "You argue like a YMCA secretary." My final plea was that the doctors ask Vice Commander Xiang Ying, their chief opponent, to call a conference to hear their complaints and plans. The doctors listened and concurred. Only one doctor and a laboratory technician finally left the army. The rest of us worked along the lines agreed upon. In the process, I nearly broke my own political neck. But the medical service finally emerged victorious, Vice Commander Xiang issuing an army order in support of the modern medical service, its organization and practices. And at my request, the Red Cross Medical Corps sent 2 mobile units to aid it. The first modern army medical service of a Chinese army was at last firmly established. The new 4th. The hours grew small and the tea in our cups became cold as Vice Commander Xiang Ying and I talked. Like the members of his staff who had gathered to welcome us, he was a communist who had passed all his adult life in the revolutionary movement. Some 20 years before, he had been a worker, had entered the labor movement, become a communist, and finally one of the leaders in the party in China. All the education and training he possessed had been gained within its ranks. After the main body of the Red Army started on the Long March in late 1934, he had been put in command of the Red guerrillas remaining in Jiangxi. He was now about 40, of medium height and strongly built. The social revolutionary movement had molded him into an austere, unyielding personality, a man who would adopt any method to reach his goal. His critics said that intrigue and craftiness had become a part of his nature. I could not forget that Xiang Ying had given an interview to a foreign writer whose wife had thereafter published an article charging that General Tse-tung, commander of the new 4th Army, had left the Communist Party in 1927 after marrying a rich Hong Kong woman. Another rumor spread at the time was that General Ye had resigned from the new 4th Army because he was afraid to fight in the enemy rear. General Tse-tung's reputation was, in fact, being assassinated by gossip. I happen to know that the highest communist leaders in Yan'an and Chongqing were enraged by such rumors against him. The poison kept seeping through nevertheless. There was another side to this medal. Xiang Ying had been one of the leaders responsible for the kind of organization and training that had made the new 4th Army the most effective and intellectually enlightened military force in the enemy rear. On the night of our arrival, He stood with 4 of us before a general headquarters military map which reached from the rafters to the floor. The massed red circles of Japanese garrisons in the new 4th Army theater of operation made the map look like a face afflicted with smallpox. The Army and the Japanese seemed to be fighting right in each other's laps. This theater of operations was a long, narrow belt from 50 to 70 miles in depth along the southern bank of the lower Yangtze River Valley. The Japanese patrolled Yangtze bounded it on the north, and through this area, which the Japanese called their sealed zone, or base of operation, ran a network of motor highways, rivers, lakes, and canals, all an advantage to the enemy, but a great disadvantage to the guerrillas. Around Nanking and Xinjiang this zone was a plain, barren of hills and trees and intersected by rivers, canals, lakes, and the Shanghai-Nanking Railway, an area ideal for an invader equipped with airplanes and motorized equipment. The wooded hills and mountains did not begin until the other side of the Yangtze city of Wuhu near General Headquarters. When the new 4th Army first moved into its theater of operation, the Japanese held undisputed sway. All Chinese resistance, save a few small groups of civilian guerrillas, had been destroyed. Puppet governments and armies had been organized in every town and village. Japanese trucks and tanks bowled along the highways and Japanese boats along the rivers, lakes, and canals, and the Shanghai-Nanking Railway operated under Japanese control. In April 1938, a new 4th Vanguard unit stole into this sealed zone one night and fanned out in small groups of 2 or 3 men, moving rapidly from village to investigate enemy positions, equipment, and activities. The civilian population welcomed them and secretly sheltered them. In a month, all members of the Vanguard unit were back in General Headquarters with their reports. Fighting units then moved in. The sealed zone was turned into a bedlam, with guerrillas striking in a dozen places at once. At the same time, political workers of the army moved into the villages and began organizing the population into anti-Japanese associations. Right under the nose of the enemy, short-term training schools were founded in which civilians were taught methods of organization, education, espionage, and sabotage. When I arrived 8 months later, the army had fought 231 battles, captured 1,539 rifles, 32 light machine guns, 4 heavy machine guns, 48 submachine guns, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, 22,738 yen in Japanese banknotes, radios, horses, mules, banners, maps, and other enemy trophies. They had destroyed some 200 enemy trucks and railway cars, 13 miles of railway, 4 miles of highway, 95 bridges, and 13 miles of electric power lines. They had taken 38 Japanese and 613 puppet troops prisoners and inflicted 3,253 casualties upon the enemy. Their own losses had been 243 killed and 4,231 wounded. In addition, the new 4th, in cooperation with the civilian population, had wiped out 3,000 bandits, whole armies of which had arisen in the period of Japanese depredations. Some of them had been paid by the Japanese to harass the countryside. After less than a year of warfare, the new 4th guerrillas had either wiped out or won over most of the conscripted puppet armies in the Japanese sealed zone. Such armies, along with the puppet governments they guarded, could exist only within large walled towns, in which the Japanese now had to maintain heavy garrisons. Enemy trucks or boats could travel only with armed guards and had to be heavily convoyed. Local civilian guerrillas who had formerly fought under the slogan of "Kill Japanese, then die," were taught by the new 4th Army training camp how to kill Japanese and live, and some puppets considered it a form of life insurance to supply the guerrillas with information about the enemy. Xiaoying showed us a number of Japanese handbills dropped by airplane throughout their sealed zone. One was a cartoon in 4 pictures. The first showed the dark figures of guerrillas destroying a bridge at night while a little Chinese boy watched at a distance. The next 3 showed the little boy racing to a Japanese garrison to betray his countrymen. The last was the laughing face of the child as he waved a banknote in the air. Another handbill looked like a banknote except that the reverse side explained the procedure of desertion. It urged guerrillas to bring their rifles, halt at least 200 feet away from the Japanese garrison, and wave a white flag. Next, all should lay their rifles on the earth. Then, with arms uplifted, approach the Japanese sentry one by one to be searched for concealed weapons. After that, a life of ease would be theirs. I was told of a new fourth company which had recently surrounded and occupied a market town south of Nanking in which traders were preparing to welcome a Japanese garrison force. The captured puppet leaders were brought to mass public trial before the citizens of the town, condemned to death and immediately shot by the new fourth, while the puppet soldiers, conscripted peasants and former policemen were sent to the rear for retraining. Among the witnesses brought against the puppet chiefs were 20 girls and young married women taken from a consolation house, in which they had been locked to await the arrival of enemy troops. The chief puppet, president of the local chamber of commerce, had defended himself at the trial by declaring, "The trouble was that there were not enough prostitutes in the town. The day following our arrival I was taken on an inspection tour of all departments of the army. The chief institution was the army training camp, in which some 1,400 men and more than 100 women were studying. Groups of commanders and political workers were withdrawn from the fighting detachments every 3 months for retraining in military, political, and cultural subjects. Hundreds of men and women in every stage of education, including college graduates and artists, had left Shanghai and other cities, passed through the Japanese lines, and entered the camp. Military commanders gave 70% of their time to the study of military science and 30% to political and cultural subjects. Those destined for political work reversed this proportion. The main political course was in the theory and tactics of the United Front. Most of the old Red Army commanders were poor peasants and found it no easy task to learn that they should work as brothers with landlords and merchants, for even in the midst of military war, class war was being waged against them. High officials of the government even objected to the existence of the training camp, calling it another communist university. Other political subjects taught in the camp included the history of the Chinese Revolution, general world history, and methods of mass mobilization. Under cultural training came reading, writing, and geography. A young woman graduate from a Peiping university soon introduced the first courses in natural sciences. Following the settling of conflicts with the medical service, qualified doctors and nurses lectured on physiology, anatomy, and personal hygiene. I initiated the latter courses by giving a general lecture on national resistance and health to the entire camp. One point in my lecture touched upon an attitude which was not peculiar to the Chinese. Some educated students entering the army expressed contempt for those who took time off from the revolution to take a bath or keep themselves in good physical condition. Petty bourgeois, they called such students. In my lecture, I declared that I could see nothing revolutionary in the scabies which afflicted most of them, and that even hardened Russian Bolsheviks took baths. The reluctance to bath, however, was more than an intellectual attitude. All water had to be carried from distant streams, and there was no way of heating it. Students did all their own work while studying, and arranging a bath was a major problem which only the hospitals had solved. Subsequently, I used some of my royalties from books and articles, together with money sent me by the British ambassador, to build the first DBS, delousing bathing scabies treatment station in the army. It was a large building designed by the medical workers. Only stone, earth, and timber were used. Pipes were made from trunks of hollowed-out bamboo, with spray holes punched at regular intervals. The construction of this station constituted a minor anti-Japanese triumph, and I was proud of it. Japanese prisoners came under the charge of the enemy work section of the army. This section examined all captives, keeping a few younger ones, particularly workers or students, but turning over older men or officers to the headquarters of the Third War Zone. The government paid for each captive. An enemy officer brought a large sum. The new Fourth had retained 3 captives, 2 of them fishermen and 1 a student, to help teach the Japanese language and prepare propaganda for clandestine distribution among Japanese troops. The Japanese prisoners, dressed in Chinese uniforms, had never been in chains and moved about freely. When I inquired concerning their attitude, Ling Shifu said they were tired of the war and never tried to escape. In any event, if they tried to get away, they would be killed by civilians who hunted Japanese as they would snakes. The 3 captives who taught Japanese had written and signed a joint letter to the soldiers of their former division, telling them about their life in the new Fourth and urging them to desert. The 3 thus became men without a country. Only the World Revolution could give them a home. One room belonging to this department was filled with war trophies of every description, including many flags, 2 of which were used as window curtains. Also among the trophies were 2 mail sacks filled with letters to and from Japan and a pile of Japanese soldier diaries. One of these I translated into English with the help of my secretary and Ling Shifu. It was a voluminous record kept by a Corporal Nakamura and was a remarkable study in gradual brutalization. It began when the corporal was unwillingly conscripted. After he was marched to the port of embarkation, he wrote theatrically of a drizzling rain. "Is this rain, or are these my tears?" In September 1938, after months of killing, looting, and raping, he wrote from somewhere south of Nanking, "Fine weather. At 4 this afternoon we were all ordered to Lukyuchen. We seized the village and searched every house. We tried to capture the most interesting girls. The chase lasted for 2 hours. Nura shot one to death because it was her first time and she was ugly and was despised by the rest of us. A number of entries spoke of the repeated destruction of a strategic bridge by the new Fourth Army and of the Japanese going daily to repair it. Once they caught a group of 5 civilians and tortured them to death. In late September, Nakamura was again ordered to Lukyuchen. This time, the entire population had evacuated before them. The corporal wrote, "If the people act like this, how can we maintain peace and order in East Asia?" On the night of October 1st, the new Fourth Army killed Nakamura. His rifle number was 750,508. Gas mask number 82056, bayonet number 2296713, badge number 62. His father was Nakamura Yukichi of 90 Chome, Omoricho 3, Omoriku, Tokyo. A few days later, I talked with 2 new Japanese captives, one a soldier, another a lieutenant. The soldier had been captured while in the act of raping a woman and was in the headquarters hospital as a syphilis patient. With buck teeth and practically no chin, he looked like a fish and was actually as primitive as an animal. I marveled at the self-control of the Chinese. The captured lieutenant was a cold, hard man who had formerly been a policeman in Tokyo. He was brought to the hospital because of an infected insect bite. He told me he had been captured outside a Japanese garrison on the Yangtze. 3 of his soldiers had left the garrison one morning to go to a nearby village to get some chickens. Night came, and when they did not return, the officer climbed a small hill and looked around. Suddenly hands grasped his legs and others throttled him and carried him away. "Brave men do not fight like that," he added contemptuously. When I asked him what he thought of the war, he replied coldly, "I don't think, I obey orders." My day's inspection of the new Fourth Army headquarters ended in a military men's conference at night. Hundreds of men executed guerrilla maneuvers in the mountains during the day and followed the army practice of gathering afterwards for a discussion of their weak points and strong points. Mutual criticism between commanders and men was encouraged, and at the conclusion a chairman summed up the findings. Such were the Army's efforts to drive forward this great age. Doctors need teaching material. The medical training school of the new Fourth Army had finally opened and the first 38 educated youths drawn from the Army training camp had enrolled. The doctors and the head nurse, Miss Yang, spent hours each day, even while pursuing their regular hospital duties, preparing and delivering lectures. They were in great need of teaching material, above all, a human skeleton. 3 of them went in a delegation to staff headquarters to ask the vice commander and the political director to permit them to use the bodies of soldiers who died in the hospitals for demonstrating to their classes. They also argued that they themselves wished to perform autopsies because a number of soldiers had died without any apparent reason. The commanders were deeply interested, but said it could not be done. Only when a scientific attitude had permeated the army and the civilian population could autopsies be performed. Most of the soldiers were from the local villages, and if they or the people learned that bodies were being cut up in the hospital, a serious situation might develop. A mutilated man, moreover, would have no place in an afterlife. I myself had already heard of soldiers in other armies cutting off the noses or ears of the Japanese dead on the battlefield in order that these enemy souls might never find a resting place. Arguing with the commanders, one of the doctors said, "Today a student of mine denied that he had 2 bones in his lower arm. Another believed that he had 2 sets of intestines, one for big business, one for little business. It is difficult to teach theoretically." "We will try to send you a dead Japanese from the battlefield," a commander answered. "The army won't care what you do with that. But, as a rule, the Japanese carry away their dead." One day a convoy of stretchers came in, and Drive tse-tung, a high-strung, gifted surgeon with the hands and mind of an artist, performed 5 operations. One was an amputation from the hip. Dr. Chong, the only woman doctor in the enemy rear, assisted. She taught anatomy in the training school. After the amputation, an attendant prepared to carry the leg away, but before he could do so, Dr. Chong was upon him, crying something about teaching material. She rescued the leg, carved off the flesh, and finally put it in a gasoline tin filled with disinfectant. Some time later, everyone in the buildings was brought to his feet by a fearful growling and screaming in the courtyard. We rushed out to see a mongrel tugging and snarling at one end of the amputated leg, and Dr. Chong at the other end screaming at the top of her voice. We helped her drive off the dog, and then watched her carry off her treasure to the main hospital building and put it to boil in a delousing vat. Later, I saw the new radio set which the medical director had just triumphantly brought through the Japanese lines from Shanghai. All the other receivers in the army were telegraphic. So when the first sound of voices and music came over the air, crowds of astonished soldiers and civilians gathered. They looked all around the machine and were awestruck. Finally, a peasant woman nodded her head wisely and declared, "It's one of those things called science." The others looked respectfully from her to the machine. When they had looked and listened their fill, they departed, and I was alone in the hospital library. I turned the dial with a feeling that I was reaching out into infinity. The Japanese stations at Nanking and Shanghai came leaping at me, but I passed them by and turned farther. The chiming of a bell came through infinity, and an English voice burst on me, saying, "This is London calling." I sat almost petrified. The voice announced Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, and as the concert began, all my buried feeling for the culture of the West welled up in me and tears filled my eyes. Just then a hand touched my shoulder, and glancing up I saw Dr. Chong, her face contorted with misery.